Senate will come to order. I ask all in the chamber to please rise with me and join me as we recite the Pledge of Allegiance to our flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Today's invocation will be offered by the Reverend Peter G. Young of the Mother Teresa community here in Albany. Father Young.
Thank you, Senator. Let us pray. May God pour forth his blessings on our legislators to provide them with the courage to accept the many demands of our elected offices. As senators, they have reported on this anticipated last day of the session to the bell that calls them to hear one another for the benefit of our New York State constituents. This invocation calls us to be true to our best of what we might be and become as a legislative leader. We need to heed the call of our own heart with compassion and equity, and we bless them for the opportunity of enjoying some time to relax and to be with their family and friends. Amen.
Thank you, Father. A reading of the Journal.
In the Senate, Thursday, June 19th, the Senate met pursuant to adjournment. The Journal of Wednesday, June 18th, was read and approved on motion. Senate adjourned.
Without objection, the Journal will stand approved as read. Presentation of petitions. Messages from the Assembly. Secretary will read. Can I have some order in the chamber? We have a number of visitors here today, number of members, and a number of important bills before the House. So I'm going to ask to take conversations outside the chamber and that we continue to maintain order within the chamber. Secretary will read.
On page 7, Senator Bonasek moved to discharge from the Committee on Judiciary Assembly Bill number 7461A and substituted for the identical Senate Bill 4779B, third reading calendar 192. On page 10, Senator Ball moved to discharge from the Committee on Rules Assembly Bill number 8224A and substituted for the identical Senate Bill 5974A, third reading calendar 351. On page 10, Senator Laval moved to discharge from the Committee on Rules Assembly Bill number 8889 and substitute the identical Senate Bill 6701, third reading calendar 389. On page 11, Senator Diaz moved to discharge from the Committee on Rules Assembly Bill number 8630A and substituted for the identical Senate Bill 6364A, third reading calendar 420. On page 22, Senator DeLon moved to discharge from the Committee on Rules Assembly Bill number 8277 and substitute the identical Senate Bill 6653, third reading calendar 963. On page 25, Senator Gibson moved to discharge from the Committee on Rules Assembly Bill number 9846 and substitute the identical Senate Bill 7621, third reading calendar 1098. On page 26, Senator Skelos moved to discharge from the Committee on Rules Assembly Bill number 9803 and substitute for the identical Senate Bill 7647, third reading calendar 1099. On page 26, Senator Skelos moved to discharge from the Committee on Rules Assembly Bill number 9737A and substituted for the identical Senate Bill number 7648, third reading calendar 1100. On page 27, Senator Stuart Cousins moved to discharge from the Committee on Local Government Assembly Bill number 2327A and substituted for the identical Senate Bill number 7322, third reading calendar 1169. On page 30, Senator Maziarz moved to discharge from the Committee on Rules Assembly Bill number 10131 and substitute the identical Senate Bill number 7874, third reading calendar 1552. On page 30, Senator Flanagan moved to discharge from the Committee on Rules Assembly Bill number 8109B and substitute for the identical Senate Bill number 5731B, third reading calendar 1555. On page 31, Senator Skelos moved to discharge from the Committee on Rules Assembly Bill number 9834 and substitute for the identical Senate Bill 7703, third reading calendar 1569. On page 31, Senator Nozzolio moved to discharge from the Committee on Rules Assembly Bill number 10128 and substituted for the identical Senate Bill 7869, third reading calendar 1523. On page 31, Senator Bonasek moved to discharge from the Committee on Rules Assembly Bill number 10139 and substituted for the identical Senate Bill 7883, third reading calendar 1574. On page 31, Senator Skelos moved to discharge from the Committee on Rules Assembly Bill Number 1093A, and substitute the identical Senate Bill 7870, third reading, calendar 1582. On page 31, Senator Grisanti moved to discharge from the Committee on Rules. Assembly Bill Number 10138, and substitute the identical Senate Bill 7877, third reading, calendar 1587. On page 32, Senator Grisanti moved to discharge from the Committee on Rules. Assembly Bill Number 10135, and substitute the identical Senate Bill 7878, third reading, calendar 1588. On page 32, Senator Gallivan moved to discharge from the Committee on Rules. Assembly Bill Number 9733, and substitute the identical Senate Bill 7885, third reading, calendar 1589. On page 32, Senator Valesky moved to discharge from the Committee on Rules. Assembly Bill Number 10140, and substituted for the identical Senate Bill 7893, third reading, calendar 1590. On page 33, Senator Savino moved to discharge from the Committee on Rules. Assembly Bill Number 6357E, and substitute the identical Senate Bill 7923, third reading, calendar 1659.
So substitutions are so ordered. Messages from the governor. Reports of standing committees. Reports of select committees. Communications and reports of state officers. Motions and resolutions.
President,
Senator Libous.
at this time, could we please take up today's active list, the non-controversial reading?
Secretary will read the New York State Senate active list for Friday, June 20th.
Calendar number 192 by Member of the Assembly Cook. Assembly Print 7461A, enactment the Estates, Powers, and Trusts Law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act should take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, De Francisco, Klein, Libous, Skelos, Stewart, Cousins, Zeldin.
Senator Hoylman to explain his vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill is common sense because it allows a child conceived after the death of a parent using the genetic material of the dead parent to be considered an heir of the dead parent's estate. But I have to point out, Mr. President, as a part of a same-sex couple, and here I am going on about gay things again. I promise you I have other talents. But in my family, my 3-year-old, should we have conceived her after one of either my or my husband's death, would not have been able to inherit under this statute. So I will be supporting this bill, but introducing legislation to include modern families as part of this initiative. Thank you, Mr. President. I vote aye.
Senator Hoylman to be recorded in the affirmative. Announce the results.
Ayes 55.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 351 by Member of the Assembly Galiff, Assembly Print 8224A, an act to amend the highway law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act should take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, De Francisco, Klein, Libous, Skelos, Stewart, Cousins, Zeldin. Ayes 55.
Bill is passed.
Calendar number 389 by Member of the Assembly Englebright, Assembly Print 8889, an act to amend the civil service law.
There is a home rule message at the desk. The secretary will read the last section.
Section 2, this act should take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, De Francisco, Klein, Libous, Skelos, Stewart, Cousins, Zeldin. Ayes 55.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 420 by Member of the Assembly Crespo, Assembly Print 8630A, an act to amend the executive law.
Last section.
Section 2, this act should take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, De Francisco, Klein, Libous, Skelos, Stewart, Cousins, Zeldin.
Results.
Ayes 51, nays 4, Senators Ball, De Francisco, Griffo, and O'Mara recorded in the negative.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 552 by Senator Laval, Senate Print 4469A, an act to amend the education law.
Last section.
Section 4, this act should take effect on the 1st of July.
Call the roll.
Adabo, De Francisco, Klein, Libous, Skelos, Stewart, Cousins, Zeldin. Ayes 54, nays 1, Senator Ball recorded in the negative.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 914 by Senator Carlucci, Senate Print 5225, an act to amend the mental hygiene law.
Read the last section.
Section 4, this act should take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, De Francisco, Klein, Libous, Skelos, Stewart, Cousins, Zeldin. Ayes 52, nays 3. Senators Hoylman, Kruger, and Perkins recorded in the negative.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 963 by Member of the Assembly Lental, Assembly Print 8277, enact amend the Alcoholic Beverage Control Law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, D. Francisco, Klein, Libous, Skelos, Stewart, Cousins, Zeldin. Ayes 55.
Bill is passed.
Calendar number 977 by Senator Mazier, Senate Print 7312B, enact amend the Alcoholic Beverage Control Law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, D. Francisco, Klein, Libous, Skelos, Stewart, Cousins, Zeldin. Ayes 53, nays 2. Senators Hoylman and Kruger recorded the negative.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1098 by Member of the Assembly Barrett, Assembly Print 9846, enact amend the Alcoholic Beverage Control Law.
Last section.
Section 2, this act should take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, D. Francisco, Klein, Libous, Skelos, Stewart, Cousins, Zeldin.
Senator DeFrancisco to explain his vote.
I'm going to vote no, not because of anything dealing with alcohol or allowing this facility to get the license they're looking for. I don't want to do it, and I hope this goes further, that because I've been at the Culinary Institute. It's a fine place. It's a well-known institution, and I mentioned this to Senator Gibson a few days ago. But we went there with a group of people. We had a wonderful time, great tour. Students were outstanding. And, but we had dinner, and everything was phenomenal. And all the students, part of their training, wait on tables. They may be the maitre d'. They may be getting up at 4 in the morning to make breakfast for the whole facility, in addition to paying a very handsome tuition. And they wait tables and the like. We gave a tip, our group gave a tip, and we found out that the tip they can't even keep, that they have to give it back to the Culinary Institute. Now, that's a little bit overboard. It's almost like involuntary servitude. I mean, you've got them working day and night, early in the morning to late at night, and they're paying handsomely for the privilege of working so you could make money at the restaurants while they learn their trade, but that's out of line. So I would hope that this message goes to somebody to try to look into this and make sure these students are treated fairly. I vote no.
Senator DeFrancisco to be recorded in a negative. Announce the results.
Ayes 55, nays 1. Senator DeFrancisco recorded the negative.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1099 by Member of the Assembly Hooper, Assembly Print 9803, enact amend Chapter 19 of the laws of 2009.
There's a home rule message at the desk. The secretary will read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, D. Francisco, Klein, Libous, Skelos, Stewart, Cousins, Zeldin.
Senator Squadron to explain his vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. We stand here on the last day of session, and I want to note that this bill, which in substance I support, is sponsored by Senator Rules. Now, Senator Rules has had a less productive year than some in the past, and I want to acknowledge that and appreciate that. Still has been able to get more bills on the agenda than some members of the minority conference have been allowed to. But on a serious note, I do not understand why the practice continues of having Senator Rules sponsor legislation in this House. There are 63 members of this House when it's full, elected by constituents in the state who have to answer to their own constituents, and that creates accountability for what we do here. I'm going to be voting yes on this bill and on the other Senator Rules bills, and I will spare my colleagues repeating this speech this year. But I really do believe, thank you, Senator Robach, I do believe that in the future we should continue limiting the practice of having Senator Rules sponsor a bill unless there's a real purpose for it. Again, I would like to note that fewer of the tax extender bills this year have been sponsored by Senator Rules than in previous years, and for that I want to thank the majority. I'll vote yes, Mr. President.
Senator Squadron to be recorded in the affirmative. Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1099, those recorded in the negative are Senators Ball, DeFrancisco, Laval, Ranzenhofer, and Zeldin. Ayes 52, nays 5.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1100 by Member Assembly Hennessy, Assembly Print 9737A, enactment Chapter 23 of the laws of 2009.
Last section.
Section 2, this act should take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, De Francisco, Klein, Libous, Skelos, Stewart, Cousins, Zeldin.
There is a home rule message before the desk. The secretary will announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1100, those recorded in the negative are Senators De Francisco, Flanagan, Laval, Ranzenhofer, and Zeldin. Ayes 52, nays 5.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1169 by Member Assembly Paulin, Assembly Print 2327A, enactment of general municipal law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act should take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, De Francisco, Klein, Libous, Skelos, Stewart, Cousins, Zeldin. Ayes 56, nays 1. Senator Ball recorded in the
The
negative.
bill is passed.
Calendar number 1343 by Senator De Francisco, Senate Print 6606A, enactment of general obligations law.
Last section.
Section 2, this act should take effect on the 30th day.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, De Francisco, Klein, Libous, Skelos, Stewart, Cousins, Zeldin. In relation to calendar 1343, those recorded in the negative are Senators Gianaris, Hoylman, Kruger, and Squadron. Ayes 53, nays 4.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1552 by the Assembly Committee on Rules, Assembly Print 10131, an act to authorize.
There is a home rule message at the desk. Secretary will read.
Section 2, this act should take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, De Francisco, Klein, Libous, Skelos, Stewart, Cousins, Zeldin. Ayes 57.
The bill is passed.
Ayes 56, nays 1. Senator Ball recorded in the negative.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1555 by Member Assembly Inglebright, Assembly Print 8109B, enactment of public health law.
Last section.
Section 2, this act should take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, De Francisco, Klein, Libous, Skelos, Stewart, Cousins, Zeldin. Ayes 57.
Bill is passed.
Calendar number 1559 by Senator Ball, Senate Print 6425A, enactment of town law.
Last section.
Section 3, this act should take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, De Francisco, Klein, Libous, Skelos, Stewart, Cousins, Zeldin.
Senator Gibson to explain his vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm voting no against this bill simply because it's really just a bad bill. It creates bad policy within our local governments. Our planning and zoning boards are already dealing with a variety of regulations that this body has sent down. These boards are also elected by local residents. This will tie the hands of our local governments even more than already tied. It will take control out of our residents' ability to decide what happens in their localities. And most importantly, there's a very good chance that it will cost these local governments money. So by my way of measure, it is technically an unfunded mandate. So I would ask that my colleagues join me in opposing this bill. I think that it can be revised and improved in the future, and I will be voting no.
Senator Gibson to be recorded in the negative. Senator Martins to explain his vote.
To support this bill. And I want to thank Senator Ball for his steadfast commitment to seeing this bill through over the years. And we've disagreed on this bill. But this bill isn't about local mandates. This isn't about giving our local governments additional responsibilities or costing taxpayers money. This bill is about fairness. And so this bill is about the commitment that we make to homeowners or to property owners when they decide to buy a piece of property. And they buy that piece of property knowing that there exists a zoning code with that community and that they're going to be able to build something on there. And they purchased the property and they paid for it knowing that they can build something on it. And if they buy it with those conditions and then they go ahead and put in a building permit, the local community shouldn't be able to change their minds and deprive that homeowner of the ability to realize what they purchased, essentially taking away their property rights from them. This bill would protect that. So by taking out a permit, by doing an extension, and let's do it in a residential setting, buying a house for your family, deciding that you want to put up a house with a certain amount of square feet. If the local community, if the zoning board then issues a moratorium, changes the rules on you, you can no longer build the house that you wanted to for your family. How is that fair? This bill would prevent that from happening. I want to thank Senator Ball for bringing it to the floor. I want to thank Senator Ball for bringing equity back into this discussion. And let's not confuse things, ladies and gentlemen. This is about fairness. It isn't about mandate relief. It isn't about protecting homeowners and communities. This is about protecting property rights, pure and simple. People who buy property should be protected in that which they buy. I'll vote yes. Thank you.
Senator Martins will be recorded in the affirmative. Announce the results.
Commission to calendar 1559. Those recorded in the negative are Senators Addabbo, Breslin, DeLon, Gianaris, Gibson, Hoylman, Kennedy, Kruger, O'Brien, Parker, Peralta, Perkins, Rivera, Sanders, Serrano, Squadron, Stavisky, Stewart Cousins, and Katchik. Ayes 39, nays 19.
Senator Ball to explain his vote.
Well, first I want to thank Senator Gibson for voting no, because it's another vote that just shows a clear difference between one side of the chamber that actually cares about taking care of working families, seniors, small business owners, and making sure that another 2 million people don't leave this state, and a senator that's so ultra-left and out of touch with not only the hardworking people in the state, but his district, that he just can't help himself but vote to the extreme knee-jerk left. You know, I was in Texas recently, imagine that, on an economic development tour, and it's amazing which way people are going. 2 million people have left this state for places like South Carolina, Texas, North Carolina, and it's not for the pizza and the bagels or the steaks. The pizza sucks, the bagels suck, and the steaks suck. They're going there because they can't afford to live here anymore. I had a meeting with the mayor, who's a Democrat, pretty liberal Democrat, a place called Austin, pretty liberal place. And you know what he told me? I said, you know what, it's interesting because there's this endangered species we have in New York called a crane. They're all over Austin. They're not flying, they're building, creating jobs, union jobs. There are dozens of cranes in Austin and in Texas. In Austin, a city run by Democrats, employing tens of thousands of people because they understand the government needs to get the hell out of the way and let business owners do what they do best, which is create jobs and allow people to enjoy the American dream. Senator Gibson, by voting no on this, you possibly have cost thousands of jobs in your own district and throughout the Hudson Valley. All this says is we're going to have a fair playing
Senator
field.
Gianaris, why do you rise?
So keep voting no. and thank God
Senator
you-
Ball, Senator Gianaris has the floor. Why do you rise, Senator Gianaris?
Point of order, can I please ask the presiding president to inform Mr. Ball that we do not directly address or personally attack members of this chamber during debate. I know he's leaving and he's trying to get his last licks in. He loves Texas
Senator-
apparently, so he's more than
Senator
welcome to
Gianaris,
take a one-way
Senator
trip if he'd like
Gianaris.
to. But please don't attack the members of this chamber while making his point.
Senator Gianaris, I want order in the House. Senator Gianaris, your point is well taken. We will not talk about any individual in the chamber. However, the member has the discretion on an explanation of vote to go within a purview that is allowable. So, Senator Ball, you complete. You vote in the affirmative. Senator Ball votes in the affirmative. Senator O'Brien, to explain your vote.
Mr. President, to explain my vote. This is really an issue about who should make the decisions on local planning and building type permits. Should it be the state legislature or should it be local officials? So for an illustration, we look at the residential property. Let's say that a building permit application is made. Should a zoning board be bound at the time an application is made, not or during the course of the approval process? If, for example, you decide to make an application in a neighborhood of all 1- and 2-story houses to add a third story to a house. Maybe that's not something anticipated by your code. This would allow the local officials to decide maybe we should have height restrictions. Maybe we should, there's larger issues at play here than just this particular application. This is really a question about who's going to make those decisions, the state legislature or local officials on permit and building and zoning issues. I believe that it should be the local people making those decisions. I vote no.
Brian, to be recorded in the negative, announce the results.
Ayes 39, nays 19.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1561 by Senator Marchone, Senate Print 6679A, enacting amending executive law.
Read the last section.
Section 2 of the statute take effect immediately.
Call roll.
Addabbo, DeFrancisco, Klein, Libet, Skelos, Stewart, Cousins, Zeldin. Ayes 58.
Bill is passed.
Calendar number 1562 by Senator Marchone, Senate Print 6680A, enacting amending executive law.
Last section.
Section 2 of the statute take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, DeFrancisco, Klein, Libet, Skelos, Stewart, Cousins, Zeldin. Ayes 58.
Bill is passed.
Calendar number 1568 by Senator Lanza, Senate Print 7554A, enactment of the public housing law.
Last section.
Section 2 of the statute take effect on the 90th day.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, DeFrancisco, Klein, Libet, Skelos, Stewart, Cousins, Zeldin.
Senator Stavisky to explain her vote.
My vote, Mr. President. This bill would simply require the New York City Housing Authority to set up a meeting with a senior citizen before they evict them. I vote aye, but I have legislation which goes a little bit further, which would restrict the evictions. For example, I have a 90-year-old constituent in Pominock, which is a New York City Housing Authority complex, and they are trying to evict him. He has a larger apartment. They want him to go into a smaller apartment, and they're willing to pay him a large amount of $250 in moving costs. Setting up a meeting is fine, but we've got to go a little further. I do support this legislation, but let us hope next year we revisit this issue to encourage the Housing Authority to be a little more sensitive to people who have been living in their homes for, in some cases, 50 years. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Stavisky to be recorded in the affirmative. Announce the results.
Ayes 58.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1569 by Member of the Assembly Heastie, Assembly Print 9834, enactment Chapter 746 of the laws of 1988.
There's a home rule message at the desk. Secretary will read the last section.
Section 2 of the statute take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, DeFrancisco, Klein, Libet, Skelos, Stewart, Cousins, Zeldin. Relation to calendar 1569, those recorded in the negative are Senators DeFrancisco, Felder, Ranzenhofer, and Zeldin. Ayes 54, nays 4.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1573 by the Assembly Committee on Rules, Assembly Print 10128, enact amend the penal law.
Last section.
Section 2 of the statute take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, DeFrancisco, Klein, Libet, Skelos, Stewart, Cousins, Zeldin.
Senator Kruger to explain her vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm voting no today on the variation of exactly the same issue I rose and spoke about. Maybe it was yesterday, maybe it was 100 days ago. I get confused. This is a bill to establish a new definition of aggravated harassment in the second degree in law in New York State after a court decision determined that our current statute was not constitutional. I continue to believe, as I did yesterday, that this version as well is not constitutional in that it is going too far and is too broad in interpreting speech as a criminal activity under certain circumstances, that it is a constitutional violation of the First Amendment. I do understand we need to correct our statute since the current one has been thrown out. I even understand that this may be the three-way agreed upon version. I still believe it is unacceptable, goes too far in putting the potential for speech and thought under criminal law. And I do believe that at a later date we will find, if this is chaptered, that is also found unconstitutional. I'll be voting no. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Kruger to be recorded in the negative. Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1573, those recorded in the negative are Senators Gianaris, Hoylman, Kruger, Parker, Perkins, Rivera, Sampson, Sanders, Serrano, and Squadron. Ayes 48, nays 10.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1575 by Senator Lanza, Senate Print 7887, enact amend the highway law.
We skipped a bill. We're going to return back to 1574, calendar 1574.
Calendar number 1574 by the Assembly Committee on Rules, Assembly Print 10139, enact amend the Family Court Act.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adavo, D. Francisco, Klein, Libous, Skelos, Stewart, Cousins, Zeldin.
Senator Bonasek to explain his vote. Again, I'm going to ask for some quiet in the chamber so we can allow the members to be heard. Senator Bonasek.
Thank you, Mr. President. Previous to our budget, the amount of cases that were before the family court was about 700,000 cases a year, and we had 153 family court judges. The last family court judge in New York City was 1991. The last family court judge outside New York City, 2005. And thanks to all my colleagues in this chamber and in the Assembly chamber, you had the vision to create 20 more family court judges with an appropriation of $5 million this year. And just for the record, I just want to recite where they're going for the members who might not know. 9 in New York City: Albany, Broome, Chautauqua, Franklin, Nassau, Oneida, Oswego, Schenectady, Suffolk, Ulster, and Westchester. Now, what we did with this legislation, because of the delay in the petition process, these judges, whoever's going to run for these offices in those 20 counties, will have to go get their petitions. We pushed the date back and we compressed the amount of petitions. So from July 11th to July 24th will be the petition process for these judges. In addition, for a county of a population of 250,000 or more, they have to get 700 signatures. For those of a county with less of 250, 350 signatures. And any county with a population of less than 25,000, 75 signatures. In addition, under this legislation, we created 5 more family court judges other than the 20 where we appropriated the $5 million, but we don't have the funding for that. That funding will take place in next year's budget, 2015, 2016. And those 5 counties are as follows: Delaware, Monroe, Erie, Dutchess, and Warren. I want to thank some people who did really great work in getting this resolved. First of all, our majority counsel, Beth Garvey, the counsel for Assemblywoman Weinstein, Nadia Garib, and our own counsel, Jessica Cherry. Thank you, Mr. President. I vote aye.
Senator Bonasek to be recorded in the affirmative. Senator Little to explain her vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to stand and acknowledge all of those who worked so hard on this bill, especially Senator Bonasek. As you know, the 20 judges that were recommended by the Office of Court Administration, none of them were north of Albany. And yet we had a tremendous need in the North Country. And as a result of the work that took place and Senator Bonasek's efforts as well as staff people, we will now have a family court judge this year in Franklin County. And let me tell you a little bit about Franklin County. They do not have a family court judge. The judge there is the county judge, the surrogate court judge, and the family court judge. And when there is a delay in family court and when there are too many cases for a judge to handle, we know that very often it's children who suffer because many of the issues that go before the family court judge have a tremendous effect on the lives of young people and the lives of children. Warren County will get a judgeship next year, and way back when they had 39 judges several years ago, they were listed as being in need of a judge. So I'm very, very pleased to be able to secure and have everyone agree to vote for this bill. It will help the North Country, and particularly it will help the two of the 6 counties I represent, Warren and Franklin. Thank you very much. I vote
Senator
aye.
Little to be recorded in the affirmative. Senator Farley to explain his vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to thank Senator Bonasek and everybody that worked on this, because everyone in this chamber should know that the family court is one of the most challenging judicial posts that there is. It's a very, very difficult job. And within Schenectady, which has been always on both sides of the aisle, that judgeship is truly needed. It's greatly needed, and as the person who represents that county, I'm very, very grateful that Schenectady is included in that, because it is desperately needed, and they do a great job. And the family court is a very, very important court, and one, as I said, a very challenging court. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Farley to be recorded in the affirmative. Announce the results. Senator Savino to explain her vote.
Mr. President, I want to rise and thank Senator Bonasek for shepherding this bill through. We've been talking about increasing the number of family court judges for several years now. A few years ago, the Chief Judge of the state, Judge Kaye, put forward a proposal to this body that we increase the number of family court judges by 39. We've not quite gotten there yet, but 20 is definitely a tremendous start. And I want to make a few points about some of the people who helped bring us where we are. Jan Fink, who had led this effort with Gail Prudenti, of course, Senator Bonasek in the Judiciary Committee, and everyone who advocated for improving services for children and families in the city of New York. My colleague, Senator Felder, the new chair of Children and Families. I've shared many times that I started my career as a caseworker in the city's child welfare system. Back in the early 1990s, our family courts were drastically overcrowded, and the facilities were horrific. We've kind of come forward a bit in New York City, although I think we're already outgrowing our new courthouses. But there is one thing that we know. When you have a shortage of judges, you have a shortage of services for families, particularly kids who have been separated from their parents pursuant to abuse and neglect petitions. When you don't have enough judges to hear cases, children linger in foster care longer than they have to. So by providing more judges and hopefully more courtrooms, we are going to be making sure that we provide the right decisions for families, reunify them when it's necessary, and move the children through the system certainly more efficiently. So thank you, Senator Bonasek, and I vote aye.
Senator Savino to be recorded in the affirmative. Senator Hassel-Thompson to explain her vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. I, too, would like to join my colleagues in supporting of this bill, particularly because I know for the city of Mount Vernon, we have 3.5 judges, and many times our county court calls upon those judges to sit in the county in order to serve our family courts. We have put a tremendous amount of burden and responsibility on family courts as we pass legislative initiatives here today. And we have not accommodated anywhere near the numbers of judges on the family bench as we should. I pushed for 25. I was very pleased to get 20 in this budget, but I think we need to continue to push because there are many communities in upstate New York as well as outside of New York City that continue to need additional members of the bench who are specifically designed to work with families around family issues. And as we look at Raise the Age and some of the other legislative initiatives that we hope to do, we will need more and more of the support of the family court. So thank you, Mr. President, for the opportunity to vote yes on this bill.
Senator Hassel-Thompson to be recorded in the affirmative. Is there any other senator wishing to explain their vote? Secretary will announce the results.
Ayes 57, nays 1. Senator Ball recorded in the negative.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1575 by Senator Lanza, Senate Print 7887, act to amend the highway law.
Last section.
Section 7, this act should take effect immediately.
Call roll.
Adabo, D. Francisco, Klein, Libet, Skelos, Stewart, Cousins, Zeldin. Ayes 58.
Bills passed.
Calendar number 1582 by the Assembly Committee on Rules, Assembly Print 10,093A, enact amend the Economic Development Law.
Last section.
Section 2 of this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, D. Francisco, Klein, Libous, Skelos, Stewart, Cousins, Zeldin. Ayes 57, nays 1. Senator Ball recorded in the negative.
Bill is passed.
Calendar number 1587 by the Assembly Committee on Rules, Assembly Print 10138, enact amend the Labor Law.
Last section.
Section 2 of this act shall take effect in the same date and same manner as Chapter of the Laws of 2014.
Call the roll.
Adabo, D. Francisco, Klein, Libous, Skelos, Stewart, Cousins, Zeldin. Ayes 58.
Bill is passed.
Calendar number 1588 by the Assembly Committee on Rules, Assembly Print 10135, enact amend Part H of Chapter 1 of the Laws of 2003.
Bill will be laid aside temporarily. Secretary will continue with calendar number 1589.
Calendar number 1589 by the member of the Assembly Gunther, Assembly Print 9733A, enact amend the Corrections Law.
Last section.
Section 2 of this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, D. Francisco, Klein, Libous, Skelos, Stewart, Cousins, Zeldin. Ayes 58.
Bills passed.
Calendar number 1590 by the Assembly Committee on Rules, Assembly Print 10140, enact amend the Insurance Law.
Last section.
Section 4 of this act shall take effect in the same date and same manner as Chapter of the Laws of 2014.
Call the roll.
Adabo, D. Francisco, Klein, Libous, Skelos, Stewart, Cousins, Zeldin. Ayes 58.
Bills passed.
Calendar number 1591 by Senator Young, Senate Print 7898, enact amend the Corrections Law.
Last section.
Section 4 of this act to take effect on the 60th day.
Call the roll.
Adabo, D. Francisco, Klein, Libous, Skelos, Stewart, Cousins, Zeldin. Ayes 58.
Bills passed.
Calendar number 1606 by Senator Adabo, Senate Print 5944B, enact amend the Tax Law.
Last section.
Section 2 of this act should take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, D. Francisco, Klein, Libous, Skelos, Stewart, Cousins, Zeldin. Ayes 57, nays 1. Senator Little recorded in the negative.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1659 by the member of the Assembly Godfrey, the Assembly Print 6357E, enact amend the Public Health Law.
Bill is laid aside. Senator Livs, would you like to return now to calendar number 1588, which was a temporary lay aside?
That's what I was thinking, Mr. President.
Calendar number 1588 is before the House. Secretary will read.
Calendar number 1588 by the Assembly Committee on Rules, Assembly Print 10135, enact amend Part H of Chapter 1 of the Laws of 2003.
Read the last section.
Section 2 of this act should take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, D. Francisco, Klein, Libous, Skelos, Stewart, Cousins, Zeldin.
Senator Kruger to explain her vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I've been waiting years for this legislature to finally fix a broken system, the brownfields reimbursement and cleanup program with tax credits attached. We're not doing it again. We're doing an extender. There is a little good news. There's $100 million included in this bill to help fill our gap in Superfund funding, and I'm very glad to see that. But in exchange for that, we end up with a straight extender on brownfields legislation. Why should we care? Right now, it's estimated the state of New York faces a $3.3 billion liability. Again, $3.3 billion with a B liability based on the previous law that we are neither fixing, ending, simply extending. We could almost pay for the Tappan Zee Bridge with that money, and we haven't figured out how we're going to pay for that bridge other than a proposal to raid environmental funds to do so. There are projects that have moved forward where they are entitled to these funds under the old law and will continue to try to claim under extenders they have the right to even more of these funds. Projects that are publicly stated to have been going forward whether or not public money was invested in them through tax credits. The Ritz-Carlton in White Plains, the Rensselaer Power Plant. It's a fairly extensive list. Projects in my own district which interestingly is neither a low-income or dangerous from a brownfields perspective part of the state of New York. The research shows that almost 60% of the projects that have claimed tax credits are located in areas with unemployment levels of less than 10%, and 60% of the projects are in areas that have less than 20% poverty rate among families. Why does that matter? Because when we set up the Brownfields program, we said we were going to design a program that would assure use of underutilized land and creation of economic activity in areas where people were poor, where people were unemployed, in fact, where people were of color. And in fact, the results after years of this program being in operation is just the opposite. We had another year, another chance to get it right. I just don't understand why we can't do the right thing, even as we move along too often doing the wrong thing or nothing. We know what the answers are. We simply refuse to sit down and negotiate the right answer for brownfields, and it's very disturbing that yet again, this is what we're doing. I vote no, Mr. President.
Senator Kruger to be recorded in the negative. Senator Laval to explain his vote.
No, I'll follow Senator Grisanti.
Okay. Senator Gianaris to explain his vote. No. No. Senator O'Brien to explain his vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. As Senator Kruger indicated, this bill does provide a short-term extension of the Brownfield Cleanup Program, which does need to be done, and I intend to support an extension. But we also have to be cognizant of the fact that the state comptroller has concerns, the Governor's Tax Commission has concerns, and environmental groups have all concluded that the program as it exists has been wasteful by not targeting the focus of brownfield cleanup on projects that need public subsidies to go forward. Even the DEC does not support the idea of a straight extender with no reform on how project money is allocated. I think it's necessary to extend the program, but we need to use the time extension to craft better legislation, and I look forward to being part of that effort. Mr. President, I vote aye.
Senator O'Brien to be recorded in the affirmative. Senator Kennedy to explain his vote.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. First of all, I want to thank the bill sponsor for bringing this important legislation to a vote today. This legislation is imperative that we move forward with the Brownfield Redevelopment Program. There's an added bonus of the Superfund financing. This is an extender, and while this isn't perfect, this allows the program to continue to the level that we need it. And in areas like my district in Buffalo and Western New York, the city of Buffalo, the town of Cheektowaga, the city of Lackawanna, I believe my district has more brownfields than any other district in the state. And because of the Brownfield Cleanup Program, it's enabled our community to establish new swaths of land that are ripe for redevelopment, that companies and corporations are actually moving into Western New York for the first time in generations to establish their corporations, to bring jobs by the thousands. And it's because of the Brownfield Cleanup Program and the successes and the positive decisions that have been made in this chamber and in the Assembly in the past that allow this program to exist. And with that said, Mr. President, I vote aye. I ask my colleagues to join in this vote as well. Thank you.
Senator Kennedy be recorded in the affirmative. Senator Latimer to explain his vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. In a football game, you get 4 downs to make 10 yards. But if you don't make 10 yards after 3 downs, you get to your 4th down, you can't risk it. So you punt. And that's what this bill is. This is a punt. We have not been able to accomplish the 1st down, and we don't have the opportunity to risk not leaving session without having some version of an extension to get us through next year. The most important element of this bill needs to be negotiated in the budget because it is a budgetary issue of some significant importance. And we've talked about the impact to economic development as well as the importance to the environment. So I rise to support this bill because it's the 4th down and we have no choice. We can't turn the ball over in our end. But I would suspect that there is plenty of opportunity before we get to one day after the sessions close, a year from now, whether I'm sitting in this chair or not, that we negotiate a three-way deal on Brownsfields, that it takes into account the needs of the environmental community, the development community. We get a predictable program that people know what can be funded and what can be done. And next year at this time, we don't find ourselves having to punt again. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Latimer to be recorded in the affirmative. Senator Grisanti to explain his vote.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I don't consider this a punt. I actually consider this a field goal because if you put points on the board, sometimes you win at that game as well. So I don't consider this a punt at all. And Senator Krueger is absolutely right. We've been trying for years to try to get a three-way agreement. My office, our Senate conference, has been battling for years to try to get a three-way agreement. What's unfortunate is in one house, you have part of that agreement that takes out certain parts of the state. In another part of the house, you have agreements that take out other parts of the state. So what does that leave you? It leaves everybody not on the same page. But let me tell you the positives with the Brownfield Cleanup Program that, in my opinion, has been one of the state's leading remediation and sustainable economic development program that we have right now. It's made hundreds of cleanups possible across the state, reducing blight and restoring properties to the tax rolls. That's one of the main objectives. Leveraged over $7 billion in private dollars for cleanup, 20,000 jobs, and at least 40,000 construction jobs. I don't know any other program that's doing it at this point in time. For every dollar of state credit invested, there's over $3 in taxes gained. For every dollar of state credit also given, you have $7 of private money that's matched into smart growth, smart economics. Yes, it has its problems, but it is still working. Now, this year we're facing a sunset in 2015. For those of you who want to have it sunset, go ahead and vote no and watch the economic blight. This bill extends the sunset, allows the program to continue, provide the necessary incentives to get the brownfields cleaned up and redeveloped. It takes over a 3-year average to get into this site. So now we have organizations that are in this site right now that have expired in 15, they're going to get shut out. And you can't get anybody new into the program because the time period is too short because it takes at least 3 years to remediate. Provides over $300 million in new bonding for the state Superfund. It was mentioned that's for hazardous waste cleanup. Anybody else have legislation dealing with hazardous waste cleanup? No. I've pushed for measures to reform and extend the Brownfield program since I took office. We are going to have hearings on this matter coming up probably in the fall. But I can tell you that if this program were to expire, if this happens, it would be devastating for communities statewide, resulting in huge job loss both upstate and downstate. And as I said before, the Senate, the Assembly, the governor's office, we were close on certain issues. Unfortunately, things then blow up. We need to get together. Work remains to be done. But this legislation, I urge you to all to vote aye on. And I call on the Assembly and the governor to continue with those discussions that we had with our legislation that actually protected the entire state, not piecemealing and alienating one part of the state over the other. Our legislation that I feel in our Senate conference benefited the entire state. And that's what I'm going to be pushing for, and that's what we'll be having hearings on. I vote aye. We cannot let this expire. I urge my colleagues to vote aye as well. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Grisanti to be recorded in the affirmative. Senator Lavelle to explain his vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I rise to support this legislation, and I know that Senator Grisanti worked very, very hard. And I almost thought at one point that we were going to have a Brownfields bill. I like your spirit, Senator Grisanti. Your cup is half full, your grit. And I'm very heartened to see members from all over the state saying that the time has come to get a bill that works. I can remember years when Senator Marcelino was chairman of the Incon Committee, and probably his greatest frustration was coming to, as Senator Latimer said, very close to putting it over the goal line and being pushed back and having great frustration. The members have talked about all the great sense that a brownfields bill can mean. For me in my area, it can make a difference in electric rates by repowering a plant in Port Jefferson, or the other plants that would be repowered. And so there are various good reasons for why a bill should be done. And I cannot understand why this legislature walks away like Linus with his blanket and says, we fell short. This has to be done in the budget in 2015. I vote aye.
Senator Lavelle to be recorded in the affirmative. Announced to Senator Marcelino to explain his vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. I listened to the debate with some interest. I wrote and carried the initial brownfields bill. The state controller, the current state controller, Tom DiNapoli, was then chair of the ENCON committee in the Assembly. We worked together with Governor Pataki at the time to forge legislation to clean up blighted areas of our state. We remember Love Canal. We remember the devastation. We all live in neighborhoods where you have that gas station on the corner, which is full of graffiti, and it's an ugly eyesore, and it spreads like a cancer throughout the community. It ruins the neighborhood. Nobody wants to have a business next to it. Nobody wants to live near it. So communities are devastated when this doesn't work. So we developed a program. At one time, I carried 5 different brownfields bills from 5 different organizations to work to put this thing together. It has been very successful in this state, and we've modified it more than once to tweak it and fix it when we found some problems. We created the BOAs, the Brownfield Opportunity Areas, to give communities input as to what goes on and where the development would take place and what sites would be cleaned up and how they would be cleaned up. They had input. I resent people who say communities are cut out, that no one has input. It's a failure. Where the hell were you? Most of you who were talking weren't even in the Senate at the time. Were you reading history books? Read another book. I suggest Dr. Seuss. This program cannot be allowed to fail. This program cannot be allowed to go by the wayside. It is an economic engine. It is opportunity. It creates jobs. It puts businesses, it puts open sites back on the payroll, back on the tax rolls. It cleans up communities. It gives them a future. It gives people an opportunity to feed their families and live in good, clean areas with good, clean water, open space, and clean air. I'm proud of what we did then. I'm proud of what's being done now. We could do more. Could we improve this program? Absolutely. Let's do it. Let's stop talking about it. Let's stop playing one neighborhood, one community, one part of the state against another, one political party against another political party for political gains. This is for people's lives. And I resent people who put it on anything else but that. This makes people's lives better. Mr. President, I'm proud to vote aye, and I hope everyone will join us in an aye vote on this very important piece of legislation.
Senator Marcelino to be recorded in the affirmative. Announce the results.
Ayes 58, nays 1. Senator Krueger recorded in the negative.
Bill's passed. That completes the non-controversial reading of the Senate calendar of the day. Senator Libous. Can I have some order in the House?
Mr. President, we'll, in a minute, do the controversial reading, but we're not ready this second.
I'll have the Secretary ring the bell.
Could we have the controversial reading of the calendar, please?
We will have the controversial reading of the calendar. The secretary will read.
Calendar number 1659, by memory of the Assembly Godfrey, the Assembly Print 6357E, enact amend the public health law.
Is there a
There is a message of necessity from the governor on the desk.
I move to accept the message.
All in favor of accepting the message of necessity of the governor signify by saying aye. Opposed, the message is accepted and the bill is before the House. Senator Savino.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill would create a new Title 5A in Article 33 of the Public Health Law, allowing for the sale, manufacture, and use of medical marijuana for patients that would be certified by the Department of Health, by the Commissioner of Health, upon the recommendation of their treating physician for a severe, serious, debilitating, life-threatening condition. Those conditions are set out in the statute, and they also allow for the Commissioner of Health to expand them, particularly some within the first 18 months based upon the science and the medicine. It would allow for the licensing of up to 5 registered organizations that would be the manufacturer of medical marijuana. The forms of that medical marijuana would be determined by the Commissioner of Health. It expressly prohibits the sale of a smokable form of marijuana, but allows for the development, the manufacture, and the distribution of all other forms, including infusibles, including vaporizable products, including edibles, and any other form that the Commissioner would so determine. It creates the process of developing what's called a seed-to-sale vertically integrated model, which would lead to the most tightly controlled, highly regulated system that we here in New York State would demand no less from. It goes on also to amend tax law, Article 20B, to create an excise tax that would produce up to 7% of gross receipts tax. It would establish a medical marijuana trust fund, where 50% of the money coming in from the excise tax would go to the state of New York, 22.5% of the money would go to counties where a registered organization is in existence, 22.5% would go to the counties where they have dispensaries. There can be up to 20 dispensaries attached to those 5 registered organizations. 5% of the excise tax would go to OASIS, 5% would go to DCJS. We would create a new e-felony for doctors abusing this system. There is a 7-year sunset on this in the event that we want to re-examine the program, as we do on so many other things. There are so many things that sunset in this House and in this legislature, so I have a prediction that we will be renewing this every year. In this bill as well, we have a very clear position with respect to labor peace. We find that New York State has a significant and ongoing economic and non-regulatory interest in the financial viability of organizations that sell marijuana for medical use. We find that that financial viability would be greatly diminished and threatened by labor management disruptions and conflicts, such as a strike at that facility that would cultivate marijuana, especially because of the need for enhanced security concerning these products. Replacements during a strike would be difficult to arrange and cause delay, far more significant than a strike anywhere else. And so therefore we find that the state has a substantial and compelling proprietary interest in this matter, and find that labor peace is essential for any organization to conduct business relating to the sale of marijuana. We also find that the Governor and the Commissioner of Health and the Superintendent of Police have a strong and compelling interest in making sure that this program is run with a considerable degree of security, and as a result of that, the Commissioner and the Superintendent of Health, Superintendent of Police, have the ability to make a recommendation to the Governor to suspend the program if he believes, he or they believe that there is a substantial risk to public health. Thank you, Mr. President. I'll take any questions now.
Senator DeFrancisco.
Yes, first, I'd like to say that I'm very, very pleased that the leadership of this House determined that we would be discussing this bill at 11:45 in the morning so that it could be fully discussed, so people know actually what's in the bill and people know what's good about it, what's bad about it. I know last night there were many, many advocates here waiting for the result of this particular legislation. They're back today. They look much fresher today than they did last night. And they can listen to the debate and see what bill they're really supporting or not supporting. And so I'm very pleased about that. I also want to congratulate Senator Savino. It was mentioned earlier by Senator Laval that Grisanti was, I think, like a bulldog or words to that effect. Well, I think Senator Savino has shown that same spirit and tenacity to get a bill done. It's not the bill she wanted or was promoting in the beginning of the year, but it's a bill that most likely today is going to pass. That would be my guess, judging from comments made by several people. Secondly, there is no one that doesn't understand the people who are promoting this bill for their own health or for their loved one's health and the like. And I told many people many times that I wanted to think this thing through, and I wanted to ask questions, make sure what the final bill is. First, I can say with respect to the final bill, it's light years better than the initial bill because there's much more control and there's much more supervision and there's an ability to restart in the event that the first start didn't work right or there were problems with it. So what I'd like to do next is to ask just a few questions of Senator Savino and make comments about my logic behind my vote today. Would you yield, Senator Savino?
Certainly, Senator DeFrancisco.
Senator Savino yields. Senator DeFrancisco.
Senator Savino, I know this bill was tightened up substantially by limiting the number of conditions that would be eligible to get a marijuana card or identification card and get the treatment. But there's one here that I think could be extremely broad and could qualify most people that have back pain to be able to get a card. And it's the one concerning the back condition. Are you familiar with that provision?
Senator DeFrancisco, through you, Mr. President, assuming that you're referring to the condition that is listed in under serious conditions, meaning, among others, damage to the nervous tissue of the spinal cord with objective neurological indication of intractable spasticity.
Okay, now it's easy for you to say. But seriously, if a doctor diagnoses this condition, he could or she could prescribe medical marijuana, correct?
Through you, Mr. President, if a patient has been diagnosed with this condition and is under the treatment of a physician who is trained to treat a person with that condition, he or she could be recommended to be a medical marijuana patient under this statute.
Okay, and
Senator DeFrancisco, would you like Senator Savino to continue to yield?
yes, please.
Senator Savino, do you continue to yield?
Yes, Mr.
Now, as far as a physician that's going to be treating the individual, are there physicians that are out there that can determine the proper dosage of whatever form of marijuana is being prescribed?
Through you, Mr. President, under the bill that we are considering today, prior to a physician who would be a treating physician qualified to treat a patient with one of the underlying qualifying conditions, prior to their ability to prescribe medical marijuana for a patient, they would have to attend a training course in the prescribing of medical marijuana for patients approved by the State Commissioner of Health before they can begin to do that, so that they could familiarize themselves with the practice of prescribing medical marijuana. Because as you know, Senator DeFrancisco, there are no pharmaceutical reps coming in to train doctors on this. So we feel very strongly that prior to doctors starting, they must obtain that training.
Will the senator continue to yield?
Yes.
Senator Savino yields.
And that training, is it 2 hours?
The statute says it could be 2 to 4 hours, but it could be longer. It's up to the commissioner to determine the training protocol, which could also be potentially eligible for CME
All right, would you
credits.
continue to yield, please?
Yes.
Senator Savino yields.
And who determines the standards for, you mentioned a pharmaceutical company. Pharmaceutical company, they provide a prescription, and I assume they also provide information that would help the doctor provide the appropriate dosage. Now, who's going to determine, you know, what are the proper dosage for certain conditions and the like?
The Commissioner of Health will determine what the appropriate dosages are. That information will be shared with the physicians in their training process, and when the product is dispensed, it will also be similar to when you get prescription drugs in a pharmacy. There will be an insert provided to the patient to explain the use and the dosing. It will also be on their packaging.
Would you continue to yield?
Senator Savino yields.
Yes.
And is it fair to say that at this moment in history, the health commissioner has no clue what the proper dosages are for different conditions?
Well, I'm not sure if I would say it's fair, because I'm not quite sure what's in his mind. He does have, however, 18 months from the date of the enactment to begin the process of adopting regulations for the implementation of this. I would assume if Dr. Zucker, who's a learned physician, has questions about it, he will take it upon himself to be fully versed in it before he issues regulations with respect to dosage.
Would you continue to yield?
Yes.
Senator Savino yields.
Now, do you realize that the health commissioner has taken 3 years to figure out fracking, correct? 4 years. Do you think 18 months is enough?
With all due respect, Senator DeFrancisco, that was a different health commissioner. So I'm going to hope that this health commissioner is a little bit more expeditious than the previous one.
All right, but on a serious note, this whole system is obviously very employee intensive. And the health department in many areas has a difficult time in view of the lack of staff. Is there anything in this bill that provides additional staff to implement all of these new regulations, to supervise all of the doctors, to make sure that the training's proper and the like?
Through you, Mr. President, there are no additional resources in this bill. However, there is expected to be significant resources derived from the initial application process of the potential registry organizations and the license fees. The Commissioner and the Governor's office feel that they can accomplish the initial phase within 18 months. They do, though, however, under the bill, have the right to extend that initial process if need be, if they feel the system is not up and running. Then it's up to the legislature to make sure that they abide by the timelines that are in the statute.
Thank you. A couple other questions. Senator Savino, would you yield?
Yes.
Senator Savino yields.
And when can companies start applying to become one of these manufacturers, distributors, and the like?
Through you, Mr. President, again, that's up to the Commissioner of Health as soon as they promulgate the rules and regulations for the license application process.
Okay. Thank you. Now, I understand in the bill, the Commissioner also will determine the price of the whatever form of marijuana it may be. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. President, yes.
And that's one price?
Through you, Mr. President, it's not exactly sure because the way you develop the price, there's several different formularies that they could adopt. One of the things is to look at what the street value of the unauthorized or unregistered product, which would be is essentially the black market price, which could be shared with us through the state police. Then there's a few different methods that they could use. You want to make sure that the product is not that much more expensive than the street value to avoid the potential that people will just go out and buy it on the black market.
Will the Senator continue to yield?
Yes.
Senator Savino yields.
And the cost, excuse me, is what you just mentioned about the methodologies to set price, is that anywhere in the bill?
Through you, Mr. President, it says in the bill that the price will be decided by the Commissioner. The formulary that he uses will be determined in the regulations.
Will you continue to yield?
Yes.
Senator Savino yields.
And so there's no guidance in the bill as to how he'll set the price?
Through you, Mr. President, no.
Okay. May I ask her another question, please?
Savino yields.
Yes.
Now, it's clear in the bill, is it not, that this medicine the marijuana is not to be reimbursed by health insurance, is that correct?
Through you, Mr. President, yes, correct.
And knowing your concern for the poor throughout your tenure here, doesn't that help, doesn't this bill help the 1% and not the 99%?
Through you, Mr. President, people suffer at all economic levels in our society from the diseases that will be covered by this bill. Certainly, we have a concern about making sure that people will be able to afford the product. In that, we will be, I'm sure, aided by the Commissioner of Health to develop a product price that is attainable for people. Many of the license holders will also be involved in that. It happens in other states, and shockingly, they have poor people in Colorado and Connecticut. And it's generally the registered organizations that help develop that. But one thing is true. As people become medical marijuana patients and begin to use it regularly to deal with the symptoms of their diseases, they become less reliant on the very expensive pharmaceutical drugs that they're taking, eliminating the co-pays. So sometimes their out-of-pocket expenses are offset by no longer having to pay those very expensive co-pays for those drugs.
Would Senator Savino continue to yield?
Yes, Mr. President.
Senator Savino yields.
And this type of treatment is not covered by either Medicare or Medicaid, is it?
No. No insurance carrier or company will pay for it.
Okay.
In any state.
Okay, all right. Now, with respect to those who are going to manufacture and distribute and the like, I read in the bill that the individuals who are doing that and their employees cannot have been convicted of the possession or sale, or felony possession or sale of drugs, narcotics, or controlled substances, correct?
Correct.
All right, what about other felonies?
There's no ban on other felons.
So,
However, registered organization applicants will have to submit through the licensing process. They will have to attest to their good moral character and divulge any criminal backgrounds, but the permanent ban only applies to those with felony drug convictions.
Would Senator Savino continue to yield?
Yes.
Individuals who have been convicted of being involved in a criminal enterprise or a racketeering or an organization such as that, under the bill, there's no prohibition for them to start a new industry in the state of New York, as long as they have a labor peace agreement.
Through you, Mr. President, if you're asking, is there a ban on anybody else other than felony drug convictions, the answer to that question is no. However, because the Commissioner of Health is yet to develop the rules and regulations to determine who can apply for a license, they can take into consideration an individual's criminal history and determine whether or not they are of good moral character and should be granted a license to distribute, sell, or manufacture medical marijuana.
Now, have there been any potential, would you continue to yield?
Savino yields.
Yes.
Could you, are there any potential manufacturers that you could name presently?
Through you, Mr. President, there are several. There's one here in the chamber, Gaia, which operates in Colorado, and I think they've applied for licensing in Illinois, in Connecticut.
Okay, all right.
Shout out to Gaia in the chamber there.
Now, you do have certain criminal provisions in here concerning diversion of drugs, correct?
Through you, Mr. President, yes.
And would you continue to yield?
Senator Savino yields.
And how do those penalties for diverting drugs compared to the penalties presently for possessing and selling drugs.
Through you, Mr. President, we're creating a new Article 179 in the statute. That was very important to the governor, seeing as we had just recently gone through this focus on prescription drug abuse and how it's led to our over usage of heroin in our society. He felt very strongly that we needed to create a new diversion of medical marijuana in the penal code, and it is directed mostly at potential physicians who would attempt to abuse the system knowingly, not unknowingly. And that would be a doctor who knows that a patient does not qualify under this statute, does not have one of the underlying conditions, and chooses to attempt to defraud the system by providing them with a certification recommendation. That would be a Class E felony under this law. For patients who knowingly violate the statute, it would be a B misdemeanor? A B misdemeanor. In addition, if you were to violate this statute by the unlawful use of marijuana, you would also fall subject to being prosecuted under the Penal Code 221, which is what covers unlawful use of marijuana, which is unlawful under all circumstances except for this law if you are covered by it, and you would also be in violation of public health law, which is also a misdemeanor.
Would the senator continue to yield?
Yes.
Senator Savino yields.
Under the bill, the way I read it, criminal diversion of a medical marijuana in the first degree is also labeled under the bill as a hate crime, correct?
Excuse me one moment.
It's, at least the pages I've got, it's page 23, part of paragraph 5.
Senator DeFrancisco, I think you're referring to the issue of non-discrimination of employees. That would stand so that an employee, let me find, so on page 26 you said?
I'm talking about page 20, I'll get to disability in a minute, but
Right.
page 23, paragraph 5.
One moment, please.
I believe that paragraph talks about the crime, the offenses that are which make a crime a hate crime, and this bill appears to make criminal diversion of medical marijuana in the first degree a hate crime under that law. If you don't know, I'll get off of it. Yeah, I don't know, I may have a different print, but it's
You
paragraph.
may have a different print.
All right, section 10. Or excuse me, section 11. Section 11, and then it goes into 5.
Familiar with that section of the bill.
Okay,
and I
that's
don't
all
see it
right.
in front of me.
It's not an important point. I just was going to try to find out what the rationale was to make this a hate crime. You mentioned disability, and I'm just about done. Is it fair to say under this bill that if you're a card-carrying patient, that you are defined under this bill as to be a person with a disability?
Through you, Mr. President, yes.
All right, and
Senator Savino, you're asking Senator Savino to continue to yield, right, Senator
Please,
DeFrancisco?
yes.
Senator Savino yields.
all right, so if, irrespective of the underlying condition, if I have been given a card through the procedure that you've got listed here, and I am legitimately getting medical marijuana through whatever form, that I could, on that basis alone, that I had the card, can apply for disability benefits.
Disability is, as it applies to the human rights law, to protect an employee from being separated from their employment or from being discriminated against in any other way, solely based on the fact that they are a medical marijuana patient.
Okay, and
Through you, Mr. President, you may be entitled to disability for the disability that you have, but that would be a different discussion.
okay. Now, lastly, going back to where I started at the beginning, with respect to the physician who makes the prescription and I indicated, you read a portion of the bill. I'm a physician. I look at the patient, I do whatever tests, and I'm competent to make this determination. If I find that condition causing severe debilitating back pain, that's the sort of thing. As long as the physician is acting in good faith in that diagnosis, is that fair to say that there's no real oversight, that physician is protected so long as he is acting in good faith and so long as that's his opinion as far as the diagnosis?
Through you, Mr. President, yeah, if the physician is a treating physician, qualified to treat a patient with that underlying condition, and they are acting in good faith when they make the recommendation for a certification to the Department of Health, yes, they would be in compliance with the law.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
On the bill.
Senator DeFrancisco on the bill.
You know, the strategy in moving this bill was absolutely brilliant. How can you vote against a bill entitled Compassionate Care Act? How can you do that? I mean, and then you have people lobby you that are the epitome of people that you should be compassionate about. And to their credit, they worked very, very hard. They worked for a goal that they achieved at least partway from what their original goal was. And I understand from some news reports that Senator Savino, no doubt, and I would be surprised if she wasn't going to keep working on this and advance the bill to a different stage as time goes on. My difficulty is that despite all that, in fact, one senator told me that he was part of the calling group, and by the way, the people that contacted me in person always were respectful. They were always advocating in a very good way, that they were calling because they were calling in favor of the Compassionate Care Act. And this particular senator said, do you know this has to do with legalizing medical marijuana? What do you think of that? Oh, no, I'm not in favor of that. I'm in favor of compassionate care, as I think we all are. My concern is the medical evidence and the medicine behind all of this. And I did a lot of research. Many will disagree with me, no doubt, and the advocates will. However, when I see that the medical society is calling for more testing before they make a determination as to whether there is a basis for marijuana to be determined medicine, I have a tendency to listen to the experts, not necessarily a commissioner of health, not necessarily someone who's got the particular condition that wants the medicine, but the people that really are going to administer the program. I also listen to people who treat addiction. And I've talked to many, and I listen to their opinion. I know most are saying that medical marijuana or marijuana is not addictive. Well, the people that I've talked to say it is. People that I talk to, it's a social type drug that's shared, and of course, there's safeguards under here, but sharing and getting access to concern me as to where else it's going to go. Now, I'll hasten to add, I don't live in a cave. I understand it's readily available on the streets, and I understand that people that want to get access to will get it now. At least this will be regulated. I understand all that. But the message that we're sending, I think, is really the wrong message. If we don't have the medicine behind something called a medicine, if there's risks that more of this material will be around and available to children, if we start an industry, no doubt very, very, very profitable, that industry isn't going to go away. So when the advocates may be concerned that this bill didn't go all the way, if there are manufacturers out there manufacturing, I've got a feeling it's here to stay. And I've also got a feeling that business people, like any other business people, these business people will want to expand their market, want to expand their sales. And we're doing this without the medical evidence, without the testing that the governor was calling for in the beginning of the year, that the medical society is calling for. We're going to do it first and then kind of figure it out as we go along. And this is the wrong message in my mind when yesterday or the day before we passed 11 bills because of this tragic heroin condition. And some say it's not an introductory drug, but at those hearings, there were people who were addicted that indicated their first sign of addiction or their first entry into this was through marijuana. In states that have medical marijuana, 34% of the 12th graders are smoking marijuana. 6% are smoking marijuana on their own prescription. I understand there's no smoking here. There's no question there's no smoking here. The point, however, is that this is step one. I believe, like the medical society apparently believes, and like the addiction specialists that I've talked to believe, I believe you should do the science first before you create a bureaucracy and an industry that is introducing, making it legal. Now, you can tell your kids anything you want to tell them, but if you're legally having medical marijuana, it's not the bad thing anymore. It doesn't have that negative connotation that maybe it does for some kids anyway, that it could be a problem. So, basically what I'm saying, and the reason I'm voting no, some of the provisions of the bill I highlighted out when I asked questions to Senator Savino, so those specific provisions bother me, and I think it's broad enough that any physician that felt compassionate towards a patient can find that back problem. I guarantee they could find that back problem, and they're not going to be hurt by it because it's a legitimate medical opinion that they will be given. And if anybody thinks the Department of Health is going to regulate the patient-client relationship and look into whether this was really the right prescription or not, I think you're not being fair to yourself in your analysis. So, do the science first, do the testing first, and then institute the beginnings of a new industry that is going in the opposite direction of what I thought our message was to be with respect to drug use in the state of New York. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Savino, for your answers.
Senator Hannan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to oppose the bill for a long host of reasons. Chairing the Health Committee, we are faced constantly in the state and this legislature with trying to always come to better health for people, better ways to get that health, a better relief from pain when people are ill or hurt. And so I don't look on this effort mildly, because it's an incredible step for a state legislature, even though others have done it, to start declaring what is a safe drug, how that drug can be administered, even to set up its own labeling, notwithstanding the fact there is no labeling by the FDA. It's the medical model that disturbs me the most, because it tries to make it look like the model that exists in the United States that we have for medicine and for the treatment of medical illness. But it's not. It's not because the steps aren't there. I looked at a lot of the literature as to how a drug gets approved in this nation. looking at the animal testing that has to go on, application setting forth the human test that would have to take place, phase 1 studies for human testing for safety, phase 2 studies for human testing, phase 3 studies for human testing. Now you're up to about 3,000 people. Review of what you've done with the FDA, submission of further plans to do this, review of the pros and cons of the nature of the drug, coming up with a formula as to the label, as to when it may be safe and may not be safe. These are very elaborate processes. Many times they're criticized, but many times people feel they're absolutely necessary for the protection of the people who are patients and for their families. That's what we have as an actual model in the United States. For us to try to imitate that, I feel no matter how close you get, you're just not going to get there. Certainly, this proposal here is better than it was at the beginning of the year and far better than it was in years past, but it still does not achieve getting there. It talks about having in the bill that the physician will recommend the form and nature of the medical marijuana. Based on what? Based on what evidence? Based on what clinical trials? Based on what results? Peer-reviewed clinical trials. That's the norm in America. We don't have that. There's another, says that another provision of the bill says the physician shall recommend the length of time that a person shall have marijuana. Based on what? How does the physician know? How is that a reliable type of recommendation? If it's too short, if it's too long, is the physician going to be subject to professional liability? These things just don't work. Let me go to the question of the bill itself, because I have a real problem with the nature of the way it's defined as a serious condition and when medical marijuana may be used. It's in section 7 on page 3 of the bill, beginning in line 21. It talks about the following severe, debilitating, or life-threatening conditions: cancer, positive status for HIV, ALS, Parkinson's, multiple sclerosis, damage to the nervous system, damage to the nervous tissue of the spinal cord, epilepsy, inflammatory bowel disease, neuropathy, Huntington's disease, or as added by the Commissioner. Okay, those are pretty serious. And it begins the paragraph by saying severe, debilitating, or life-threatening. Exactly the type of condition which brings out our sorrow and our compassion. But then there's a second subdivision. And I don't know what this subdivision does, because it's just hanging there. It says "and," but it goes, any of the following conditions where it is clinically associated with or a complication of a condition under this paragraph or its treatment. Now, this paragraph, is that just the subdivision 2? Is it subdivision 1? Is it subdivision A? It's very unclear. It's a hole in the bill. Under this paragraph or its treatment: wasting syndrome, severe or chronic pain, severe nausea, seizures, chronic or persistent muscle spasms, or such conditions as are added by the Commissioner. In both of these, A and B, it's conditions added by the Commissioner. You can't take anything away. And let's deal with chronic pain. What's chronic pain? Well, it's pretty much pain that's persistent, that's anything other than acute. And it's not limited by anything in this bill. And it could be anything the practitioner recommends. I don't know if it was the intent of the drafters or not, but it's here. So it's a hole in the bill. The comment has been made, it's a big change in this bill because we don't have smoking. Give me a break. There's vapor smoke allowed in this bill specifically. It's smoking. No, it's not the use of the whole leaf tobacco or the marijuana plant, but it's smoking. In fact, people have said it's a desirable delivery system. Whatever, it's still smoking. So the illusion that it's not in the bill, I think, is just false. I, too, was visited with parents of great, sincere desire to help their children. And these children actually need help. Epilepsy is really real, and with multiple seizures a day is really, really tragic. This bill is going to be effective in 15 months. Give me a break. We're not helping the people who came to ask us for help. First meeting I had, I wrote to the governor and the commissioner of health and said, you want to do an experiment? You announced it in the State of the State message. Well, take that experiment and work towards the oils that would help the kids who have the multiple seizures. Do something. Let's make it practical. 15 months? It could be even longer than fracking. The last thing I want to say is that there's going to be 5 entities that can have 4 locations to dispense the marijuana. And there's a lot of very tight safeguards in the bill. But I find the most glaring omission is the fact there's no question as to there's nothing provided as to how you will select those entities. There's no bidding requirement. There's no request for proposal requirement. There's no requirement that that be a public process. We don't know how it's going to happen. We don't know where it's going to happen. Who is going to get this? We are doing handsprings about casinos. We're doing handsprings about the rest of procurement in the state. Who's going to be our purveyors of pot? I'm going to be voting against this, and recommend my colleagues do likewise. Thank you.
Senator O'Brien.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just by way of clarification of one of the issues.
Senator O'Brien on the bill.
No, I was going to ask the sponsor to yield to one question.
Okay.
If she'd yield, and that is the question of insurance coverage. I think we established during Senator DeFrancisco's line of questioning that insurance companies aren't required to provide coverage for medical marijuana. But my question to the sponsor is whether or not an insurance company would be allowed to opt to provide insurance coverage if the insurer so decided, if the sponsor would yield.
Senator Savino yields.
Through you, Mr. President, if an insurance company decided that they might want to opt in, they could. It has not happened anywhere else because of the concerns of running afoul of federal law. Marijuana is a Schedule I substance, which makes it illegal under federal law.
Thank you. On the bill?
Senator O'Brien on the bill.
First, I want to congratulate and thank Senator Savino. I think Senator DeFrancisco used the word tenacity, which is certainly an appropriate characterization of the fight that Senator Savino has put forward. But also, she listens. She was very accommodating. Many of those who know I was resistant to this bill for a long time, and like to think I did my own due diligence and research in coming to a conclusion. But Senator Savino always was very willing to be accommodating, and I think there's 5 or 6 prints before we even got to the three-way agreement process. And I really appreciate Senator Savino's persistence in going through this process and getting us to a vote today. I also want to thank Senator Larkin for his courageous. We all know that Senator Larkin is a person of his convictions, and ended up casting a decisive vote in the Health Committee. Without his vote, we wouldn't be to this point here today. So thank you, Senator Larkin. It's a shame. I think you were at least in part motivated by returning veterans and the belief that they may be able to help with post-traumatic stress disorder. It's a shame that that's not one of the conditions that makes medical marijuana available for. I hope that the Health Department in 18 months will come to the conclusion that we should extend that hope to our returning veterans as well. I did have some reservations about this bill, and I did try to do my due diligence with respect to talking to doctors and reading scores of literature. And frankly, with all due respect to Senator DeFrancisco and Hannan, come to a different conclusion. I do believe that there are people that are suffering right now, and it is a shame, as Senator Hannan says, that their suffering is put off for some 18 months at a minimum. But people are suffering now, and I've come to the conclusion that suffering can be alleviated by passing this bill. And I want to thank particularly the advocates, many of whom traveled from Rochester this week, have been here all week. I know Holly Anderson, the executive director of the Breast Cancer Coalition of Rochester, is here. She's here with family members, parents of children, who have debilitating and painful diseases. Spouses are here, families are here, and really the courage of their convictions, the courage of their willingness to share their stories with me was quite impactful. And I do believe that we owe it to the advocates a great sense of gratitude for their persistence and making sure that we provide sensible legislation. And that's exactly what we have. Senator Savino has worked very, very hard to give sensible legislation that provides for certified patients, registry ID cards, provisions for making sure caregivers are appropriately monitored, registered organizations, prohibitions against how much medical marijuana you can get at any one time, protections for how that medical marijuana is used, new crimes to make sure that law enforcement doesn't have additional problems. And I congratulate the governor for his input in making sure that we got to this point, and so that we still may not have a perfect bill. I don't know that any bill is ever perfect, but it's really due to the advocacy of many, many people that maybe decide we can continue to try to tweak a bill forever. And we could be here not passing any legislation because we didn't have the perfect bill. But the fact of the matter for me remains this, and that's that people are suffering right now. That suffering can be alleviated as soon as we can make this available to them. And I would intend to vote aye. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Larkin.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Larkin on the bill.
Yes. I'm not a doctor. I'm not a lawyer. I'm just an ordinary person who looked at this issue and said, we are here in Albany with one mission: to protect, preserve, and enrich the lives of those who we are trusted to represent. My first look at the bill, I had many, many questions. One that kept coming up to my mind was post-traumatic stress disorder and diabetes. And I noticed that finally in the last minutes or so, there's given an opportunity for them to be included in it. This bill also allows us 18 months. I don't know how many months and years some of you have been here. This is my 36th. I've seen amendments, I've seen changes, I've seen bills being repealed and this and that and the other. But take a moment and step aside and say, if this was my child, what would I do? I know everybody talks about smoke, smoke, smoke. I never smoked. I couldn't care for it. But the point about it is we've got a crisis. You know, I'm not going back into this point or that point. I think Senator Savino, John, and Kemp covered it quite clearly. But I'm getting back to the basics. We've got a 18-month stretch here that we can look deep into some of these specifics. But I have 17 grandchildren. If something happened to them, I'd be doing just what you would be doing. You'd find a way to provide a cure for those children. Somebody said, well, X won't support us, B won't support us. I don't give a damn who supports me. My problem is, there's an old saying in the Army, leader, get the hell out of the way, and I apologize to the ladies in the room. But there's an issue. We have a crisis, whether you want to believe it or not. 21 other states have looked at it and said, let's do something. I don't know the solutions, but I do know that within the bounds of this building here, we've got the brains to put together and correct what some people don't agree with. So let's not go out of here today after this is done, if it's passed, and start finding fault with our colleagues. Because I don't believe there's anybody in this room that doesn't take this serious. This is a serious matter. And I really believe that we have an obligation to those we represent. There are people here, been around this building for the last month, and you talk to some of them. In my district, I have 6 families They are sleeping with their child because that child is having 12, 14, 16 seizures every day, 5, 6 days in a row. What do you say to them? Well, on page 23, it says A, B, and C. They don't give a GD what page 23 says. Their big question is what are you going to do for my child? Ladies and gentlemen, that's our mission. We can talk here about the moon and the sun and everything else, but the bottom line is, remember this. Lead or get the hell out of the way. Thank you.
I'm going to ask that we respect the decorum of the chamber and allow the members to be heard. Senator Libous.
Colonel Larkin, you're going to be a tough act to follow, but I'm going to try. Senator Savino, I know how hard you worked on this, and I know the passion you've had behind it and the commitment, and I know you believe in your heart, like many others do, that if this bill is to pass, that it actually is going to help people. That's why you labeled it the Compassionate Care Act. And certainly that's an aim. As Senator DeFrancisco and Senator Hannan said, it's pretty difficult to fight against the Compassionate Care Act. But I think as my colleagues have gone a little deeper, I would just share with you that I think everybody in this room wants to help people. They don't want to see anybody suffer. I know that throughout my career, I have dedicated a lot of my legislative life helping people with disabilities and mental health and trying to help them live as normal as possible, life as possible, without suffering, without having difficult times. And I also know about what it's like to have a disease and what it's like to hope every day that there's going to be something out there that's going to help you. 5 years ago, I was diagnosed with prostate cancer, and unfortunately for me, it had metastasized. Went to my back and is now in my lung. For me to stay alive and come here for session, I have to have chemotherapy every 21 days. There are other people in this room who have gone through the same thing. I'm sure there are people in the gallery who have gone through the same thing. After that chemotherapy session, I, like many other people, I get very sick for about 3 or 4 days. And there are probably times that I would take whatever I could take to feel better. I publicly said that if the marijuana were legal and if my doctor said it was okay to take, I would probably try it because you want to feel better. But I also know that this is not a cure. And I just worry about the false hope that might be created as this bill moves forward. I've heard comments from my colleagues, and certainly I respect every one of you, and I would never say that you would intentionally say something that you thought was wrong or inaccurate. But I do believe that we have to be very careful as you move forward with this legislation that we don't give false hope. I heard the word cure used. This isn't going to cure anybody. It's going to make you feel better, maybe. And I don't know that for sure because, as I think Senator Hannan said, it would have been nice to do some trials first before you try to roll out the program. I know that I'm waiting for some trials. I go to Sloan Kettering and I have some great doctors and I talk to them on a regular basis, and I have been on a trial. Unfortunately, it didn't work for me. And that happens, but the trial was approved. It was a trial through the FDA and through the hospital, and they had done extensive amount of research. And they did it with doctors and experts, and you know, one of the things that I like where I go is they deal in just prostate cancer. I go to a big building and that's all they deal with is prostate cancer. The State Health Department is probably one of the biggest bureaucracies in this state. I can't tell you how many times in my 26-year career I've heard many of you get up and rail against the health department, and certainly I might even made a comment or two about a fracking study that I'm waiting for. But it just doesn't make sense, and I concur with Senator Hannan that it's going to take an awful long time to get this off the ground. But at the same time, I do understand that people need hope. And I do understand that this may give people hope, but I just hope it isn't the false hope that I talked about earlier. I would prefer to put my eggs in the basket when it comes to the FDA and to hospitals like Sloan Kettering and not the state of New York or its health department. Because of that, I have a very difficult time supporting this bill. I can't support it. But if it does go forward, if it does pass, I would only hope, Senator Savino, that as its sponsor, and again, I applaud you for your work, that you really make sure that something happens. Because all too often we do something in this state and we pass legislation and we never know, does it ever get enforced? I worry about this one, and I worry about giving false hope to people who may really think that there's something there for them at the end of the rainbow.
Senator Krueger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this bill. It's not a perfect bill. It's not even a bill that many of us who supported this concept for a long time imagined would be the final product. I want to thank everyone in the gallery who've worked so hard and waited so long for us to come up with even a flawed bill. I want to respond to a few things that were said. I empathize enormously with what Senator Libous is going through personally, and he's absolutely right. Probably few of us haven't had personal experience or experience with our family members having gone through some similar experience at this point in our lives. But no one has said, or I don't think they meant to say, that anyone has an expectation that this is a cure. Medical marijuana, in all the various discussions and all of the research that I have seen, talks about it having a palliative care ability, that it can actually address symptoms, sometimes extremely excruciating day after day symptoms and behaviors caused by the underlying disease. So yes, we must continue to search for cures. And someone said, but we don't know enough. We need the research. Well, I just want to point out, I agree, more medical research would be incredibly valuable. The problem is the federal government's policies don't allow us to hand it to the FDA, don't allow doctors who apply for research grants to even do the kinds of research we're discussing on this drug because of flawed and failed federal policy. But we do have a decent amount of research that shows us this can and does work for various people under various circumstances. Now, and I'll go back to that in a second. It's also true that doctors have a standard of doing no harm. And the good news for those of us who feel there's not yet enough research and it's not a cure is that the research has been done enough to show us that marijuana is far less dangerous a drug to use for these illnesses than most of the drugs that are legally prescribed. There's research showing that there's never been an overdose from medical marijuana or even non-medical marijuana. There's research showing just the opposite for some of the most commonly prescribed drugs for the disease categories that were listed out by Senator Savino when she was explaining the bill. So the concept that this could increase risks for people is the kind of research we actually already have and know is not a concern and should not be a concern for us. It was also raised that there's concern by some that use of medical marijuana can, in some cases for some people, be addictive. And there's research on that as well, which also shows many of the kinds of drugs that are prescribed for exactly these illnesses are far more statistically and scientifically addictive than any of the ingredients within cannabis. So we already do find ourselves in a situation where, as a country, as a world, we recognize that even though some drugs that are prescribed under law are dangerous, can cause illness, can cause death, can cause addictions, we make the decision that when prescribed by a physician, we believe that it is the best option, even though there are risks associated. You can't watch television at night and not see a TV commercial for fill-in-the-blank drug and see all of the, in small print or announced at the end, the list of possible dangers associated with that drug, the list of possible side effects associated with that drug, the risk of death from taking that drug. And yet, we recognize those as not only being legal and prescribable, we understand that for many people, it's worth the risk to face bad side effects, addiction, and perhaps even death, because the alternative for them is worse. And yet, with all the things we don't yet know about marijuana, because we have a national policy that doesn't let us do our homework, we do know that marijuana has far less of those serious risk concerns than a huge percentage of drugs that are already approved and prescribed throughout this country. It was also mentioned that at least one medical society has not weighed in support of medical marijuana. But there's a huge number of medical organizations and famous medical providers who have weighed in. And just to list a few: the American Nurses Association, the former chief administrative law judge at the U.S. Drug Enforcement Administration, Francis Young, the New England Journal of Medicine editorials, the American College of Physicians, the American Academy of HIV Medicine, the former U.S. Surgeon General, Jocelyn Elders, the National Institute of Medicine, the HIV Medicine Association of Infectious Diseases Society of America, the British Medical Association, the American Association for Public Health, just a few of the medical experts and professional associations and research arms that you can read all of their analysis of why this is the right answer at this point in time, even though we want more and better options for people with these illnesses. We do want cures for people with these illnesses. And I also know, I've spoken not only to patients, but I represent a district that I believe has more hospitals per person than any other district in the state. It's sometimes nicknamed Bedpan Alley, the east side of Manhattan. It includes the hospital, in fact, that Senator Libous is getting treatment at, a great, great hospital. And I have been there visiting friends who have also been going through cancer treatment. And I've had doctors say to me, please pass this bill. We send our patients home knowing how sick they are getting from the treatments. We can't bear the fact that we're suggesting to them under the table and quietly, you might try some marijuana, it might help. They know that it's illegal for them to even whisper this. I've even had patients say, I really want to try it, but I know it's illegal. My grandchild's offered to get me some. I don't want to put them at legal risk. I'm assuming sometimes their grandchildren or children get them that drug anyway because they care about their family member. I'm assuming there's a decent number of doctors in the state who secretly whisper, you might try this if you can get some. It's a drug that is radically less dangerous, less addictive than an endless list of drugs that we can find legally approved by the FDA. Do we have all the answers? No. Do I wish there were other changes made in this bill? Yes. Should it be disturbing? It can be 18 months before we actually implement. For many of the people in this gallery, absolutely. But surely voting no today doesn't get us any closer to addressing any of the concerns I've heard today on the floor. I vote yes, Mr. President.
Senator Bonasek.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Are you on the bill, Senator Bonasek?
I'd like to ask Senator Savino a couple questions. If I
Senator
may.
Savino, will you yield?
Yes, Mr. President.
Senator yields.
Senator Savino, I listened with great interest what Senator DeFrancisco and Senator Hannan had to say about the wording of some of the legislation, where it might be vague, where there might be holes in the legislation. Is it your understanding that the Department of Health would take this debate and discussion into consideration, and as they go through the process of the 18 months before this program is implemented, they would have the power to make these changes or where your intent and some of the things that you reacted to Senator DeFrancisco and Senator Hannan, they could do that on their own?
Through you, Mr. President, the answer to that question, Senator Bonasek, is yes.
Okay. Will you continue to yield for a second question?
Yes.
We had about a 3-hour discussion on this legislation in our conference. I didn't speak. But one of the things that came up that I had a curiosity of, this is a cash business we're dealing with. If someone wants to go obtain marijuana, they're going to have to pay cash. So, do you have any idea how we're going to properly monitor the cash that's collected so there's an accurate accounting that it's going to be paid to the groups, you know, the allocations of where the money is going to go? Have you given any thought to that? I'm just curious.
Through you, Mr. President, that is obviously of great concern to the state, as we have a proprietary interest in the success of this. Part of the regulations that will be developed by the commissioner will deal with, and by the superintendent of police as well, will deal with safety and security of the facilities, which will include not just the tracking of all of the product, that's what the seat-to-sale model is, but also the tracking of the money, because the state, of course, is going to make sure it gets its excise tax paid. But you were right, you raised the issue of the fact that it is a cash business for the most part, and it makes it, that's what makes security so critically important here.
And I noticed under your legislation that the governor and the commissioner have to give a report every 2 years to this body of their recommendations when they get knowledge of results of how it's going. And, okay, thank you, Senator Savino. On the bill.
Senator Bonasek on the bill.
You know, 30 years ago, I was an assistant district attorney. I'm a law and order guy. You talked about drugs. I said evil. People say to me, marijuana is a gateway drug to heavier drugs. I said absolutely. And to this day, I still believe that to be true. It's amazing what this legislation has done when it's out there with all the publicity. Get so many unsolicited calls. One from a person that works at a substance abuse center. Gateway drug, don't do it. Parents call. They talk about loved ones who suffer from debilitating disease, in pain, with experience with marijuana. They get it. And to pick up a little bit on what Senator Larkin said, is there anyone here doubt if you had a wife that was dying for cancer or a child with a debilitating disease in great pain, excuse me, and you knew that marijuana worked to ease pain? Forget about a cure, to ease pain while your wife or your child are going to die? Do you think you wouldn't do it? You wouldn't find it and do it? That's what this bill's about. That's what this is about. So, I've come a long way in 30 years. I believe that we have to do everything to relieve that pain of loved ones. And we have to try. It's not going to be a cure. It might not work. But if it works, it's worth the effort. And I want to make another point. In my mind, there is a firewall, a very thick firewall, between medicinal marijuana and recreational marijuana. I don't necessarily agree with the previous senator who spoke to kind of dilute the power of marijuana, like there are other medications out there much more powerful. Because I know from experience that it could be a gateway drug if we go into recreation to the heavier drugs where we have a heroin epidemic and we're fighting it on the back end. So I, for one, have supported this compassionate care bill. I think we have to try, but I, for one, will fight and resist recreational marijuana if there's an attempt to go there. I want to thank Senator Savino. We have checkmates here. We're going to get knowledge of results, and that's a good thing. And there's going to be a budget next year. There's going to be funding requests as we go forward. So this is something to watch. This is something to have an open mind, because as recommendations come from the Department of Health, we can make adjustments, because none of us are pros on how this is going to work out. We don't know. But I believe we got to try. I vote yes. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Lavelle.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Lavelle, are you on the bill, or would you like to pose questions?
On the bill.
Senator Lavelle on the bill.
There is no doubt that we as legislators have responded to the Compassionate Care Act provision, focus that has been brought to it, and real people who have come to our offices and have brought their cases. And I could say that not only myself, my staff, when those individuals were in the office, we were teary-eyed. We were very, very touched. And so part of our mission, and you heard Senator Larkin, is to deal with the real problems that people have. You heard Senator Hannan, and there is no person in this chamber who, as chairman of the Health Committee, gets down into the weeds and studies things and talks to people in the health field. He's someone who we are very, very fortunate to have in this chamber head that committee. You heard what Senator Hannan talked about, that we need to put science first. So we are mostly reacting with our hearts to help people. And I would just say flat out that if someone in my family, my children, grandchildren, wife, friends, had a debilitating disease and needed palliative care, you would do anything to ease their pain, and particularly with children, because many times they can't truly represent, the pain that they're going through. You heard in the discussion and the debate, and then when you read the bill, you see repetitively that Health Department is going to do regulations. They're going to do regulations. When we get done with this, and I think to Senator Libas's point and other speakers, it could be a very, very long time before there is action. So I think people need to understand that this could be a long process. And when you get to the end, you're going to say, this is a far different bill, or did we actually give the Health Department the ability to promulgate this regulation in this manner? We have seen and heard in other venues, when we're dealing with health care, that the regulations far exceed the bill. And legislators are often confronted by constituents, and there will be people in this chamber saying, I didn't realize that that was in there. Well, it wasn't in there. You gave the Health Department the ability to promulgate rules and regulations. But I listened to those ads, Senator Krueger, on my TV, and I say, I'm glad that someone, FDA, is making an analysis, and at least I know that there could be a deleterious effect. And I often turn to my wife and say, who would take that drug? I mean, the list goes on. You get frightened. But at least you know going in. We talk about all the time, right to know. I'm the sponsor of the GMO bill to have labeling. Why? And I make the case, we want to know what goes into our bodies. So now, with this bill, people are not going to know, but it will ease the pain for certain individuals. A lot of us know that there's always an unintended effect. And this has been brought up, and this is always troublesome. It's very difficult we want to balance the equities. We say we've got to help people. There's no one in here that disagrees on that point. We have a cash business, and I think everyone knows follow the money, and that Unfortunately, in our society, there are people who definitely want to follow the money. Look, we have in the balcony someone from Colorado, very interested in this and how they're going to compete to be one of the manufacturers here in our state. There'll probably be a lot of our farm people that have been gearing up, thinking that they're going to be able to bid on this, and they will be in for a surprise. There are, Senator Hannan talked about it. While you can't use vapor in a public place, and that's for obvious reasons, but make no bones about it, that there will be one of the unintended consequences, because people can do whatever they want in their homes in a place of privacy, and this will be certainly abused. I think in my heart of hearts, I believe this is a beginning, because when I looked at Senator Savino's bill, there were things in there that, for me, were very alarming. And been in this legislature a while, and this is a beginning. This is a beginning. We will be back, as everyone knows, adding. People will say, you left me out, my illness. I'm not even in it for the commissioner to explore. I have a staff member who has chronic back pain. Senator Hannan said chronic means it's not acute. So it's a debilitating problem, back problem, for the rest of your life. I know he's going to ask me, well, am I in on this? I'm going to shrug my shoulders. I don't know. I think we have to wait to see what the commissioner promulgates in regulations. So, in some ways, we're giving people some hope, but I believe that over the long haul, we are going to see pieces of the Savino bill, Gottfried bill, in law moving toward recreational drugs. It's just inevitable. It's just a matter of time. So we start with our hearts, with good intention, because we want to help people, but there are people that want to go far beyond where we are going here. I think there's no doubt that we have made huge changes from the original bill, and I suppose that's good. But there is too much here that troubles me about the unintended effects, following the money, and people who do not have people's best interest at heart. We in this legislature are elected to do that, protect that, but the unintended consequences are too great, and when the roll call is called, I'm going to be voting in the negative.
Senator Smith, do you wish to ask questions or speak on the bill?
I have a few questions for the sponsor.
Will the sponsor yield? Sponsor yields, Senator Smith.
Yes, Mr.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And let me be one of the members in the chamber that also congratulates Senator Savino for...
Time hearing, Senator Smith.
Can I ask that the chamber continue to be at order? Senator Smith, you may continue. His mic is on now.
Thank you, man. Thank you, Mr. President. Let me also congratulate Senator Savino on the effort that she has put forth with this bill. I know it's been a very arduous task, and it's painful, not only physically for some, but also painful just going through the mental gymnastics and trying to compromise. And I know the governor was very dogmatic as to his concerns and questions. I also appreciate some of the comments that I heard Senator DeFrancisco make as well, and I also am happy that we chose to put the bill on the floor at this time of day as opposed to late in the evening or early morning hours where the public would not get a sense of what's in this bill and what's not. Mr. President, through you, if Senator Vino will yield, I have a couple of questions I would like to ask.
Senator yields.
Yes.
Senator Savino, through you, Mr. President, I know that they have taken out the smoking portion of this bill. Is there anywhere in this bill in the future that smoking will become a part of this legislation?
Through you, Mr. President, in answer to that question, no, because the bill expressly prohibits a smokable product, marijuana in a smokable form. It would require an act of the legislature.
Thank you. The sponsor will continue yielding.
Sponsor
Yes.
yields.
There is a, in section 7B on page 8, it lists the actual challenges, or it actually lists the diseases that the bill will cover, but then there's a few that it does not list and says that in the future, I guess through the health department and maybe the governor's office, they will determine whether or not to add these areas. Senator Savino, is there a reason why they're not added now? And do you anticipate what the time frame might be for these to be added?
Through you, Mr. President, as you know, the previous version of this bill listed many of those conditions. The Commissioner of Health feels that there's insufficient research to support their inclusion at this time, in spite of the fact that they are included in some statutes in some states. So he is reserving the right, upon further review of those conditions, to add them.
Do you, Mr. President, the sponsor will continue to yield?
Sponsor yields.
Yes.
I also noted somewhere in the bill there was a section where the patient has the right to change the caregiver, correct?
Yes.
Do you, Mr. President, if the sponsor will continue to yield?
Sponsor yields.
Is there any consideration taken to some of these physical impairments that these individuals have that might be mentally debilitating, in that they won't be able to determine whether or not they want to keep that caregiver or be in the right mind? For instance, if a person has Alzheimer's, is that person going to be given the same right to determine whether or not they want to maintain that caregiver?
Well, through you, Mr. President, patients who have Alzheimer's are not eligible to be medical marijuana patients at this current time. But I think the question you're asking is if you have a patient who is a certified patient under this program with a recommendation by their physician, and they then designate a caregiver, which a caregiver under this statute would be someone who is registered by the State Department of Health to be able to obtain the product for their patient, which could be a family member. Could they change that person? Yes, they could.
Mr. President, the sponsor will continue to yield.
Sponsor yields.
I appreciate the sponsor's response. I just want to get some more clarity. I know Alzheimer's is not part of it at this point, but again, the question is, assuming Alzheimer's will be, and I believe it will be down the road as you continue to push for amendments, when it comes to someone with Alzheimer's, and you know the challenge that an Alzheimer's patient has just with mental clarity, will that person have the ability to go to their doctor or the Department of Health and say, I no longer want this caregiver who at that point in time may be the right caregiver for them?
And through you, Mr. President, I would assume that's possible, assuming that that patient was able to make decisions for themselves. Normally, patients that are incapacitated in that way designate through a healthcare proxy or a guardianship someone to make those decisions for them.
Okay. On the penalty portion, there was a section, page 85A, and it talks about the allowed amount would be 1 month supply at which they would give someone medical marijuana. And then, I believe it's in the penalty phase, they talk about in the criminal retention and medical marijuana, is a person guilty of this new crime when they are a certified patient or caregiver who knowingly obtains or possesses or stores or maintains more than the amount of the medical marijuana that they are authorized to possess. Through you, Mr. President, the sponsor continue to yield.
Yes.
I'm just a little confused about if they are, according to section, page 8, section 5A, if they're given a certain amount, a monthly supply, how is it that, or what, under the circumstances, do you believe that they can and will possess more than the authorized amount?
Through you, Mr. President, this section, this new criminal penalty, was insisted upon by the governor and the superintendent of police because of a concern that they have about patients potentially stockpiling their medical marijuana. As you stated, under the proposed bill, marijuana patients would be entitled to have no more than a 30-day supply, similar to what we do now with prescription drugs and Schedule II substances. However, they are able to have what they call 30 days plus 7. They get within 7 days of the end of their 30-day supply, they could renew. What the superintendent of police is concerned about is that people hold on, don't use it, hold on to it, begin to stockpile it for the purposes of diversion.
Mr. President, the sponsor will continue to yield.
Yes.
Sponsor yields.
There's a section that talks about the termination of the program. The governor has a fail-safe piece. There's a public health safety part to it. The question is, has there been consideration given, and maybe the health department will do so in the future? If you have a program that is now in existence for, let's say, a year, the particular patient has now grown accustomed to the medical marijuana dosage. It is helping them. They're using it. And then the governor, because of information by the health department or the superintendent of police, decides it is now time to terminate the program. Has consideration been given to that patient as to the weaning off of now the marijuana, which has now been cut off because the governor has determined it is no longer viable?
Through you, Mr. President, that's an excellent question, Senator Smith. It is one that I have concern about, and during there's been a lot mentioned about the 18 months and how long it's going to take. In fact, requiring a timeline for the start of this program was something that I insisted upon. Originally, the governor and the commissioner of health wanted to have an open-ended process, which could have gone into several years, which is something we've seen in other states, New Jersey being one of them. So 18 months may seem like a lifetime, but it's really a fairly good period of time to establish rules and regulations. It is during that period of time where there will be a public comment period. We are going to have an opportunity to weigh in to address just an issue like the one you just pointed out. What we want to make sure that we do during that 18-month period is help the Department of Health establish a very tightly controlled, regulated system so that it can give to the governor what he claims he needs, which is comfort, knowing that the system is safe, secure, and serving its intended purpose, so that we don't wind up with a scenario where there is some public health hazard that could be invoked by either Commissioner of Health or Superintendent of Police, justifying the governor pulling the plug. The governor and the Commissioner of Health do have the right under this statute, though, to pull the license of any registered organization that they determine is acting in violation of the program. So there's a safeguard in that as well.
Okay. Mr. President, through you, the sponsor will continue to yield for a couple more questions.
Yes.
Sponsor yields.
Just on the business aspect of what I consider to be a new industry, is as you locate these new dispensers, is these dispensers going to be derived from New York businesses? Are they coming from out of the state and being allowed to open the business, or will it be restricted to New York farmers, New York entrepreneurs, et cetera?
Through you, Mr. President, it must be a New York State entity. However, that does not preclude people from coming into the New York market, much the way they do now when the Startup New York program, although this would not be eligible for Startup New York. But there's no bar. However, they would have to establish a New York State entity. Could, in answer to your question about a farm, could a farmer in New York State apply for this license? Certainly. There are conditions in the bill about, though, who can and can't, what conditions they must meet to apply, whether it's having access to property, acquiring property, being able to, in the absence of having property, being able to post a $2 million bond. We only want serious individuals applying for licenses in this state. There are also a series of background checks and other requirements that they'll have to submit to. Marijuana grown in this state must be grown indoors in a tightly controlled, secure, 24-hour secured facility. A greenhouse could be one of them, but it couldn't be in open farmland.
Mr. President, through you, the sponsor would yield for one more question.
Yes.
Sponsor yields.
Again, on the business side, I didn't see in the bill, and I read through it last night, had a lot of conversations with people from the community about it, but I didn't see in the bill where there is a section or where it would require any of the new dispensers and or businesses to have a requirement in support of our veterans as well as minority and women-owned businesses.
Through you, Mr. President, I don't believe it is in the statute, but it's something that could be in the regulations.
On the bill, Mr. President? Thank you.
Senator Smith on the bill.
And again, let me thank Senator Savino for her effort and all the work, all my colleagues as well. This is not an easy bill. It's not easy because of the concerns that have been raised by many of my colleagues, Senator DeFrancisco, Senator Libous, Senator O'Brien, and my conversations up until 1 o'clock last night, in particular from people in my district, was 50-50, to be honest with you. There were members who supported it, and there were members who were opposed to it for a host of reasons. And it's very difficult in terms of where I am in this bill, and it took me a while to get to where I am because of some discussion, as people had talked about, the gateway not having enough medical input on it. But, Mr. President and my colleagues, it came down to two things for me. One was about choice, and the other one was about pain. And if I have to make a vote today regarding whether I'm going to have a choice of what to do about medical marijuana or helping someone relieve the pain, I have to come down on the side on pain. And so, while it's not been the easy road for me in terms of deliberating this bill, I want to congratulate Senator Savino. I will be voting for this bill, and I do hope in the near future, as you look to amend it, some of the things that were raised today on the business side and on the patient side and the health side will be considered. So, Mr. President, I will be voting aye for the bill.
Senator Kachik.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to also applaud Senator Savino for all of her hard work on getting this bill to the floor today. I know it's been an arduous journey. I also appreciate the comments from my colleagues on the floor today. I know this isn't an easy issue. It is complicated, but I am supportive of the legislation. And I just want to share a story about a constituent in my district who is impacted by this. Her name is Mabel Grace Decker. She's a year old. Mabel Grace has CDKL5, which is a rare X-linked genetic disorder, which results in early and difficult to control seizures. She's had these seizures since she's been about a month and a half, and she would be here with her parents if she could to advocate for this bill, but she cannot because she is in Colorado. Her parents have decided that her having access to the oil form of medical marijuana is so important that Mabel Grace's mom, Carly, and Mabel are in Colorado today, getting the medication that is helping their daughter. It's helping their daughter reduce the seizures. It's helping their daughter obtain some neurological development. It's helping their daughter. That's why I'm voting for this legislation. And I hope that we can be working towards helping this family get back to New York State so that she can get this medication here. This bill is giving that family hope and so many other families hope that they can obtain this legally here in this state. But it's still 18 months is a long way for Mabel Grace to still be in Colorado. So I would hope that we can work towards getting that ability to have the oil form as quickly as possible so our families can come back home. Thank you.
Senator Squadron.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Squadron, are you on the bill or do you?
On the bill, Mr. President.
Senator Squadron on the bill.
I want to join the chorus thanking Senator Savino for her dogged efforts to bring this home, and all of my colleagues for a debate and a discussion today that really is patient-centered and really is about balancing what is a complicated and difficult issue, partially because of the point Senator Libous made so movingly. It's not a cure, and we need to be very clear about that. And I think most folks have tried to be. The point that Senator Hannan made that we would be better off with an FDA process. We don't have an FDA process, and we're not likely to get a full one from the federal government anytime soon, and too many people are suffering too much in the meantime. Federal government has done some research on this, though, and none of it is inconsistent with anything that we've heard today. I also think the point about concern and focus on side effects is an important one to consider, but that really has to be considered in the context of medications and of the kinds of serious and debilitating suffering that the people with us today and so many others around the state are experiencing. And I think we all know that among currently legal, heavily prescribed, and generally considered non-controversial medications, the side effects and the impacts today are enormous. That's true especially with anti-seizure medication, not just the kind of first-generation stuff that I've seen my own family members become seriously withdrawn on, but even some of what we're seeing today and a lot of what is prescribed for children. I also think it's critical that we think about the kind of abuse that we see among these generally non-controversial and widely prescribed medications, like opioids on the market, Vicodin and OxyContin and oxycodone, which are abused by more than 5 million Americans, lead to the kind of addiction that we've discussed on this floor, that Senator Boyle's commission and task force on heroin saw a linkage with some of the impacts and the devastation of heroin in communities across the state. depressants, Valium and Xanax and others. They're abused by more than 2.5 million Americans who become addicted to them. Even stimulants. People forget, but Ritalin and Adderall, prescribed in heavy, heavy, heavy doses to lots and lots of kids, have addictive properties and really very similar to, essentially, marketed versions of speed in many cases, certainly the first generations of those drugs. And I think in each one of these cases, there's a balance to be struck between the needs of patients who are suffering and are struggling, and I wouldn't question any individual parent's decision around any of those generally non-controversial and widely prescribed medications. And I think that in that context, if you look at the medical marijuana proposal before us, and you look at the impact in 22 other states, it really is a no-brainer that this should be available to folks. We have a whole lot of knowledge on it, despite the FDA's failure. We have knowledge because of the other states that have had it for, I guess, 16 years now. We have knowledge because there has been a great deal of research in situations where it's been widely used and not approved to be used. I do think that it's critical that we stay on the patient-centered focus on this and not get into what I do think is part of the issue and part of the reason that this fight has gone on so long. And this does feel so difficult and seems so controversial relative to those other prescription medications I discussed, which is the way that we've framed for a long time the war on drugs or what drug addiction is. Now, I have to say, in a bipartisan way in this House and in this legislature, this year, we've moved past that. That task force on heroin and the conclusion of it and the laws that we passed earlier this week, we heard people on both sides of the aisle say, we need to deal with addiction as an illness and we need to solve it. We don't want to criminalize addicts. We need to control access and make sure that those who are providing access inappropriately, who are targeting kids and vulnerable people in communities, need to be punished. We're actually moving towards a consensus on those issues. And I do think that the historical conversation on these issues of illegal drugs makes it that much harder for some to swallow this proposal. But when you unpack it a little bit, this proposal appropriately and carefully controls access, identifies a way to figure out and avoid side effects, and is not the first foray into an unknown and severe medication, but an appropriate next step as we try to separate out some of the rhetoric that has become overheated and led to all kinds of consequences on both the medical side and the criminal justice side for a long time, and move to a place where we really are, as I think everyone on both sides of this debate has been today, truly patient-centered when it comes to conversations about what medications and what drugs, because medications are drugs, folks are being prescribed to help cure them, and in the absence of curing them, as in this case, to help provide a little relief from the kind of suffering that none of us want to see any of our loved ones or any of our constituents or anyone in this state have to endure. So I thank Senator Savino and all my colleagues for the debate today and for the opportunity to move this conversation forward for those who most need it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Boyle. Senator Boyle on the bill.
I too would like to thank Senator Savino for her tireless efforts to bring this bill to the floor, and thank the advocates and family members for their calls and their letters and their visits to Albany. I can tell you that I have always viewed medical marijuana with a very jaundiced eye. As a matter of fact, a few years ago, as a member of the New York State Assembly, I voted against a more expansive version of this bill. When I came to the Senate, I was named chairman of the Alcoholism and Drug Abuse Committee. most recently the Heroin Task Force. And I actually opposed the original version of this piece of legislation, the Compassionate Care Act. But Diane and others, you've addressed some of my concerns. As you know, I wanted a highly regulated version of medical marijuana. In my mind, I think of two different versions. California, which in my mind is really a joke of a medical marijuana, it's legalization light, and more like New Jersey, which is more regulated. This version is much more like New Jersey, highly regulated. The other issue I had, as Diane knows, she and I have spoken about it, was smoking. I'm against smoking, obviously, and I can't remember the last time we know of a doctor who actually prescribed smoking as medicine, probably the 1940s, if not before. We do not have smoking in this piece of legislation. As far as regulation, I know I wish I had as much faith as some of my colleagues here in the federal regulators, the FDA. When I think of the FDA, I think of a federal bureaucracy that has not allowed drugs that have been used safely in Europe for decades to come to the United States, that have allowed toxic chemicals in our children's products and not acted on that for decades, but did act on Zohydro, a powerful opioid that their own experts, panel of experts, decided 11-2 against allowing this into the United States, and they reversed the decision of their own panel of experts and is going to allow Zohydro to come to this country. That's the drug to watch. We need to be careful of that. Again, last issue, which is not in the bill, but I believe will be covered in the regulations, and I urge the Governor's Department of Health to do so, is a measured or metered dose. The doctors need to know how much of this drug their patients are getting, whether it's effective, whether it needs to be increased or decreased. I urge that, and I again thank Diane for bringing truly medical marijuana to New York State.
Senator Martins.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Martins on the bill.
On the bill.
Senator Martins on the bill.
You know, I have hosted and I've participated in a number of forums in my district and around the state having to deal with the heroin epidemic. Every person who testified at our forums and at our hearings, every person who testified spoke to marijuana being a gateway drug. Every one of them. And here we are. A month ago in the Health Committee, when this bill was presented, I voted no. And I voted no because of my concerns, and real concerns, as expressed by so many parents and so many healthcare providers, that heroin addiction, that child who died as a result of their introduction to addiction through marijuana. The bill we have before us today has evolved considerably since then. And I think it's a testament to the deliberative nature of this body, that we have an opportunity to get together, to discuss issues, and to be thoughtful. Now, we've heard a lot today about leadership. Leadership is not about sound bites. Leadership is not about catchy titles to bills. Leadership is about reading the bill, understanding the contraindications, understanding the risks involved, and being able to come to a thoughtful decision. So here we are today. The bill we have before us today addresses issues I believe are critically necessary to a thoughtful approach to providing some relief to people who desperately need it, and we're all aware of that, but at the same time, drawing the line and not allowing for recreational use or expansion of recreational use and the expansion of that gateway drug. It's critically important. It is critically important that we are no longer talking about the sale of leaf and plant, but we're talking about other forms of marijuana that are going to provide therapeutic and palliative relief without expanding the opportunity for it to be abused, for it to be passed on, and for it to get into the hands of those who should not have it. I'm also concerned about dosage requirements, and I want to see clarity through regulations that when this is administered, when we do allow for it, and when this is finally in place, that there are dosage requirements that will clearly delineate not only the components of the marijuana, but also the method at which it will be administered. I want to see accountability. I want to see accountability by the medical professionals, the doctors who will be recommending its use. But I want it to be a targeted approach. This bill provides that kind of targeted approach, and I appreciate that, because we have been given the opportunity to vote on a bill that addresses those concerns in ways that the bill that was before the Health Committee just a month ago did not. You know, we across the state and on Long Island were dealing with this heroin epidemic, as I mentioned earlier. It affects everyone, and we need to balance our commitments to our communities, where literally last year in our communities on the island, over 120 kids died of heroin abuse, heroin overdoses, not to mention those that were brought back through naloxone and that were able to recover, but 120 died. Mr. President, I appreciate the fact that this bill strikes that balance. And I appreciate the fact that we're given the opportunity, because we were able to work together to put a bill that we could all support, or many of us could support, or at least that I could support. So I want to thank this body for working so well together across the aisle, as we should when it comes to critical needs like this, on a bill that's going to provide relief for those who need it, those who are on chemo, children who are fighting and dealing with the realities of epilepsy and seizures, parents and families that are coping with these chronic conditions. This bill will provide relief. So I will be supporting this bill. And I want to thank the sponsor, I want to thank the governor, and I want to thank my colleagues here for their efforts in bringing this together and affording us the opportunity to vote on a bill that is worthy of this body in a way that perhaps those that we were asked to vote on earlier were not. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Grisanti.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Grisanti, are you on the bill?
On the bill.
Senator Grisanti on the bill.
You know, I want to agree with what Senator Boyle had stated, and you know, the FDA has done nothing, and they're not going to do anything. And the reason is they don't want to do anything. They want to have control in different fashions on something else. That's why they're not going to do anything on this. So we have to go ahead and move forward on it. Now, it may have been mentioned or not, but you know, Department of Health's amenable to expediting licenses to at least one registered organization to expedite, pursuant to emergency regulations, the product of low THC, high cannabis oil to help with regards to children with pediatric epilepsy. And we also know that there's going to be technical changes in this legislation, and all parties are amenable to chapter amendments as they're required. So, but getting aside all this, I don't know how many of you attended the hearings that we had here, but let me tell you something. The hearings that we had to see not only constituents, but citizens of this state testifying why their child was having a seizure that was lasting 20 minutes, that other family members that were there were attending to that child while the parent was still speaking. Do you know how heart-wrenching that is? Not so much for me. It was heart-wrenching. I mean, I'm watching it and I'm in tears because I'm watching the child stiffen up and be in pain, but you have to times that by 24. And I say 24 because that's how many hours in a day they see that all the time, 7 days a week. That's what's heart-wrenching. And to know and to do the research that different forms of epilepsy, Dravet, where they use the oil, it works on some children, it doesn't work on others. Other epileptic diseases, it works on some and not the others. But the point is, it works on some. It works on some people, some kids. And it does provide pain relief. You can go from 17 prescription medications down to 3. You can go from 200 to 300 seizures a day down to maybe 2 or 3 every other day. Not only is that relief for the child, but imagine the relief for the family members, the parents, the aunts, uncles, grandmother, grandfather that are there 24/7, that finally they can get some rest, some enjoyment in their lives, to not have that constant stress of when is another seizure going to hit? Is this going to be the last seizure? Are we going to see our son or daughter again? That's what's important to remember here. That if this is something that can help out those families and those constituents, then without a doubt, this is something that we must do. I'm fortunate I'm not in that situation. I know people that are in that situation, and I feel for them every single day, and my prayers and thoughts go out to them. But those hearings, Senator Savino, that we had, and there was very few that were there attending it, it was heart-wrenching. And I feel for the parents and everybody that was there, everybody that advocated. But as Senator Martin said, to get the Assembly, the Senate, and the governor on board to get this done, and there will be changes made, that's what it's all about in New York State, is to get it done. I think the regulations are probably going to be the most stringent in the nation. I vote aye. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Senator Ransenhofer,
Thank you, Mr. President.
are you on the bill?
Yes, on the bill.
Senator Ransenhofer on the bill.
First of all, what I would like to begin by saying is I'm very thankful to the leadership in the process that this whole debate has taken. They had the very wise judgment to send us home early last night at 2 a.m. rather than take up the bill at that time. And like many bills that are discussed at 3 or 4 in the morning, I thought it was a very good decision to take this bill up today. We're in our 4th hour right now, and God only knows how everybody would have been at 6, 7 a.m. in the morning if we had continued through the night. So I'm very, very thankful to that. This has been a very, very long process for everybody. But the long process is something that we're used to. You know, we're here every week. We debate bills all the time. But for the people in our communities that don't do this every day on every issue, this has really been a journey, and an arduous journey for them, because this is something that's very unusual in their lives. They lead much more normal lives than we do, and they're to be commended for their advocacy on this issue. This has been the one issue in my 5.5 years here, bar none, that we have spent the most time on discussing. I would say that this has lasted from our very first meeting here in January up until the middle of June today. We talked about it before the budget, during the budget, and certainly after the budget. We all have had many, many private meetings in our offices with constituents, with advocates, with doctors, with people from Substance Abuse Agency, and we receive so much contradictory information. This is great, this is not great, there are risks, there are no risks, and we have to have that filter. I'm sure, again, just speaking for myself, have had many town hall meetings where people have come and expressed their views. So there's been no shortage of, number one, information, and number two, time to deliberate and discuss this issue. Now, some may accuse me sometimes of being a little bit deliberative and slow in making a decision. And I actually pride myself on that because I like to filter all the information. And sometimes people don't like when you are deliberative and you're thinking about things. They want to know, are you for it, are you against it? But that's not the way that this system works. When there is a lot of information here, sometimes people are slow to make decisions. And I think that's a good thing rather than a bad thing. Now, I agree with many of the earlier speakers when they talked about those concerns, because I share those concerns and I've expressed those concerns in terms of the specific serious illnesses that are listed in the bill. And if I was writing the bill myself and I could craft that bill, the bill would be a little bit different, but this is, again, the collective effort of many, many minds and many, many judgments. But I share those concerns about the list of the list of illnesses that are in there. I also share the concerns about whether or not this is going to work. And should we wait a little longer until we have clinical trials and the like? Well, I'd like to make 2 points on that. The comment was made that we're 18 months out, and in order to get to the end, you have to start at the beginning. So if you don't start at the beginning, whether it be today or yesterday or the next day, you'll never get to the end. So if you waited until next year or the year after that, then you're 2.5 years out, 3.5 years out. So I do feel it's very important to get started. Now, do I share the concerns about how effective medical marijuana is going to be? I do share those concerns because I'm not convinced by the medical evidence. But one thing that I know is that when you talk about some of these illnesses that are in here, and I'll mention epilepsy specifically, right now, many of these people are taking drugs that are approved by the FDA, whose drugs have gone through clinical trials, and they've been vetted. And the outcome of all of that science and all of that medicine and all of that time is that many of these medications that are prescribed to deal with these illnesses are not working. So then where do you go? Now, I am blessed or lucky that I don't have a family member right now suffering from one of these illnesses. And I did not have a child, and my children were younger, that suffered from epilepsy and had the symptoms of seizures. And I can't imagine what it's like to go through that. I just can't. I can't put myself in the shoes of these parents that have to deal with this on a day-to-day basis. But one thing I do know is that if I was in their shoes, I would want some help. Is it going to work? Are you going to get a guarantee? I don't believe you are. But I do believe that we are at the point that, and I wouldn't call it false hope, but I think you have to weigh, are you giving false hope versus no hope? What do you do when you have a child, as Senator Grisanti said, when the medicines that you are prescribed by your physicians who are experts in the field don't work? And that's what we're doing today. I think we are providing opportunity. We are providing hope. Are we providing compassion? Perhaps. But we're giving people who right now feel hopeless and at wit's end and don't know where to turn, we're giving them a very structured, constricted mechanism where a year and a half down the road, and they know that, they may be able to get some relief from their child or for their child. So is this a no-brainer? Certainly not. Is it a 55-45 decision? It is, like many of these issues that we face are. But I come down on the side of trying to give some hope, maybe it's a glimmer of hope, to something that is going to help some of these families with some of these conditions which they are living with every day. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Stuart Cousins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I first of all want to thank Senator Savino for her work on this issue, for the, everyone said it, the perseverance, the dogged determination to make sure that people who didn't get it or didn't want to get it at least had to hear it. And sometimes when you put a name like compassion on, it really compels you to think twice, where you might not have thought about it at all. I want to thank, on the Assembly side, Assemblyman Gottfried, and one of my colleagues talked about the evolution, and here's a man who's been doing this for 18 years. And so clearly there has been an evolution that we are here at this point getting ready with the majority of my colleagues here in the Democratic Conference to pass this piece of legislation. I also want to thank the leaders, Senator Klein and Senator Skelos, and of course the governor. This was a very bumpy week, and I'm sure you all who are here and have been sitting through it, you know, we were we were up, we were down, it wasn't happening, and you know, it was going to be vetoed, and you're like, oh my gosh, how do I leave a situation and come here and have even what looks like a more volatile situation? And yet, of course, in the course of things, it got pulled together, and I think this is an outcome that we want. As I was leaving the press conference, I saw my neighbor, Emma Lofton Woods. And Emma, I've known for years. Her husband died 11 years ago. Mine died 7 years ago. And as I was leaving, she just embraced me and she said, thank you. And she was in tears because her husband, who had to go to California, could not be helped here, and he's gone. But she still understood that there need not be repetition of that kind of experience for people who could benefit. We're not breaking new ground. We'll be the 23rd state. And you know, we're New York, and we like to always believe that we're ahead of the curve in doing things. But sometimes we're not. And I think so many of my colleagues talked about their concerns and their trepidations, and I think there was an evolution for everyone. And I know that as we promulgate these rules over the next 18 months or so, we will have an opportunity to really put the guidelines in place, the regulations in place. And of course, the governor wanted the opportunity to pull the plug at any time if there was a law enforcement issue or public health issue. So there's a lot of things that are staged to help us get to the place where we all know we need to go. I want to thank my friend Colonel Larkin today, because we're not doing military stuff, you're Senator Larkin. But when you start yelling at us, I remember the military part, how do you do this? And like, okay. And you just want to stop and salute. As he's waving his cane, the man understands chronic pain. And he understands being in battles that sometimes don't look like it's going to work out well, or heading, you know, a troop of African-American soldiers that nobody thought you should be leading, and going through battle, ultimately winning the war, but understanding that sometimes things happen in between that make the war easier. And what we're talking about are these interim steps that make these wars that you're fighting for your families easier. Why can't we do that? Senator Libous, I hope when you come back next year, you'll be trial-free and flourishing. And I hope that everyone who's taken the time to fight this fight and push this rock up the hill understands that we that are going to do this thing in the next few moments could never have done it without you. Our hats off. Much gratitude. Let's get it done. Thank you.
Senator Skelos.
I want to start off by thanking Senator Savino for her patience, for diligently working on this legislation, and certainly for meeting many of the concerns that a lot of us had concerning the direction of this legislation. I can honestly say for the first time in the Senate, I believe every single person who's spoken has been correct on both sides of the issue. Everybody has been absolutely correct. And I also know that no matter what side of the issue you're on, we're all compassionate and concerned about those of you who are up here, especially the young children that are suffering with epilepsy. I forget whether it was Senator Grisanti or Ranzenhofer talked about the journey of this legislation. If you were to tell me at the beginning of this session that I would be voting yes on this legislation, I would say to you, no way. No way. Now, I'm happy that a certain smoking provision is not in the legislation, because then I really would have had a problem with the legislation. But life for all of us is a journey. And Senator Larkin has had a very interesting journey in his life, a little longer than mine. But what I have found as you get a little bit older in life, and I've observed this with my father, who's now 93, just retired. He, Goldwater Republican, strict Republican, still is, maintains his principles. But through those experiences of life, burying two of my mothers from cancer, my birth mother when I was 2 years old, and my stepmom who brought me up, both suffering from cancer, dying from it, and didn't have the relief, perhaps, that we are offering to some today. So that's a journey we all have, and at times we should be a little flexible. We should be a little bit more compassionate and a little bit understanding, a little more understanding of the journey that others are having, even if it's not affecting us or our families, like has been mentioned. I mentioned that at the beginning of this session, there's no way I would have voted for this legislation. But when you meet Oliver Miller from my district, 14 years old, and some of the folks here mentioned that they have 10, 12 seizures a day, he has hundreds of seizures a day because as a result of a pre-birth stroke. And his mom, Missy, believes, and they're not here today because they were here yesterday or this morning, and they had to go back because Oliver was suffering from seizures. His mom believes that if Oliver can get the oil, that those seizures can go down to perhaps 4 a day. Now think about that. Hundreds of seizures a day, down to 4 a day. So to me, that's worth voting for this legislation, just based on hundreds of seizures down to 4 seizures a day. Now, this legislation, is there going to be an opportunity to change it, amend it, make it better? Some of the perhaps typographical errors, omissions, clarity that's needed. I truly believe in the next 18 months that this is going to happen because the governor, this legislature, we all take this very seriously and we understand the journey that we're going through right now with this legislation. And there'll be many opportunities. The governor has given his commitment that if it's not going in the right way, that the superintendent of state police or the Commissioner of Health can end it. Can end it. And if we're not ready in 18 months, can continue it. And we can have a play if we feel it's going wrong. Because it's only the legislature that can appropriate the money, whether it's through excise taxes or the health department to continue this program. If we feel that it's not going in the right direction or our input isn't there, we certainly can exercise our prerogative. But again, I'm going to just conclude and say, Diane, we thank you for your good work. We thank the governor. We thank Assemblyman Gottfried and everybody in this room for the input, the deliberation, and the thoughtfulness on this legislation. Mr. President, I'll be voting aye.
Senator Klein. Senator Klein.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also want to thank Senator Savino. I know she deserves a tremendous amount of credit. But I think the story of her work on this bill, as Senator Scello said, is really the journey of how an important piece of legislation ultimately becomes law. You have to listen. You have to learn. You have to get deep inside the issue and certainly become an expert. And that's what Senator Savino did. You have to talk to your colleagues, both sides of the aisle. Explain why this is an important issue. Explain how you're changing lives. And that's certainly what she did. But I think Senator Savino didn't just learn about this issue, she got inside of it. She saw it from behind the eyes of the mother, watching her daughter suffer from epilepsy, and watching constant seizures play out as prescribed medications fail to contain them. She saw it from behind the eyes of the 30-year-old man fighting cancer who battles nausea caused by the very medications aimed at trying to make him better. She saw it from behind the eyes of the physician who knows that when it comes to his patients suffering from MS, medicinal marijuana would bring much-needed relief. She saw it truly from everyone's eyes. And then she went to work to develop a strong, sensible, scientifically based, common-sense piece of legislation. And as with so many issues she's worked on, she was persuasive and certainly diligent. She raised the discourse of this issue beyond right and wrong, us and them, morality and ideology, and by doing so, elevated the conversation. I certainly watched many of my colleagues over the last several years who had a change of heart and clarity of direction when it came to this issue. She never gave up, and I think we owe her gratitude for that. In the past few weeks, I think we saw it was clear, to me anyway, that we had more and more momentum on this issue. This was a call to action. I knew it was imperative to bring this bill to the floor, that it was the year to get it done, that the time for legalizing medicinal marijuana is now. The merits of this bill are sound. It is a comprehensive bill that ensures the safe and regulated use of medical marijuana in the state of New York. This bill puts the power to prescribe where it belongs, in the hands of doctors who know their patients best. Moving forward as science develops and medicine involves illness deemed to benefit from this type of illness or treatment will be added or removed, making an organic system always on the cutting edge to ensure the best possible treatment for those New Yorkers in need. It is not our place to be doctors. We are legislators, and we must recognize that we're merely the vehicle and that the doctors should be doing the driving. This is clear today. I think we're on the cusp of doing something very, very important, because when individuals wait so long for the relief they deserve, when they wait so long to get relief from family members that they love so much, today we are changing thousands of lives of New Yorkers for the better, and I thank you.
Call upon Senator Savino to close debate.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, I want to thank all of you for your help with me on this journey. Before I begin individually on thanking some people. I want to name someone who's not here in the chamber with us. He used to sit right here, right over there. Former Senator Tom Duane, who carried this bill for 6 years. And when he left the Senate, he asked me if I would pick it up because he knew I had an interest in it, because when I first got here and he was carrying the bill, I agreed to co-sponsor it, and we had a discussion at the time about why I thought medical marijuana was the right thing for New York State. And I shared the experience I had with both of my parents, who unfortunately died very young from lung cancer, and I watched them suffer, just like so many people have watched members of their family suffer. And during that period of time, I realized that for my mother, for my father, for my grandfather as well, they had one of two choices. They could suffer, or they could continue to be prescribed seriously addictive narcotics, which at that point in their life, it really didn't matter. They just needed relief. But it didn't really provide relief. For most of them, particularly my grandfather, all it did was rob him of whatever time he had left because he was in a sedative state for the remaining months of his life. He didn't want to live like that, but he had no choice. That's what happens to so many people right now, because in our state, if you are suffering from any of the conditions that could be covered by this bill, you have a choice. You can suffer, or you can become dependent upon highly addictive, dangerous drugs that oftentimes don't work. They don't really provide the relief, but yet we don't have any choice. I've listened a lot today to this debate, and I just want to make a few points about some of the concerns that some of you still have, and I share them as well. If the FDA, Senator Hannan, would finally act, we wouldn't be doing this here in New York State or in state houses across the country. The FDA would reschedule marijuana, and it would go through U.S. studies, and we would be able to have a comprehensive program across the country. But they've refused to do that. But you know, we're an amazing nation where we have one of the best healthcare systems in the world, but we are not the only country in the world, and we are not the only place where they have amazing healthcare delivery systems. This product, medical marijuana, has been studied extensively all over the world. We can look to our northern neighbor, Canada. They have research studies. They understand the value of medical marijuana and how it can be prescribed and how it provides relief. Go to Ireland. They've done it there. Israel, the United Kingdom. We have a body of medical evidence to support this, which is why there are so many physicians' organizations that support this. Whether they be the Epilepsy Foundation or oncologists, there are doctors who rely on that medical training and research that's been done in other places. But if you want to look locally, we have 22, we will be the 23rd state. There are 22 other states that have been utilizing medical marijuana, some of them as far back as 1996. Alaska adopted a medical marijuana statute in 1998. We could look to Alaska. We could look to Colorado. We could look to Connecticut. We could look to New Mexico. We could look to any of them where they have developed protocols and physicians have been prescribing marijuana for medicinal purposes. So we can take comfort from that. But yes, it would be better if the FDA would finally act. By the way, the same FDA that has rubber stamped some of the most dangerous drugs that we have ever dealt with in our history. So the FDA doesn't always provide us the comfort that we need. Again, I wish we could do this sooner for Oliver, for Mabel, for everyone. But it does take time to get a system like this up and running. And hopefully within that 18-month period of time, we will all be able to have some input on it. And we can bring Mabel back home, and we can provide relief for Oliver. And we will not be able to provide a cure for people with these conditions. I'm very aware of that. What we can provide, though, is treatment, options, and relief for patients, and the ability of patients and their doctors to make those decisions for themselves. That's what today is about. I want to thank a few people, though, before I sit. I know we have been at this a long time, and I really want to thank each and every one of you. I know that I can be somewhat persuasive, I think Senator Klein pointed out. I've seen some of you run away from me. But when I caught you, you still were respectful and you listened. And more importantly, I listened. When I picked up this bill from Tom Duane, it was a very, very different piece of legislation. And it's been a very different piece of legislation since I reintroduced it at the beginning of this year. And a lot of those changes came about because I had the opportunity to talk to each and every one of you, even those of you who are still voting no on the bill. I sought your input. I listened to your concerns, and I tried to find a way to address them in the legislation. I believe that is what we're supposed to do with huge pieces of public policy like this. So even if you don't vote for it today, you still had input on this bill. You can still proudly say that you helped this bill become the strongest, most regulated medical marijuana statute in the country, and you can partially take credit for the relief that's going to be extended to patients, even if you vote no, because I listened to you. And I was able to work with Dick Gottfried, who, by the way, is an amazing individual. I had the pleasure of working on this bill with Dick Gottfried, who's been carrying it for 18 years. We would never have gotten where we were if not for his diligence. I would not be where we are tonight or this afternoon if someone else in this chamber didn't have the guts to be the deciding vote to move the bill out of the Health Committee, and that is Senator Bill Larkin. Senator Klein, I'm sure everyone here can imagine how grateful I am to you for your leadership in more ways than one. Senator Skelos, thank you for putting up with our demand that this come to the floor, and I'm so happy that you're voting for it now because I know I was a pest. Senator Stewart Cousins, for showing the leadership in your conference. We would not be passing this bill if they hadn't already been signed on to the bill from the very beginning. There are a few other people I just have to mention that have been involved in this process, starting first and foremost with my staff. Barbara O'Neill is behind me, but Brian Clenahan, my counsel, has really done the most amazing job on this bill. All of our staff, John Emmerich, the Chief of Staff to the IDC, had to put up with me every day, and I think he's probably going to qualify under the post-traumatic stress portion of the bill at some point in the future. Lisa Reed and Pat McCarthy, Vince Marone, Jess Shafroth, Artie Malkin, Gabriel Sayer, Julie Netherland, Liz Hamlin. They helped us every day work this bill through both houses, and as a result of their tireless efforts, we are here at this moment where we are finally going to make New York State the next state to have medical marijuana available to the patients. And finally, to the patients, to the families, to the mothers, to everyone, thank you. We would not be here if not for you and your willingness to travel. And this was not easy for you. To be here on a weekly basis, to meet with members, to just continue to press the case for your family members. You are the reason we're here today. You are what this bill is all about. Thank you.
Debate is closed. The Secretary will ring the bell. I would ask members to please take their seats. Under explanation of votes today, we will comply with the rules. We've had an extensive discussion of the issue. Secretary will read the last section.
Section 2, the statute take effect immediately.
Secretary will call the row.
Addabbo, DeFrancisco, Klein, Libous, Skelos, Stewart, Cousins, Zeldin.
Senator Sanders to explain his vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. We call it compassionate care, but we have left a legion of folk out from the compassion. As a veteran, I cannot stand idle and allow vets not to be mentioned here. We also have PTSD. I'm so mad that I can't even get it right. However, we're not mentioned in here. We have been left out of this. There are so many ways that this can be undone. It can be undone by the police department, the health department. It starts in 2015. However, A lot of good people fought hard and long on this issue. Senator Savino, of course, quickly comes up along with all of these other people that have been mentioned. This is a very timid beginning, but perhaps it is a beginning. And in order to stop the pain that's going on out here, I vote yes on this issue.
Senator Sanders to be recorded in the affirmative. Senator Gallivan to explain his vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. This debate, not just today, but over the last 6 months, has been very extensive, and as we heard from many people, often very emotional, which sometimes makes a reasoned decision even more difficult. But after hearing from constituents time and time again, extensive discussion with medical experts, and not just my own, but my staff's extensive review of available research, I now believe that limited use of marijuana for seriously ill patients under a doctor's care is justified and warranted. As a former state trooper and sheriff of Erie County, I have concerns and have had concerns about the production and distribution of the product and the potential for abuse. I believe, though, the proposed legislation provides adequate safeguards and feel the potential benefits outweigh the negatives. I'm further comforted in knowing that the program can be suspended in the event it does not perform as intended, and that the legislature will have the opportunity to revisit this as appropriate. Throughout this process, I felt it important that my ultimate vote be based on the latest medical and scientific research, and that any approved program be strictly regulated and administered. While some disagree, I believe we've reached this threshold and achieved the proper balance. I've always felt that those in public service are there to help others, especially those seriously in need. Today we get that opportunity. I vote aye.
Senator Gallivan to be recorded in the affirmative. Senator Kennedy to explain his vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today to support this legislation that has been decades in the making. I want to thank the bill's sponsor for her leadership, for my colleagues on both sides of the aisle in making today a reality, and especially those folks that have joined us, the advocates, the mothers, the fathers, the friends, the relatives, the neighbors, the community activists that have banded together and have spread the word on why it makes sense for New York State to join the ranks of over 20 states in the nation in giving further medical options to those individuals that need it the most. You know, I look up and I see these beautiful young children that are going to benefit, and you know, their families, and I see the tears, and I'm so proud that those tears that I'm sure over the years have been tears of agony are now tears of joy as New York State takes a positive step forward in the right direction in helping your families, your children, maybe yourselves. I know that we've passed hundreds of pieces of legislation throughout the year, every single year, and rarely, if ever, does a bill that we pass have the impact on someone's health that this will have on so many thousands of individuals that are suffering from debilitating diseases. So I'm proud to join in support of this legislation, and thank you for making today a reality. Thank you, Mr. President. I vote aye.
Senator Kennedy to be recorded in the affirmative. Announce the results.
Relation to calendar 1659.
Senator Marchione to explain her vote.
Thank you. I actually waited to be last to explain my vote because I wanted to listen to everyone in this conference. I usually walk into a room and I've done my homework. I've combed the bills, and my colleagues realize that. Thank you so much, Dean, for allowing today to happen today. Because I wanted to do that, I did that. It was very, very late when I got home. I combed your bill, Senator Savino, the first time, your compassionate care bill, and I found lots of things in it that I felt weren't right. And I had such concern. I have to tell you, like many of my colleagues here today, I have such concerns that we cannot end up like a California You know, I heard mentioned today that someone got relief in California, and that's wonderful. I also have a picture on my cell phone that my niece sent me 2 weeks ago when she was in California with a person in a wheelchair with a sign that said "Money for Weed." We can't become California. We must protect our young people from having this become another epidemic like heroin is. We worked on that yesterday. We passed 11 bills because it is such a concern. This bill itself, I have concerns about. So many of the concerns were listed today. I have a concern that the Department of Health Commissioner has a right to add different debilitating diseases or diseases that are not debilitating, just serious, to this list without us having oversight over that. I have concern about that. I have concern that it's cash and not health insurance, so that everyone who's in need, who may not have the funds, could partake in it. I have many concerns, and I know, Diane, you probably thought, as you walked around and you talked to people, why bother? I'm the conservative senator who is just going to absolutely vote no on this legislation.
Senator Marshall,
I will wrap up. Thank you. But I'm not. I'm going to vote yes. And I have agonized over this, as I said here. I have a yes speech and I have a no speech. And this has been one of the most difficult vote for me in my pragmatic way, because it's not pragmatic. It's about caring for people as well. So I'm going to leave my pragmatic way, and I'm going to trust that this legislation is going to be legislation that is going to protect people, going to help people, and not let us become a California. Thank you for the extra time.
Senator Marshall to be recorded in the affirmative. Senator Latimer to explain his vote.
Mr. President, we're all casting today a vote of hope. There is a story in the scriptures that many of us believe to be the words of Jesus Christ when he said, "When I was hungry, you gave me food. When I was in need of clothing, you clothed me. Enter the kingdom of heaven." And the individual said, "Lord, when did I see you hungry? When did I see you naked? When did I see you in prison?" He said, "When you did this for the least of my brothers, you did it unto me." Our vote today is a vote of hope, because whatever we feel, we see people in need. We see people hungry for something that might make their life better. And that vote of hope is something that, as conservative or as liberal or as moderate as we may be, we share in that hope. And we hope that the story to be told about what we've done today will allow us 10 years, 20 years from now to say that we collectively did do the right thing. Senator Marchione, we did the right thing today. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Latimer to be recorded in the affirmative. Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1659, those recorded in the negative are Senators Ball, DeFrancisco, Griffo, Hannan, Lavelle, Libous, Nozzolio, Ritchie, Seward, and Zeldin. Ayes 49, nays 10.
The bill is passed. Senator Libous, that completes the controversial. Senator Jaros, 1 second. Senator Libous, that completes the controversial reading of the calendar. Senator Jaros, why do you stand?
Mr. President, can you please call on Senator Serrano for an announcement?
Senator Serrano.
Thank you, Mr. President. There'll be an immediate meeting of the Senate Democratic Conference in room 315.
There will be an immediate meeting of the Democratic Conference in room 315. An immediate meeting of the Democratic Conference. Senator Libous.
There'll be a Rules Committee meeting at 2:45 in room 332.
There will be a Rules Committee meeting in room 332 at 2:45. Senate will stand temporarily at ease.
I believe there's a report of the Rules Committee at the desk. Could we have it read at this time?
There is a report of the Rules Committee at the desk, and the Secretary will read.
Senator Skelos from the Committee on Rules reports the following bills. Senate Print 592 by Senator Gianaris, an act to amend the real property tax law. Senate 4926C by Senator Hannan, an act to amend Section 38, Part A of Chapter 60 of the laws of 2014. Senate 5227B by Senator Robach, an act to amend the transportation. Senate 5705B by Senator Lanza, an act to amend the racing parimutuel wagering and breeding law. Senate 5942A by Senator Kennedy, an act to amend the social services law. Senate 6389A by Senator Stewart Cousins, an act to amend the vehicle and traffic law. Senate 6553A by Senator Kennedy, an act to amend the social services law. Senate 6804 by Senator Lanza, an act to amend the criminal procedure law. Senate 6890 by Senator Ranzenhofer, an act to amend the public authorities law. Senate 6892 by Senator Ranzenhofer, an act to amend the public authorities law. Senate 7185 by Senator Golan, an act to amend the local finance law. Senate 7236A by Senator Hassel-Thompson, an act to amend the vehicle and traffic law. Senate 7387A by Senator Golan, an act to amend the public health law. Senate 7431A by Senator Grisanti, an act to amend the mental hygiene law. Senate 7640 by Senator Savino, an act to amend the real property tax law. Senate 7702 by the Committee on Rules, an act to amend Chapter 20 of the laws of 2009. Senate 7704 by the Committee on Rules, an act to amend Chapter 22 of the laws of 2009. Senate 7732 by Senator Felder, an act to amend the public authorities law. Senate 7746 by Senator Little, an act to amend the tax law. Senate 7800 by the Committee on Rules, an act to amend the public health law. Senate 7810 by Senator Golan, an act to amend the civil service law. Senate 7815 by Senator Flanagan, an act to amend Chapter 675 of the laws of 1984. Senate 7832 by Senator Hannan, an act in relation to directing. Senate 7853 by the Committee on Rules, an act to amend the Nassau County Administrative Code. Senate 7880 by the Committee on Rules, an act to amend the chapter of the laws of 2014. And Senate 7916 by Senator Lanza, an act to amend the Environmental Conservation Law. All bills reported direct to third reading.
Senator Libous.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to accept the report of the Rules Committee.
All in favor of accepting the Rules Committee report signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? The Committee on Rules report is accepted and before the House.
Mr. President, could we go to motions, please?
We will return to motions.
I'd like to adopt today's resolution calendar with the exception of Resolutions 6123 and 6072.
All in favor of adopting the resolution calendar with the exceptions that have been indicated signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? The resolution calendar is adopted.
Mr. President, at this time, Senator Hannan has a resolution at the desk at 6123. I believe he would like the title read, and then if you could call on Senator Hannan, and I think several other of my colleagues may also want to speak on this.
Secretary will read.
Legislative Resolution Number 6123 by Senator Hannan, calling on the federal government to reevaluate guidelines and allocate additional funding related to Lyme and tick-borne diseases.
Senator Hannan.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Earlier this week, the Task Force on Lyme disease and tick-borne diseases made its report, recommendations. Yesterday, we passed a statute in regard to part of the state's enforcement mechanism on physicians. And today what we'd like to do is call on the federal government to deal with this disease in a far more comprehensive and in-depth way than they've done before. The resolution talks about it's only recently that Lyme became a reportable disease in '86. More recently, namely last year, CDC said there's about 300,000 Americans diagnosed with Lyme each year, most of which are in the Northeast. And we recognize this as an epidemic. And so we call upon the federal government, the CDC, National Institute of Health, anyone else doing research, such as the Department of Defense, to focus on this disease, expand its research, and look at the treatment guidelines from the CDC, which have caused a great amount of concern. So for that reason, there are some other extraordinarily well-versed members of the task force. I'd ask if you call upon them and comment on this resolution.
Senator Lavelle.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to thank again Senator Hannan for his leadership and on this task force, and the members that were on that task force worked very, very hard. We really worked very well together, and we've provided for people of this state a blueprint in moving forward for an action plan both at a state level and a federal level. This resolution outlines the federal plan and what we're asking the feds to do. So, and I believe it's probably one of the most effective task forces that I have served on while being in the legislature. We've provided legislation to deal with problem which we discussed the other day, financial support and public relations support to make the case that Lyme disease and tick-borne diseases are very serious. People have died from these ailments, gone untreated, and I vote aye.
Senator Little.
Thank you, Mr. President. I, too, would like to speak on this resolution, having been part of the task force. And again, thank Senator Hannan for his leadership on this. Lyme disease was first discovered or named in 1986. And I think Connecticut became a place where it was pretty rampant. But it quickly crossed the borders and has entered New York State and is moving north, coming north into the Adirondacks. The treatment protocols for Lyme disease vary, as they would vary from doctor to doctor. And one of the things that came to our attention is that many people using the doctors that used the guidelines from the CDC were finding that many people needed to have more treatment than those guidelines allowed. Therefore, what we are asking is for the CDC to look at the treatment protocols that they have been putting out as guidelines and to look at the best practices that have been instituted by doctors in New York State and throughout the country to see if we can come up with a better way of dealing with people who have Lyme disease. I'm very fortunate in my district to have the Trudeau Institute, which has been world-renowned for studying vaccines, beginning certainly with TB is how it began, and going on to other diseases that they have developed vaccines for. Dr. Tim Stiletti, who was at the Trudeau Institute, spoke at a meeting we had in Glens Falls and also came down and spoke to our task force and really gave an interesting take on it as they deal with mice, as they treat mice and try to figure out how each reacts, is that these mice, as people will do, react differently to the tick and the tick-borne disease. And there are other parts of, some get it mildly, some get it really difficult, and some really end up with what we call chronic Lyme disease. So what we need is more money for research, more money to help us develop ways of preventing people from getting Lyme disease, more money so that we can treat the mice and the deer and the ticks that are around so that they are not poisoning people and causing this disease. So we're asking the CDC and the NIH to help us in this effort and giving them the results of our task force and the things that we have come up with, and certainly hoping that they will pay more attention to Lyme disease and to address the issue of how it is best treated in this country. So I look forward to seeing a result, but I really appreciate the opportunity to serve on this task force and to be able to move it to the federal level so that we can help people many of them who suffer from Lyme disease for a long period of time, and it takes a lot of effort and time to be diagnosed. So thank you very much. Thank you, Senator Hannan, and thank you to all my colleagues for joining us. Thank you.
Senator Marchone.
Mr. President, I also served as a member of the task force and would like to thank Senator Hannan for his leadership and all of his effort and work, and for everyone who served on the committee, and for those who came and testified before us. I learned more about tick-borne diseases than I thought I would ever learn in my life, and I know I have much, much more to learn. But I do believe that this body moved forward. We listened, we understood, and we took action. And I certainly am thankful to be part of a task force that actually followed through and really made some good strides forward to help the people in New York State. I represent Rensselaer, Saratoga, and 2 other counties, but those 2 counties are some of the most hard hit in tick-borne diseases in all of New York State. I hear horror stories all the time from people in my district about the financial and the psychological and the physical concerns and problems that they have just to go about their daily activities. So I just want to again thank Senator Hannan, call on the federal government to join us, and hope that they can move forward and have as much action as we have had in the Senate. Thank you, Mr. President.
Question is on the resolution. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The resolution is adopted. Senator Libous.
Mr. President, 6072 by Senator Smith is at the desk. Could you have the title read? And I believe Senator Smith would like to make some comments.
Secretary will read.
Legislative Resolution number 6072 by Senator Smith, commending Meredith L. Henderson upon the occasion of her designation for special recognition by the Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority, Inc.
Senator Smith.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Colleagues, I rise this afternoon to pay tribute to a young lady who has spent most of her life working on behalf of improving people's lives, as well as working on behalf of the state of New York. Meredith L. Henderson, who I had good fortune of her being my chief of staff, has achieved a distinction, much to the excitement of many people around the city and around this state. She's a young lady who, as many of you know, has always spent a lot of time helping people. She served in a number of positions in the Senate. She was in the Budget Office. She was director of the Black and Puerto Rican Hispanic Legislative Caucus. She served as the first African-American female deputy secretary to the Majority Leader, and she's now serving as chief of staff in the Senate. She's a graduate of Union College, Binghamton University as well. She has recently been recognized and elected by her peers in the Alpha Kappa Alpha sorority, one of the oldest, or the oldest, African-American female sorority in this country, started in 1908. It is now 106 years old. She has served there as part of the International Nominating Committee. She's been a parliamentarian. She served as the scholarship chairman and most notably as a graduate advisor. But what she has achieved, which many people are unfamiliar with, but will now know as we pause for deliberation to acknowledge her accomplishments. She has been elected as the North Atlantic Regional Director for the Alpha Kappa Alpha sorority. Now, some will say, well, Malcolm, what does that mean? Well, let me give you the significance of being elected to that position and what it means. She is now the North Atlantic Regional Director. That puts her as a supervising individual over approximately 9 states, from Maine to Maryland. She reigns over 11 regions on the Northeast Corridor. She's also over 138 chapters, which has over 10,000 members. I actually believe that I now work for Meredith L. Henderson as opposed to her working with me. But this is a great day that we stand on this floor of the Senate to acknowledge her accomplishments. A young lady who is very soft-spoken, but carries a very large intellectual stick. And I am proud to stand on this floor, congratulate her, ask my colleagues to join me in congratulating her as well. Mr. President, I would like to open this resolution for the entire Senate to co-sponsor.
Senator Libous, the sponsor has requested that the resolution be opened for co-sponsorship. Before that, I'm going to recognize Senator Montgomery. Senator Montgomery.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to join my colleague and thank Senator Smith that it's very appropriate, obviously, that the senator sponsor this resolution, but I must say this is my own sorrow. So he's jumped ahead of me, but that's quite all right, and I'm happy to join him, and definitely I want to be part of that resolution. It is not very often that we have an opportunity to rise in this situation and be able to honor someone who represents the best of what I believe women represent, and especially African American women in this country. And that's what Meredith represents in and of herself, but also as a member of this sorority. And I must say that while we are Alpha Kappa Alpha women, there are some Delta women and Omega women, and those are also part of this large community of sorority sisters who reflect what we believe are the best of our tradition and our communities and our people and women. So thank you, Senator Smith, and I certainly join you in honoring this great accomplishment of Meredith today.
Senator Parker.
Thank you, Mr. President. On the resolution, I want to add my voice to both Senator Smith and Senator Montgomery in honoring Meredith Henderson, who is not only a friend and a great professional who has worked very hard for this body, but someone who has gone above and beyond the work that she does in her job in terms of community service, but also providing service to the community. She's been involved in a lot of the life here in Albany, from charter schools to working with young women and to just making a better way of life for the people in the community in which she lives in. And that has really been a reflection not just of her own values, but the work that she has done with her sorority. This first Alpha Kappa Alpha, the first black female sorority in the nation, boasts some great members in it, including the late Dr. Maya Angelou, Toni Morrison, Gladys Knight, Coretta Scott King, Ella Fitzgerald, Jada Pinkett Smith, Mary Anderson, the great singer, were all members of this sorority, and of course our own Senator Vilmanette Montgomery. And so we honor these long, in honoring Meredith Henderson, we really honor this long legacy of women of this tradition of giving back to the community and putting service first. And so we'd like to thank her and all the women of Alpha Kappa Alpha for their contributions to the people of the state of New York.
Thank you, Senator Parker. Senator Stavisky.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I, too, want to honor Meredith Henderson. In college, I did belong to a sorority, but not that one. But that doesn't stop me from talking about the good work that Meredith Henderson has done. I've known her for quite a few years, and I commend her her on her distinction with Alpha Kappa Alpha. Thank you.
Questions on the resolution? All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The resolution is adopted. We want to extend our congratulations to Meredith and thank her for the outstanding work she does. And Senator Libous, the sponsors, asked for the resolution to be open for co-sponsorship.
But both the resolutions that were on the floor, we'd like to open up for co-sponsorship. And if for some reason somebody doesn't want to go on them, to let the desk know.
Resolutions are open for co-sponsorship. Should you choose not to be a sponsor, please signify by notifying the desk. Thank you,
President,
Senator
if it's
Libous.
okay with you and the rest of my colleagues, I'd like to take up supplemental calendar 54A, the non-controversial reading.
By all means, the Secretary shall read.
Senator Gianaris moved to discharge from the Committee on Veterans and Homeland Security Assembly Bill number 2124 and substitute the identical Senate Bill 592, third reading calendar 1663.
Substitution is so ordered. Secretary will read.
Calendar number 1663 by Member of the Assembly Simotas, Assembly Print 2124, enactment of the real property tax law.
Last section.
Section 2, this act to take effect on the 1st of July.
Call the roll.
Adabo, De Francisco, Klein, Libous, Skelos, Stewart, Cousins, Zeldin. Ayes 59.
Bills passed.
Senator Hannan moved to discharge from the Committee on Rules Assembly Bill number 5476D and substitute the identical Senate Bill 4926C, third reading calendar 1664.
Substitution so ordered. Secretary will read.
Calendar number 1664 by Member of the Assembly Simbrowitz, Assembly Print 5476D, enactments Section 38, Part A, Chapter 60 of the laws of 2014.
Last section.
Adopt Section 2. This act should take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, De Francisco, Klein, Libous, Skelos, Stewart, Cousins, Zeldin. Ayes 59.
Bill is passed.
Calendar number 1665 by Senator Rollbach, Senate Print 5227B, enacting in relation to the transportation of students.
Last section.
Section 2, this act should take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, De Francisco, Klein, Libous, Skelos, Stewart, Cousins, Zeldin. Ayes 59.
Bill's passed.
Calendar number 1666 by Senator Lanza, Senate Print 5705B, enactment of the Racing Parimutuel Wagering and Breeding Law.
Read the last section.
Section 6, this act should take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, De Francisco, Klein, Libous, Skelos, Stewart, Cousins, Zeldin.
Senator Bonasek to explain his vote.
Yes. This bill was exactly the same 2 years ago, where the governor vetoed it. There's not one change here. They're trying to revive a New York City OTB. And in my judgment, it's been a failed system, the OTBs in the state of New York, for the most part. The city of New York is against this. Yonkers Racetrack is against this. And what this legislation is trying to do is take Catskill Regional OTB, that's sitting on about $15 million, that should have been reinvested in the 10 counties in Catskill OTB, and they want to jump and make a merger with New York City to revive a system that failed in New York City. So let me just sum it up briefly. When New York City OTB closed in 2010, they owed Yonkers more than $21 million, which has never been paid. And also, when I talked about the failed system, Nassau OTB has an outstanding debt to Yonkers Raceway. Again, I just don't think OTB, it's outdated. They have not kept up with technology, should be consolidated. This is a failed system, and I don't know why the governor wouldn't veto it again, because nothing has changed. I vote no. Thank you.
Senator Bonasek to be recorded in the negative. Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1666, those recorded in the negative are Senators Ball, Bonasek, De Francisco, Gianaris, Griffo, Hoylman, Kruger, Little, Marchone, Seward, Squadron. Also Senator Gibson, also Senator Ranzenhofer.
Senator Libous.
Final roll. Could you give us a second here?
Sure. Secretary will continue to roll.
In relation to calendar 1666, those recorded in the negative are Senators Ball, Bonasek, DeFrancisco, Gianaris, Gibson, Griffo, Hoylman, Kruger, Libis, Little, Marchone, Ranzenhofer,
Stavisky down, Rivera up, so we count for.
We're going to announce the results again, so pay attention. Secretary will read.
In relation to calendar 1666, those recorded in the negative are Senators Ball, Bonasek, DeFrancisco, Gianaris, Gibson, Griffo, Hoylman, Kruger, Little, Marchone, Ranzenhofer, Seward, Squadron, and Kachik. Also Senator Nozzolio. Ayes 44, nays 15.
Bill is passed. On calendar number 616, the Senate version is high, the Assembly version is age. The Secretary will read. 1667.
Senator Kennedy moved to discharge from the Committee on Rules Assembly Bill number 1987A and substituted for the identical Senate Bill number 5942A, third reading calendar 1667.
Substitution so ordered.
Calendar number 1667 by Member of the Assembly Titus, Assembly Print 1987A, enacted in the Social Services Law.
Last section.
Section 2, this act should take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, DeFrancisco, Klein, Libous, Skelos, Stewart, Cousins, Zeldin.
Senator Kennedy to explain his vote.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. This piece of legislation is very serious in nature. It further helps us as we put forward the comprehensive legislation to transform our child protective services system throughout New York State, across our country. As we've talked about so many times in this chamber, about 700,000 children have suffered from abuse and neglect in New York State. That number is at about 80,000 children. When the hotline is called here in New York State, in the past, there has been these reports taken individually and reported out to the various municipalities. This legislation will take into account previous investigations and reports of abuse and neglect. In Erie County, we've seen some very high-profile deaths of children over the course of the last few years. The deaths of Abdi Muhammad, Ian Brooks, Mayuna Smith, Gage Seneca, Jacob Noe, and young children across the state have died because of these unthinkable and horrific abuses. And one of the most alarming findings that OCFS recent review of Erie County's CPS department was that approximately 72% of the reports involve families with histories of previous child protective service investigations within the past 4 years. 24% had 5 or more previous reports. So it's fitting that when the hotline is called, that the reports take into consideration those previous investigations, and that is referred out to the municipalities. I appreciate the leadership bringing this to the floor for a vote. With that, Mr. President, I vote aye.
Senator Kennedy, be recorded in the affirmative. Announce the results.
Ayes 59.
Bill is passed.
Senator Stewart Cousins moved to discharge from the Committee on Rules Assembly Bill number 8250A and substituted for the identical Senate Bill 6389A, third reading calendar 1668.
Substitution is so ordered.
Calendar
There's a
number
home rule message at the desk. Secretary will read.
Calendar number 1668 by Member of Assembly Paul and Assembly Print 8250A, enactment of vehicle and traffic law.
Last section.
Section 15, this act to take effect on the 30th day.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, DeFrancisco, Klein, Libous, Skelos, Stewart, Cousins, Zeldin. You got a couple. In relation to calendar 1668, those recorded in the negative are Senators Ball, DeFrancisco, Ranzenhofer, and Zeldin. Ayes also Senator Larkin. Ayes 53, nays 6. Excuse me, ayes 54, nays 5. Bill's passed.
The bill is passed. Okay, continue on calendar number 1669. No, just
Senator Kenny moved to discharge from the Committee on Children and Families. Assembly Bill number 8418A and substitute for the identical Senate Bill 6553A, third reading calendar 1669.
substitution is so ordered. Secretary will read.
Calendar number 1669 by Member of the Assembly Mayor, Assembly Print 8418A, enact amend the Social Services Law.
Last section.
Section 5, the statute take effect on the 90th day.
Call the roll.
Adabo, DeFrancisco, Klein, Libous, Skelos, Stewart, Cousins, Zeldin. Ayes 59.
Bill's passed.
Senator Lanza moved to discharge from the Committee on Codes, Assembly Bill number 8749A, and substitute for the identical Senate Bill 6804, third reading calendar 1670.
Substitution so ordered. Secretary will read.
Calendar number 1670 by Member of the Assembly Paul, and Assembly Print 8749A, an act to amend the Criminal Procedure Law.
Last section.
Section 2, this act should take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, DeFrancisco, Klein, Libous, Skelos, Stewart, Cousins, Zeldin. Ayes 59.
Bill's passed.
Calendar number 1671 by Senator Ranzenhofer, Senate Print 6890, enact amend the Public Authorities Law.
Last section.
Section 3, this act should take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, DeFrancisco, Klein, Libous, Skelos, Stewart, Cousins, Zeldin. Ayes 57, nays 2, Senators Ball and DeFrancisco recorded in the negative.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1672 by Senator Ranzenhofer, Senate Print 6892, enact amend the Public Authorities Law.
Last section.
Section 3, this act should take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, DeFrancisco, Klein, Libous, Skelos, Stewart, Cousins, Zeldin. Ayes 57, nays 2, Senators Ball and DeFrancisco recorded in the negative.
Bill's passed.
Senator Golden moved to discharge from Committee on Local Government, Assembly Bill number 9463, and substitute for the identical Senate Bill number 7185, third reading calendar 1673.
Substitution so ordered. Secretary will read.
Calendar number 1673 by Member of Assembly Farrell, Assembly Print 9463, enact amend the Local Finance Law.
Last section.
Section 2, this act should take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, DeFrancisco, Klein, Libous, Skelos, Stewart, Cousins, Zeldin. Ayes 58, nays 1, Senator Ball recorded in the negative.
Bill is passed.
Senator Hassel-Thompson moved to discharge from the Committee on Rules, Assembly Bill number 8368B, and substitute it for the identical Senate Bill 7236A, third reading calendar 1674.
Well, there's a home rule message at the desk. Substitution is so ordered, and the Secretary will read.
Calendar number 1674 by Member of the Assembly Pretlow, Assembly Print 8368B, enact amend the Vehicle and Traffic Law.
Read the last section.
Section 15, this act should take effect on the 30th day.
Call the roll.
Adabo, DeFrancisco, Klein, Libous, Skelos, Stewart, Cousins, Zeldin. Ayes 56, nays 3, Senators Ball, DeFrancisco, and Zeldin. Also Senator Larkin. Also Senator Ranzenhofer. Ayes 54, nays 5.
Bill's passed.
Senator Golden moved to discharge from the Committee on Rules, Assembly Bill number 9021D, and substitute for the identical Senate Bill 7387A, third reading calendar 1675.
Last section.
Calendar number 1675 by Member of Assembly Davila, Assembly Print 9021D, enact amend the Public Health Law. Section 2, this act should take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, DeFrancisco, Klein, Libous, Skelos, Stewart, Cousins, Zeldin. Ayes 59.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1676 by Senator Grisanti, Senate Print 7431A, enact amend the Mental Hygiene Law.
Last section.
Section 2, this act should take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, DeFrancisco, Klein, Libous, Skelos, Stewart, Cousins, Zeldin.
Senator Grisanti to explain his vote.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Believe it or not, I will be brief. This legislation establishes a plan to increase housing opportunities for people with developmental disabilities. We know that there's a severe housing shortage. You have individuals in their 80s that are taking care of children that are in their 50s with disabilities that they have no idea what's going to happen to them when they pass. This is a start. The Assembly never picked it up. We're going to have to come back to it next year, but this is something that we got to keep on the radar screen and get this accomplished once and for all. We have too many people that do not have housing in New York State. In my area, it's up to about 2,100. Check it out in your district, and let's get together and do something next year on it. Thank you very much. I vote aye.
How do you vote, Senator Grisanti?
Aye.
Senator Grisanti to be recorded in the affirmative. It was so brief that I wanted to make sure I heard it. Secretary will continue.
Ayes 59.
The bill is passed.
Senator Savino moved to discharge from the Committee on Rules Assembly Bill number 9744 and substitute for the identical Senate Bill 7640, third reading calendar 1677.
Substitution is ordered. Secretary will read.
Calendar number 1677 by Member of the Assembly Kavanaugh. Assembly Print 9744, enacted under the real property tax law.
Last section.
Section 4 of this act should take effect July 1, 2014.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, DeFrancisco, Klein, Libous, Skelos, Stewart, Cousins, Zeldin. Ayes 59.
Bill is passed.
Senator Skelos moved to discharge from the Committee on Rules Assembly Bill number 9739 and substitute for the identical Senate Bill 7702, third reading calendar 1678.
There's a home rule message at the desk. Substitution is ordered. Secretary will read.
Calendar number 1678 by Member of the Assembly Mayor. Assembly Print 9739. Enact to amend Chapter 20 of the laws of 2009.
Last section.
Section 2, this act should take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, DeFrancisco, Klein, Libous, Skelos, Stewart, Cousins, Zeldin.
Announce results.
In relation to calendar 1678, those recorded in the negative are Senators Ball, DeFrancisco, Larkin, O'Mara, and Zeldin. Ayes 54, nays 5.
Bill's passed.
Senator Skelos moved to discharge from Committee on Rules Assembly Bill number 9498 and substituted for the identical Senate Bill number 7704, third reading calendar 1679.
There's a home rule message at the desk. Substitution is ordered. Secretary will read.
Calendar number 1679 by Member of the Assembly Gant. Assembly Print 9498. Enact amend Chapter 22 of the laws of 2009.
Last section.
Section 2. This act should take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, DeFrancisco, Klein, Libous, Skelos, Stewart, Cousins, Zeldin. In relation to calendar 1679, those recorded in the negative are Senators Ball, DeFrancisco, Larkin, O'Mara, and Zeldin. Ayes 54, nays 5.
Bill's passed.
Senator Felder moved to discharge from Committee on Rules Assembly Bill number 9718 and substitute the identical Senate Bill number 7732, third reading calendar 1680.
Substitution is ordered. Secretary will read.
Calendar number 1680 by Member of the Assembly Nolan, Assembly Print 9718. Enact and amend the Public Authorities Law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act should take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, DeFrancisco, Klein, Libous, Skelos, Stewart, Cousins, Zeldin. Ayes 58, nays 1. Senator Martins recorded in the negative.
Bill's passed.
Senator Little moved to discharge from the Committee on Rules. Assembly Bill number 10049 and substitute for the identical Senate Bill 7746, third reading calendar 1681.
Substitution is ordered. Secretary will read.
Calendar number 1681 by the Assembly Committee on Rules. Assembly Print 10049. Enact amend the tax law.
Last section.
Section 2. This act should take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, DeFrancisco, Klein, Libous, Skelos, Stewart, Cousins, Zeldin. Ayes 57, nays 2. Senators Ball and DeFrancisco recorded in the negative.
Bill's passed.
Senator Skelos moved to discharge from the Committee on Rules Assembly Bill Number 9421A and substituted for the identical Senate Bill Number 7800, 30 and calendar 1682.
Substitution so ordered. Secretary will read.
Calendar number 1682 by Member of the Assembly Morelli, Assembly Print 9421A, enactment of public health law.
Last section.
Section 3, this act shall take effect January 1, 2015.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, DeFrancisco, Klein, Libous, Skelos, Stewart, Cousins, Zeldin. Ayes 58, nays 1. Senator Ball recorded in the negative.
Bill is passed.
Senator Golden moved to discharge from the Committee on Rules Assembly Bill Number 9970 and substituted the identical Senate Bill Number 7810, 30 and calendar 1683.
Substitution so ordered. Secretary will read.
Calendar number 1683 by the Assembly Committee on Rules, Assembly Print 9970, enact amend the Civil Service Law.
Last section.
Section 2, this act should take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, DeFrancisco, Klein, Libous, Skelos, Stewart, Cousins, Zeldin. Ayes 59.
Bill is passed.
Senator Flanagan moved to discharge from Committee on Rules, Assembly Bill Number 10019, and substitute for the identical Senate Bill Number 7815, 30 and calendar 1684.
Substitution so ordered. Secretary will read.
Calendar number 1684 by the Assembly Committee on Rules, Assembly Print 10019, enact amend Chapter 675 of the laws of 1984.
Last section.
Section 2, this act should take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, DeFrancisco, Klein, Libous, Skelos, Stewart, Cousins, Zeldin. Ayes 58, nays 1. Senator Gibson recorded in the negative.
Bill's passed.
Senator Hannan moved to discharge from the Committee on Rules, Assembly Bill Number 9492, and substitute the identical Senate Bill Number 7832, 30 and calendar 1685.
Substitution so ordered. Secretary will read.
Calendar number 1685 by Member of the Assembly Saladino, Assembly Print 9492, enacted in relation to directing.
Last section.
Section 2, this act should take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, DeFrancisco, Klein, Libous, Skelos, Stewart, Cousins, Zeldin.
Senator Martins to explain his vote.
Mr. President, my colleagues, the County of Nassau spends about $80 million to $100 million a year in commercial tax certiorari repayments each and every year. This bill will provide relief not only this year, but next year and each year thereafter to the tune of $80 to $100 million. It's been requested by the county executive. It was approved unanimously by the Nassau County Legislature. It provides savings going forward for every Nassau County property taxpayer, residential taxpayer. It provides relief for our school districts. It will not impact them, and if anything, will provide them with additional funding each and every year. And it does not impact in any way the county's continued obligations with regard to the county guarantee with regard to tax certiorari's for schools in Nassau County. It's something the county executive wants. It's something each and every one of the county legislators has asked us to do, and I thank you for your support today. Mr. President, I vote aye.
Senator Martins to be recorded in the affirmative. Announce the results.
Ayes 59.
The bill's passed.
Ayes 58, nays 1. Senator Boyle recorded in the negative.
The bill's passed.
Senator Skelos moved to discharge from the Committee on Rules, Assembly Bill Number 10097, and substitute the identical Senate Bill Number 7853, third reading calendar 1686.
Substitution so ordered. Secretary will read.
Calendar number 1686 by the Assembly Committee on Rules, Assembly Print 10097, enact amend the Nassau County Administrative Code.
Last section.
Section 2, this act should take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, DeFrancisco, Klein, Libous, Skelos, Stewart, Cousins, Zeldin. Ayes 56, nays 3. Senators Ball, Gibson, and Lanza recorded in the negative.
Bill is passed.
Calendar number 1687 by the Committee on Rules, Senate Print 7880, enactment chapter of the laws of 2014.
Last section.
Section 2, this act should take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, DeFrancisco, Klein, Libous, Skelos, Stewart, Cousins, Zeldin. Ayes 58, nays 1. Senator Ball recorded in the negative.
The bill is passed.
Senator Lanza moved to discharge from the Committee on Rules, Assembly Bill Number 10153, and substitute the identical Senate Bill Number 7916, 30 and calendar 1688.
Senator Libous, the bill is high.
Mr. President, and Senator, is there a message at the desk?
There is a message, but we'd like to substitute first, Senator Libous.
I'm always ahead of myself, Mr. President.
Substitution is so ordered. Senator Libous?
Is there a message of necessity at the desk?
The message of necessity is at the desk.
I move that we accept the message of necessity.
All in favor of accepting the message signify by saying aye.
Lanza, the last.
Opposed? The message of necessity from the governor is accepted. Secretary will read.
Calendar number 1688 by the Assembly Committee on Rules, Assembly Print 10153, enacting the Environmental Conservation Law.
Last section.
Section 2 of this act to take effect on the same date and same manner as chapter of the laws of 2014.
Call the roll.
Adabo, De Francisco, Klein, Libous, Skelos, Stewart, Cousins, Zeldin.
Results.
Relation to calendar 1688, those recorded in the negative are Senators Ball, Griffo, Marchone, Perkins, Ranzenhofer, Seward, Zeldin, also Senator Libous. Ayes 51, nays 8.
The bill is passed. Bill is passed. Senator Libous, that completes the
Also Senator Farley.
Okay, we're going to re-announce the results on calendar number 1688.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Relation to calendar 1688, those recorded in the negative are Senators Ball, Farley, Griffo, Libous, Marchone, Maziarz, Perkins, Ranzenhofer, Seward, and Zeldin.
Also Larkin.
And Gallivan.
Results.
In relation to calendar 1688, those recorded in the negative are Senators Ball, Farley, Gallivan, Griffo, Larkin, Libous, Marchone, Maziarz, Nozzolio, Ranzenhofer, Seward, and Zeldin. Ayes 47, nays 12.
Bill's passed. Senator Libous, that now concludes the non-controversial reading of Senate Supplemental Calendar 54A.
Mr. President, how long can you hold your breath for?
How long would you like me to?
If you could hold your breath for a minute, we'll be with you shortly, and we'll make a couple announcements.
If you'll allow me to exhale.
Please exhale, Mr. President.
Senator Libous, you may continue.
Thank you for holding your breath. Well, there will be a Finance Committee at 4:30 in room 332. That would be the Finance Committee. And conclusion of the Finance Committee, we will then come back here to the floor and take up nominations that will be discussed in the Finance Committee. And then in the meantime, we will be working on another rules report and an active list. And the goal would be to move things right along as quickly as possible so that we could all adjourn and be on our way to our homes and our districts and those people who hopefully still love us.
There will be a meeting of the Finance Committee at 4:30 in room 332. That will be followed by activity to be determined and so designated. Until such time, the Senate will stand at ease.
Mr. President, I'm supposed to get the laughs, not you. Finance Committee in 332.
There is an immediate meeting of the Senate Finance Committee in room 332.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's going to be
The Senate will stand at ease.
some resolutions at the desk, if we could take them up in order.
Senate will come to order and the Secretary will read.
Apparently, County just took the money for the...
Senate resolution by Senators Skelos and Klein establishing a plan set forth an itemized list of grantees for certain appropriations in the 2014-2015 state fiscal year.
Call the roll.
All right.
Call the roll.
Call the roll on the resolution.
Adabo, D. Francisco, Klein, Libous, Skelos, Stewart, Cousins, Zeldin. Ayes 59.
Resolution is adopted.
Legislative resolution by Senators Skelos and Klein establishing a plan set forth an itemized list of grantees for certain appropriations in the 2014-2015 state fiscal year.
Call the roll on the resolution.
Adabo, D. Francisco, Klein, Libous, Skelos, Stewart, Cousins, Zeldin. Ayes 59.
The resolution is adopted.
Senate resolution by Senator Skelos and Klein establishing a plan set forth an itemized list of grantees for certain appropriations for the 2014-2015 state fiscal year for grants and aid for drug, violence, and crime control and prevention programs, for grants that prevent domestic violence or aid victims of domestic violence, grants for civil or criminal domestic violence legal services, grants for law enforcement, anti-drug, anti-violence, crime control, and prevention programs, as required by a plan setting forth an itemized list of grantees with the amount to be received by each, or the methodology for allocating such appropriation. Such plan shall be subject to the approval of the temporary President of the Senate and the Director of Budget, and thereafter shall be included in a resolution calling for the expenditure of such monies, which resolution must be approved by a majority vote of all members elected to the Senate upon a roll call vote.
Call the roll on the resolution.
Adabo, D. Francisco, Klein, Libous, Skelos, Stewart, Cousins, Zeldin. Ayes 59.
The resolution is adopted.
Senate resolution by Senators Skelos and Klein amending the Senate Resolution R 2682 of 2013, establishing a plan setting forth an itemized list of grantees for the New York State Economic Development Assistance Program established pursuant to an appropriation in the 2008-2009 state fiscal year in Part QQ of Chapter 57 of the laws of 2008 relating to such itemized list of grantees.
Call the roll on the resolution.
Adabo, D. Francisco, Klein, Libous, Skelos, Stewart, Cousins, Zeldin. Ayes 59.
The resolution is adopted.
President,
Senator Libous.
I think there's a report of the Finance Committee at the desk. Could we have it read at this time?
We'll return to reports.
Maybe two reports, actually.
We will return to reports of committees. There is two reports of the Finance Committee at the desk. Secretary will read.
Senator DeFrancisco from the Committee on Finance offers the following nomination as Chief Enforcement Counsel of the State Board of Elections. Riza S. Sugarman of Pine Bush.
Senator DeFrancisco.
Yes, I'm happy to move this nomination, and due to the lateness of the hour and how long the nominee has been sitting there waiting for this historic moment when we have an enforcement officer, the first one in the history of the state of New York, being added to the Board of Elections. She was approved unanimously in the Finance Committee. She has an incredible record, not only prosecuting homicide cases in the Bronx, but also supervising individuals who were prosecuting homicides and many other government jobs where she had supervisory responsibility. She was very clear during my private discussion with her and during the hearing that, and to many other senators, that she doesn't view this job as a gotcha job where she's going to be looking for technical violations. Basically, the board's going to be looking to help people conform to the technical requirements of the law and obviously investigate serious allegations. So that's exactly what we're looking for, a person who's going to act in a bipartisan way and go after serious violations, not technical ones. So with that said, I move the nomination.
The question is on the nomination of Riza S. Sugarman of Pine Bush as Chief Enforcement Counsel of the State Board of Elections. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? Riza S. Sugarman is hereby confirmed as Chief Enforcement Counsel of the New York State Board of Elections. Congratulations, Riza. Secretary will continue.
As trustee of the State University of New York Board of Trustees, Lawrence W. Waldman of Roslyn Heights, Eric Korngold of Brooklyn.
Nominations.
The question is on the nominations of Lawrence J. Waldman. Senator Lavelle.
On Larry Waldman as a member of the SUNY Board of Trustees. Mr. Waldman is a accountant, is on numerous boards within the Long Island region, on the Long Island Association, and is an adjunct professor at Hofstra and on the Dean's Council at Hofstra. Is involved with State University at Stony Brook, and has a wonderful demeanor and can work, has been on corporate boards so that he knows how to play in the sandbox and be a good member of a board. I support the nomination and move the nomination, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Lavelle. The question is on the nominations of Lawrence Waldman and Eric Korngold as trustees of the State University of New York. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Opposed? Lawrence J. Waldman and Eric Korngold have been confirmed as trustees of the State University of New York Board of Trustees. Congratulations. We will continue.
As member of the Metropolitan Transportation Authority, Iris Weinschall of Brooklyn.
The question is on the nomination of Iris Weinschall of Brooklyn as a member of the Metropolitan Transportation Authority. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? Iris Weinschall has been confirmed as a member of the Metropolitan Transportation Authority. Secretary will continue.
As member of the State Fire Prevention and Building Code Council, Sean Hamlin of Albany.
Move the nomination.
Question is on the nomination of Sean Hamlin as a member of the State Fire Prevention and Building Code Council. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? Sean Hamlin has been confirmed as a member of the State Fire Prevention and Building Code Council. Secretary will continue. Senator Libous, we have completed the nominations.
Mr. President, there'll be a Rules Committee meeting at 8 o'clock. In the meantime, we'll stand at ease.
There will be a Rules Committee meeting in room 332 at 8 p.m. Till such time, the Senate shall stand at ease.
For the Democratic Conference at 7:45.
There will be a Democratic conference at 7:45 in room 315. Is that correct? 7:45 p.m. Democratic conference, room 315. Senate stands at ease. Senator Libous.
Could we have the non-controversial reading of the supplemental active list dated Friday, June 20th?
Yes. Yes, thank you.
Are you sure? Secretary will read.
What are they doing?
Non-controversial supplemental active list. Secretary will read.
Calendar number 204 by Senator Grisanti, Senate Print 3947A, and not to amend the public health law.
Last section.
Section 2, this act should take effect on the 180th day.
Call the roll.
Adavo, De Francisco, Klein, Libous, Skelos, Stewart, Cousins, Zeldin. In relation to calendar 204, those recorded in the negative are Senators Avella, Gibson, Hoylman, Kruger, Serrano, and Squadron. Ayes 53, nays 6.
Bills passed.
Calendar number 498 by Senator DeFrancisco, Senate Print 5959, enacting the election law.
Last section.
Section 3, this act should take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, DeFrancisco, Klein, Libous, Skelos, Stewart, Cousins, Zeldin.
Senator Kruger to explain her vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to thank Senator DeFrancisco for sponsoring this bill. Now, this would require, of course, a full process of multiple votes and taking it to the people, but it's 8:45. I don't know how many people are listening, but the most recent example was there was a casino amendment to the Constitution that the way it was written when it was brought to the voters didn't really look anything like what it was then we voted for it here. I personally believe if the exact language of what we had passed here had been on the ballot, we would have seen a different result on the casino vote. I think it's critical to have not only truth in advertising, but factual statements to the public when we're asking them their position on a referendum or at the ballot box. I very much hope this becomes law. I vote yes.
Senator Kruger to be recorded in the affirmative. Senator DeFrancisco to explain his vote.
Senator Kruger should know I was listening anyway, and I agree with her 100%.
Senator DeFrancisco to be recorded in the affirmative. Announce the results.
Ayes 59.
Bills passed.
On page 14, Senator Savino moved to discharge from the Committee on Rules Assembly Bill number 8251B and substitute for the identical Senate Bill 6964C, third reading calendar 547.
Substitution so ordered. Secretary will read.
Calendar number 547 by Member of the Assembly Simbrowitz, Assembly Print 8251B, an act authorized.
Last section.
Section 2, this act should take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, DeFrancisco, Klein, Libous, Skelos, Stewart, Cousins, Zeldin. Ayes 57, nays 2. Senators Hoylman and Kruger recorded in the negative.
The bill is passed.
On page 15, Senator Hannan moved to discharge from the Committee on Rules. Assembly Bill number 9299D and substitute the identical Senate Bill 7027C, third reading calendar 565.
Substitution so ordered. Secretary will read.
Calendar number 565 by Member of Assembly Rosenthal, Assembly Print 9299D, an act to amend the public health law.
Last section.
Section 2, this act should take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, DeFrancisco, Klein, Libous, Skelos, Stewart, Cousins, Zeldin. Ayes 59.
Bills passed.
Calendar number 665 by Senator DeFrancisco, Senate Print 3852B, an act to amend the civil practice law and rules.
Last section.
Section 2, this act should take effect on the 30th day.
Call the roll.
Adabo, DeFrancisco, Klein, Libous, Skelos, Stewart, Cousins, Zeldin.
Senator Kruger to explain her vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, sometimes the sponsor's right and sometimes they're wrong. This is one of the cases where he's wrong. And in fact, if this were to become law, it could translate into tobacco companies getting away with not meeting their legal obligations when they lose court cases because they've been killing people for decades and lying about it. I don't want to reward them in any way, shape, or form. I'm voting no and hoping this does not become law. Thank you, Mr.
Senator
President.
Kruger to be recorded in the negative. Announce the results. Senator DeFrancisco to explain his vote.
Yes, I was listening to that too. And I just want to respond. This isn't for the protection of the companies who sell cigarettes. It's for the protection of people who have got judgments against companies, including some of our counties in the state who have actually got settlements that have to be paid. If the bond is too high and they can't pay the bond, the company goes under and those settlements aren't satisfied. But had she known that, I'm sure she would have changed her vote.
Wants to be down.
Senator DeFrancisco to be recorded in the affirmative. Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 665, those recorded in the negative are Senators Avella, Gianaris, Hassel-Thompson, Hoylman, Kennedy, Kruger, O'Brien, Rivera, Squadron, Ms. Stavisky. Also Senator Serrano. Ayes 48, nays 11.
Bills passed.
On page 26, Senator Seward moves to discharge from the Committee on Insurance, Assembly Bill Number 9154A, and substitute the identical Senate Bill 6507A, third reading calendar 1102.
The substitution is sorted and the Secretary will read.
Calendar number 1102 by Member of the Assembly Simbrowitz, Assembly Print 9154A, enact amend the insurance law.
Last section.
Section 2, this act should take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, DeFrancisco, Klein, Libous, Skelos, Stewart, Cousins, Zeldin. Ayes 59.
Bills passed.
Calendar number 1172 by Senator Hannan, Senate Print 7521. Enact amend the real property tax law.
Last section.
Section 2, this act should take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, DeFrancisco, Klein, Libous, Skelos, Stewart, Cousins, Zeldin. Ayes 59.
Bills passed.
Calendar number 1459 by Senator Lavelle, Senate Print 7850A. Enact amend the real property tax law.
Last section.
Section 2, this act should take effect January 1, 2015.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, DeFrancisco, Klein, Libous, Skelos, Stewart, Cousins, Zeldin. Ayes 58, nays 1. Senator Bonasek recorded in the negative.
Bills passed.
Was this previously set? Calendar number 1565 by Member of the Assembly Silver, Assembly Print 9462. Enact amend the tax law.
Last section.
Section 2, this act should take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, DeFrancisco, Klein, Libous, Skelos, Stewart, Cousins, Zeldin. In relation to calendar 1565, those recorded in the negative are Senators Ball, Golden, and Lanza. Ayes 56, nays 3.
Bills passed.
Calendar number 1580 by Senator Flanagan, Senate Print 7866. Enact amend the education law.
Last section.
Section 2, this act should take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, DeFrancisco, Klein, Libous, Skelos, Stewart, Cousins, Zeldin. Ayes 59.
Bills passed.
Calendar number 1583 by Senator Flanagan, Senate Print 7871. An act relating to regional tuition.
Last section.
Section 2, this act should take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, DeFrancisco, Klein, Libous, Skelos, Stewart, Cousins, Zeldin. Ayes 59.
The bill is passed. Senator Libous, that completes the supplemental active list reading, non-controversial.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a supplemental active list number 2. Could we, dated Friday, June 20th, could we do the non-controversial reading?
We will have the second supplemental active list to be read by the Secretary. The Secretary will read.
Senator Stewart Cousins moved to discharge from the Committee on Rules Assembly Bill Number 9028C and substitute the identical Senate Bill Number 6738B, third reading calendar 698.
Substitution is ordered. Secretary will read.
Calendar number 698 by Member of the Assembly Abenanti, Assembly Print 9028C. Enact amend Chapter 566 of the laws of 1967.
Last section.
Section 2, this act should take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, DeFrancisco, Klein, Libous, Skelos, Stewart, Cousins, Zeldin. Ayes 59.
Bills passed.
Calendar number 1160 by Senator Ravella, Senate Print 726A. Enact amend the real property tax law.
Last section.
Section 23, this act should take effect on the 1st of January.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, DeFrancisco, Klein, Libous, Skelos, Stewart, Cousins, Zeldin.
Senator Kruger to explain her vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I agree with many of my colleagues that the City of New York desperately needs to modernize and make more equitable its property tax system. In fact, we have innumerable of the times in this, bless you, in this House urged them to complete their studies and submit to us a proposal on how to improve their own property tax system so that it's both fairer to all and also ensures enough revenue for the City of New York. And so I appreciate the sponsor's desire to do part of the job, perhaps out of frustration. And so this bill would, if held up, and it's not clear could meet constitutional muster, but this bill would reduce some people's property taxes, co-op and condo owners. It would actually probably reduce my taxes. I'm a co-op owner. Nonetheless, the way it's set up, somebody else would just be paying those taxes for us co-op and condo owners, and I find that very unfair to the people of New York who rent their apartments or who live in other kinds of housing. So I will be voting no, with respect for the fact that I will continue to call on the City of New York to develop a package to change their property tax structure to ensure that it is fair and equitable for all. I vote no, Mr. President. Thank you.
Senator Kruger, to be recorded in the negative, announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1160, those recorded in negative are Senators Ball, Hassel-Thompson, Hoylman, Kennedy, Kruger, Little, Nozzolio, Rivera, Serrano, Squadron, Young. Also Senator Maziarz. Ayes 47, nays 12.
Bills passed.
Senator Stuart Cousins moved to discharge from the Committee on Rules Assembly Bill number 10,078A and substituted for the identical Senate Bill 7842, third reading calendar 1627.
There's a home rule message at the desk. The substitution is so ordered and the Secretary will read.
Calendar number 1627 by the Assembly Committee on Rules, Assembly Print 10,078A, enacting relation.
Last section.
Section 2, this act should take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, D. Francisco, Klein, Libous, Skelos, Stewart, Cousins, Zeldin. Ayes 58, nays 1. Senator Ball recorded in the negative.
Bills passed. Senator Libous, that completes the non-controversial reading of Supplemental Active List 2.
Thank you, Mr. President. I believe there's a report of the Rules Committee at the desk. Will we have it read at this time?
There is a report of the Rules Committee at the desk, and the Secretary will read.
Senator Skelos from the Committee on Rules reports the following bills. Senate Print 338 by Senator D. Francisco, enact amend the insurance law. Senate 2136 by Senator Lanza, enact amend the vehicle and traffic law. Senate 4142 by Senator Lanza, enact amend the public officers law. Senate 5048 by Senator Serrano, enact amend Chapter 115 of the laws of 1894. Senate 5809 by Senator Nozzolio, enact amend the county law. Senate 5990A by Senator Seward, enact amend the county law. Senate 6675C by Senator Martins, enact amend the executive law. Senate 6683 by Senator Breslin, enact amend Chapter 454 of the laws of 2010. Senate 7400B by Senator Carlucci, enact amend the public health law. Senate 7634B by Senator Martins, enact amend the workers' compensation law. Senate 7698 by Senator Montgomery, enact authorizing. Senate 7747B by Senator Little, enact amend the public health law. Senate 7823 by Senator Maziarz, enact amend the workers' compensation law. Senate 7833 by Senator Klein, enact amend the tax law. Senate 7851B by Senator O'Mara, enact amend the environmental conservation law. Senate 5056 by Senator Carlucci, enact amend the education law. Senate 6898 by Senator Lavella, enact amend the alcoholic beverage control law. Senate 7295A by Senator Breslin, enact amend the vehicle and traffic law. Senate 7483 by Senator Ball, enact amend the executive law. Senate 7500A by Senator Hannan, enact amend the public health law. And Senate 7259A by Senator Gibson, enact creating. All bills reported direct to third reading.
Senator Libous. I'll entertain a
President, I move to
motion.
accept the report of the Rules Committee.
On motion, all in favor of accepting the Committee on Rules report signify by saying aye. Opposed? The Committee on Rules report is accepted and before the House. Senator Libous.
We now have supplemental calendar 54B. Could we have the non-controversial reading?
Secretary will read Senate Supplemental Calendar 54B, non-controversial.
Calendar number 1689 by Senator D. Francisco, Senate Print 338, enact amend the insurance law.
Last section.
Section 2, this act should take effect on the 1st of January.
Call the roll.
Adabo, D. Francisco, Klein, Libous, Skelos, Stewart, Cousins, Zeldin. Ayes 57, nays 2. Senators Breslin and Seward recorded in the negative. Also, Senator Hannan. Ayes 56, nays 3.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1690 by Senator Lanza, Senate Print 2136, enact amend the vehicle and traffic law.
Last section.
Section 2, this act should take effect on the 90th day.
Call roll.
Adabo, D. Francisco, Klein, Libous, Skelos, Stewart, Cousins, Zeldin. Ayes 59.
Bills passed.
Senator Lanza moved to discharge from the Committee on Rules Assembly Bill number 2448 and substituted for the identical Senate Bill 4142, third reading calendar 1691.
Substitution is ordered. Secretary will read.
Calendar number 1691 by Member of the Assembly Rozak, Assembly Print 2448, enact amend the Public Officers Law.
Last section.
Section 2, this act should take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, DeFrancisco, Klein, Libet, Skelos, Stewart, Cousins, Zeldin. Ayes 57, nays 2, Senators Ball and Zeldin recorded in the negative.
The bill is passed.
Senator Serrano moved to discharge from the Committee on Rules. Assembly Bill Number 2046 and substituted the identical Senate Bill Number 5048, third reading calendar 1692.
There's a home rule message at the desk. The substitution is ordered. Secretary will read.
Calendar number 1692 by Member of the Assembly Kavanaugh. Assembly Print 2046. Enact amend Chapter 115 of the laws of 1894.
Last section.
Section 7, this act should take effect on the 60th day.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, DeFrancisco, Klein, Libet, Skelos, Stewart, Cousins, Zeldin.
Senator Serrano to explain his vote.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Very quickly, I just want to thank all of my colleagues for supporting this legislation. All of us who care about animals in the city of New York, this is a major victory. It will modernize the dog licensing process, and it will allow the city to generate more revenue if needed to help care for animals. I want to thank my colleague in the Assembly, Assemblymember Brian Kavanaugh, for his leadership on this issue. Thank you.
Senator Serrano to be recorded in the affirmative. Council results.
Ayes 57, nays 2, Senators Ball and Zeldin recorded in the negative.
The bill is passed.
Senator Nozzolio moved to discharge from the Committee on Rules Assembly Bill Number 8035 and substitute the identical Senate Bill 5809, third reading calendar 1693.
Substitution is ordered, and the Secretary will read.
Calendar number 1693 by Member of the Assembly Morelli, Assembly Print 8035. An act to amend the county law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act should take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, DeFrancisco, Klein, Libet, Skelos, Stewart, Cousins, Zeldin.
Results.
Relation to calendar 1693, those recorded in the negative are Senators Ball, Carlucci, Gibson, Golden, Griffo, Kennedy, Lavelle, O'Brien, O'Mara, Kachik, and Zeldin. Ayes 48, nays 11.
The bill is passed.
Senator Seward moved to discharge from the Committee on Rules Assembly Bill Number 8303A and substitute the identical Senate Bill Number 5998, third reading calendar 1694.
Substitution is ordered. Secretary will read.
Calendar number 1694 by Member of the Assembly Crouch, Assembly Print 8303. An act to amend the county law.
Last section.
Section 2, this act should take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, DeFrancisco, Klein, Libet, Skelos, Stewart, Cousins, Zeldin.
Ask for a little order in the House, please. Results.
Relation to calendar 1694, those recorded in the negative are Senators Ball, Carlucci, Gibson, Golden, Griffo, Kennedy, O'Brien, O'Mara, Kachik, and Zeldin. Also Senator Marchone. Ayes 48, nays 11.
The bill is passed.
Senator Martins moved to discharge from the Committee on Rules Assembly Bill Number 1869D and substitute the identical Senate Bill 6675C, third reading calendar 1695.
Substitution so ordered. Secretary will read.
Calendar number 1695 by Member of the Assembly Schimmel, Assembly Print 1869D, an act to amend the executive law.
Last section.
Section 3, this act should take effect on the 1st of January.
Roll.
Addabbo, DeFrancisco, Klein, Libet, Skelos, Stewart, Cousins, Zeldin. Just two. Ayes 56, nays 3. Senators Ball, Kruger, and Little recorded in the negative.
The bill is passed.
Senator Breslin moved to discharge from the Committee on Transportation Assembly Bill Number 8877 and substitute for the identical Senate Bill 6683, third reading calendar 1696.
There's a home rule resolution, home rule message at the desk. Read the last secretarial read.
Did he say substitution order too?
Hopefully all's well. There is a home rule message at the desk. The substitution is so ordered and the secretary will read.
Calendar number 1696 by member of the Assembly Fahey, Assembly Print 8877. Enact amend Chapter 454 of the laws of 2010.
Last section.
Section 2, this act should take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, DeFrancisco, Klein, Libous, Skelos, Stewart, Cousins, Zeldin. Ayes 58, nays 1. Senator Ball recorded in the negative.
The bill is passed.
Senator Carlucci moved to discharge from the Committee on Rules Assembly Bill Number 9766A and substituted for the identical Senate Bill Number 7400B, third reading calendar 1697.
Substitution is so ordered and the secretary will read.
Calendar number 1697 by member of the Assembly Gunther, Assembly Print 9766A, enact amend the public health law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act should take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, DeFrancisco, Klein, Libous, Skelos, Stewart, Cousins, Zeldin. Ayes 59.
The bill is passed.
Senator Martins moved to discharge from the Committee on Rules Assembly Bill Number 9721B and substituted the identical Senate Bill Number 7634B, third reading calendar 1698.
Substitution so ordered. Secretary will read.
Calendar number 1698 by member of the Assembly Bronson, Assembly Print 9721B. Enact amend the Workers' Compensation Law.
Last section.
Section 4 of this act should take effect on the 180th day.
Call the roll.
Adabo, DeFrancisco, Klein, Libous, Skelos, Stewart, Cousins, Zeldin. Ayes 59.
Bill is passed.
Senator Montgomery moved to discharge from the Committee on Rules Assembly Bill Number 9874 and substituted for the identical Senate Bill Number 7698, third reading calendar 1699.
The substitution is so ordered and the secretary will read.
Calendar number 1699 by member of the Assembly Mosley, Assembly Print 9874, an act authorizing.
Last section.
Section 2, this act should take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, DeFrancisco, Klein, Libous, Skelos, Stewart, Cousins, Zeldin. Ayes 58, nays 1. Senator Ball recorded in the negative.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1700 by Senator Little, Senate Print 7747B, enact amend the public health law.
Last section.
Section 2, this act should take effect in 180 days.
Call the roll.
Adabo, DeFrancisco, Klein, Libous, Skelos, Stewart, Cousins, Zeldin. Ayes 56, nays 3. Senators Golden, Laval, and Marcelino recorded in the negative.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1701 by Senator Maziar, Senate Print 7823, enact amend the Workers' Compensation Law.
Last section.
Section 2, this act should take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, DeFrancisco, Klein, Libous, Skelos, Stewart, Cousins, Zeldin. Ayes 59.
The bill is passed.
Senator Klein moved to discharge from the Committee on Rules Assembly Bill Number 10075 and substituted the identical Senate Bill Number 7833, third reading calendar 1702.
Substitution so ordered. Secretary will read.
Calendar number 1702 by the Assembly Committee on Rules, Assembly Print 10075, enact amend the tax law.
Last section.
Section 2, this act should take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, DeFrancisco, Klein, Libous, Skelos, Stewart, Cousins, Zeldin.
Senator Kruger to explain her vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to vote no. The memo says that we'll expand free play, which is free gambling, to increase revenue. Well, actually, it will just increase gambling. So apparently, people can't get hooked on it easily enough. We need to give them free play so we can addict them more quickly and more effectively. And thank goodness this bill will also expand facilities to be able to be open, I believe, 20 or 22 hours a day, just in case you couldn't get enough of that gambling in the current number of hours. I vote no, Mr. President.
Senator Kruger to be recorded in the negative. Announce the results.
Relation to calendar 1702, those recorded in the negative are Senators Ball, Kennedy, Kruger, and Laval. Ayes 55, nays 4.
The bill is passed.
Senator O'Mara moved to discharge the Committee on Rules, Assembly Bill Number 9619B, and substitute for the identical Senate Bill 7851B, third reading calendar 1703.
Substitution sorted. Secretary will read.
Calendar number 1703 by Member of the Assembly Lifton, Assembly Print 9619B, enact amending the Environmental Conservation Law.
Last section.
Section 4 of this act shall take effect after 1 year.
Call the roll.
Adabo, De Francisco, Klein, Libous, Skelos, Stewart, Cousins, Zeldin.
Results.
Relation to calendar 1703. Those recorded in the negative are Senators De Francisco.
Seems to be a lot of chatter in the back of the chamber.
We have a number of people in the chamber right now. I'd ask everybody, if you're going to have conversations, please take it outside the chamber. As we're in here continuing to finalize the business before the desk, if we could have some quiet, I'd appreciate it. The Secretary will announce the results.
Relation to calendar 1703, those recorded in the negative are Senators De Francisco, Flanagan, Griffo, Libous, Maziarz, Nozzolio, Ranzenhofer, Robach, and Seward. Ayes 50, nays 9.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1704 by Senator Carlucci, Senate Print 5056, enact amend the education law.
Last section.
Section 2 of the statute take effect on the 1st of July.
Call the roll.
Adabo, De Francisco, Klein, Libous, Skelos, Stewart, Cousins, Zeldin.
Okay, results.
Relation to calendar 1704, those recorded in the negative are Senators Ball, Farley, Flanagan, Laval, Little, Marcelino, Martins, Nozzolio, Ranzenhofer, Robach, Seward, Young, and Zeldin. Ayes 46, and nays also Senator Hannan. Ayes for... Also, relation to calendar 1704, those recorded in the negative are Senators Ball, Farley, Flanagan, Golden, Hannan, Laval, Libous, Little, Marcelino, Martins, Montgomery, Nozzolio, Ranzenhofer, Robach, Seward, Young, and Zeldin. Ayes 42, nays 17.
Bill is passed.
Calendar number 1705 by Senator Avella, Senate Print 6898, enact amend the Alcoholic Beverage Control Law.
Last section.
Section 2 of this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, De Francisco, Klein, Libous, Skelos, Stewart, Cousins, Zeldin. Ayes 58, nays 1. Senator Ball recorded in the negative.
Bill's passed.
Ayes 57, nays 2. Senators Ball and Robach recorded in the negative.
The bill is still passed.
Senator Breslin moved to discharge from the Committee on Rules Assembly Bill number 9583A to substitute the identical Senate Bill number 7295A, 30 in calendar 1706.
There is a home rule message at the desk. The substitution is so ordered and the secretary will read.
Calendar number 1706 by Member of the Assembly Fahey, Assembly Print 9583A, enactment of vehicle and traffic law.
Read the last section.
Section 15, this act should take effect on the 30th day.
Call the row.
Adabo, De Francisco, Klein, Libous, Skelos, Stewart, Cousins, Zeldin. Marchone. Relation to calendar 1706, those recorded in the negative are Senators Ball, Griffo, Marchone, O'Mara, and Zeldin. Ayes 54, nays 5.
The bill is passed.
Senator Ball moved to discharge from the Committee on Veterans Homeland Security, Assembly Bill Number 8489A, and substitute the identical Senate Bill Number 7483, third reading calendar 1707.
Can I get some order in the chamber, please? Substitution is so ordered and the secretary will read.
Calendar number 1707 by Member of the Assembly Buckwald, Assembly Print 8489A, enacted on the executive law.
Last section.
Section 2, this act should take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, De Francisco, Klein, Libous, Skelos, Stewart, Cousins, Zeldin. Ayes 59.
The bill is passed.
Senator Hannan moved to discharge from the Committee on Rules, Assembly Bill Number.
The bill is laid aside for the day.
Are we doing this? We're not going to do this. No.
Don't do the
Don't.
Secretary will continue. That was slow.
Senator Gibson moved to discharge from the Committee on Rules, Assembly Bill Number 9847A, and substituted the identical Senate Bill 7259A, third reading calendar 1709.
Substitution is so ordered and the secretary will read.
Calendar number 1709 by Member of the Assembly Cahill, Assembly Print 9847A, an act creating.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act should take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, De Francisco, Klein, Libous, Skelos, Stewart, Cousins, Zeldin. Ayes 58, nays 1. Senator Ball recorded in the negative.
The bill is passed. Senator Skelos, that completes the Senate Supplemental Calendar 54B non-controversial reading.
You want me to do that now? Do this now? President?
Senator Libous. Again, may I have some order in the chamber?
Mr. President, there are 3 assembly bills at the desk. I move to reconsider the substitutions and have the Senate bills restored to the third reading calendar.
Secretary will read.
Assembly Bill Numbers 5625A, Assembly 9576, and Assembly 9720.
The request is so ordered.
Mr. President, I now move to recommit the calendar.
So ordered. So, thank you very much, everyone, for your silence. I'd now like to recognize Senator Stewart Cousins.
Oh. I was enjoying the silence there for a minute. I want to thank you, Mr. President, and I know the hour's late, so I won't spend a lot of time, but I do want to thank Senator Skelos during this session, and Senator Klein as well. And of course, I want to thank Governor Cuomo for his vision and leadership in helping to move our state forward. And I want to thank our partners in the other legislative house, especially Speaker Silver, who's been a true friend and a real progressive leader here. I also want to thank the staff on both sides of the aisle, because you work so very hard, and you'll hear this over and over again. You make us all look good, and the work that you've put in over the past 2 years has really been invaluable. I really, really thank you. I've thanked all of the staff before so that I wouldn't name names and get in trouble, but I really appreciate we all do what you've done. As we wrap up the two-year term, I think of what we've experienced. I think about how this began, for me, historic, when my great colleagues entrusted me with the leadership of the Democratic Conference. And not only did you do that, but in so doing, we made history when I became the first female legislative leader in this state. And I want to thank you for that. There was another piece of history that happened that day as well. And that history, for us, was kind of unfortunate. It was the first time in this chamber that two groups came together to disenfranchise the majority of elected Democrats, to seize our power, and to thwart the will of the electorate. While we were not given our rightful place in the majority, we understood that what we came here to do was to serve the people and provide leadership. And although what happened was extremely disappointing, we rolled up our sleeves, we held our heads high, and we got to work. And we used the power of our votes and the power of our voices to help pass some wonderful pieces of legislation. Right out of the gate, we stood with our governor to enact the SAFE Act. We provided a crucial number of votes for this important legislation. We passed our third and fourth consecutive on-time budgets. We passed legislation that grew our economy, created jobs. We passed legislation that increased funding to our schools, funding statewide universal pre-K. We created tools to combat the heroin scourge facing our state. We provided some tax relief, although I'm sure we would all agree it's not enough, to thousands of New Yorkers. We revised our Common Core. We revised teacher evaluations, and we helped change the conversation away from a certain veto of medical marijuana legislation to a compromise, allowing us to provide much needed pain to those who were most needed pain relief to those who are most in need. These are some of the bipartisan victories that all of us accomplished together, and we can all celebrate today. But we have to talk about the failures that were a result of the unfortunate agreement I mentioned earlier. We failed to help over 1 million hardworking New Yorkers rise out of bone-crushing poverty by not raising the minimum wage enough and not giving our local governments the option to raise it on their own. We failed to stand up for women's health and equality by not passing the entire Women's Equality Act. We failed to provide some real mandate relief to our local governments. We failed to provide even stronger ethics and campaign finance reform, including public financing. And we failed to provide equal access to educational opportunities to all children by not passing the DREAM Act. And while, of course, these failures are disappointing, it doesn't mean we stop fighting, because sometimes we learn our greatest lessons when we fail. So you can be assured that we will keep fighting. But tonight, as we wish each other a fun, happy summer and rest of the year, and we go into the political season, I really want to thank you for all that we've been able to accomplish here. I want to wish everyone on both sides of the aisle good luck, Godspeed, and even though sometimes we disagree on the issues or their outcome, I am assured, and I know that we all agree, that our most important job is respecting the people of New York. And I think that's when we're at our best, what we do best. So thank you very much, and enjoy the summer.
Senator Klein.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, I want to thank my fellow leaders, Senator Skelos, Senator Cousins, for their spirit of cooperation, and of course, Governor Cuomo, as we worked together over the past 6 months to deliver for working families across the state of New York. It was 2 years ago that myself and Senator Skelos, in a bipartisan fashion, formed the first ever coalition government in the more than 125-year history of the state Senate. We left partisan bickering aside. We chose to govern when the dust settled on that election, and I think we were validated to see that we were able to come together and, for the first time in a long time in the New York State Senate, finally get things done. I think we can only look and see what's not going on in Washington, where they can't seem to figure out to understand, that is, when the election is over, our constituents expect us to govern. I'm very proud that the Independent Democratic Conference earlier this year unveiled a plan called Affordable New York. It was a common sense approach based on a simple premise, that New York is becoming unaffordable for most. We rolled up our sleeves, we got the majority of our agenda passed, and I think in the process, we did make New York more affordable. We kept our promise to 4-year-olds around the state of New York by finally fully funding the first ever universal pre-K plan in the state of New York's history. For the first time, we recognized the burden on working families and restored child care subsidies, so working families can now go out and work and also be able to afford affordable child care. We recognize that our senior citizens are being priced out of this state each and every day, and enhance the EPIC program so senior citizens can save on prescription drugs. We also recognize that senior citizens, especially in the city of New York, are suffering from spiraling rents, and we increased the SCREE program to make sure more and more senior citizens can afford the rent they pay each and every day. We recognize the simple truth that the American dream of home ownership has to be kept alive, not only for this generation, but future generations, and again, help homeowners who are facing foreclosure stay in their homes. For the first time, we recognized that we had to do something about the problem and the tragedies that occur each and every day on the streets of the city of New York, and do something about reducing traffic fatalities. First, we authorized 140 more speed cameras around schools in the city of New York. We allowed the city of New York to lower the speed limit to 25 miles an hour, thus saving lives in the future in the streets of New York City. One of the things that I do want to say a very special thank you to the many people who help us each and every day in the Independent Democratic Conference, but most of all, I want to thank my colleagues. I'm very lucky that the Independent Democratic Conference is made up of hardworking members who recognize they're sent here to our state capitol to espouse the hopes and aspirations not only of the residents of the state of New York, but of their districts. Senator Savino, who led the fight for medical marijuana in the state of New York, Senator Carlucci, who each and every day fights for the disabled and led a major role in stopping heroin abuse and addiction, Senator Valesky, who each and every day wakes up with a very simple truth: how can we make sure that senior citizens in our state can live out their golden years in comfort and dignity? And of course, Senator Avella, who's a hard-working community activist, even though he's a great state senator, who each and every day figures out a way how he can make the quality of life of the people he represents better. I also want to say a very special thank you to the staff, both sides of the aisle, Beth Garvey, Robert Mojica, who do such a great job and are great public servants, but of course the members of the IDC team. First and foremost, our Chief of Staff, John Emmerich, who works his heart out each and every day to make sure not only the members of the IDC are well taken care of, but really our entire legislative body here in the State Senate. Our Policy Director, Dana Caratanudo, Francesc Martí, our Budget Director, Shelley Andrews, our Counsel, and our press team led by Candace Giavi. I want to thank them, and I think they deserve a tremendous hand, everybody. I'm very pleased to be able to say that for the past 4 years, the Independent Democratic Conference has been a strong, stabilizing, sensible force for governing in this state, and we will continue our laser beam focus on getting things done for the people of the great state of New York. I want to really thank each and every one here. I think we had a very successful 2 years, but I think everyone knows we need to do more. So I think the work goes on for solid schools, safer neighborhoods, stronger communities, and a sustainable and growing path of prosperity for our working families. I think we can not only ensure a strong economy for tomorrow, and we can also strengthen New Yorkers today. Thank you all, and I wish everyone happy and healthy, and of course, a great summer.
Senator Skelos.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before I make my comments, two members on our side of the aisle will not be with us next year. Congressman soon-to-be Lee Zeldin, we thank you for your contributions to this chamber, and we wish you the best of luck. Greg Ball. You certainly have made things interesting in this chamber, but your dedication and your focus on helping the veterans and fighting for them every day and achieving legislation that has not been accomplished for years, we thank you for that, and we wish you the best of luck in your future. Thank you, Greg. Now, we've reached the conclusion of another legislative session, and 2014 session builds on our accomplishment of the last 4 years. We're very proud of what we've achieved on behalf of hardworking taxpayers and their families. I appreciate the input of each and every member of the Senate in helping us get there. I want to especially thank our governing partner, Senator Jeff Klein, and members of the Independent Democrat Conference. Working together, we've shown that bipartisanship can work. You can show that the public is disenfranchised when government doesn't work and when there's gridlock and chaos. And working together, we've managed to stop that in this chamber. So we thank you for that. I want to thank Senator Gianaris, Valesky, and certainly my buddy here, Tom Libous, for making the floor operate so efficiently and in a very respectful way. We thank all of you, and in particular, I want to thank you, Tom, for the great job that you've done despite the many personal challenges that you've had. We thank you, Tom. As I said, I still believe that government works best when Democrats and Republicans work together. It's what the people of this state want, and we'll continue to work towards that goal every chance we get. Over the last 4 years, we've cut taxes 49 times, saving hardworking taxpayers more than $5.5 billion. We've capped spending, eliminated a $10 billion deficit, and New York now has its highest bond rating in 50 years. Thanks to our leadership, thousands of businesses and schools no longer pay the job-killing MTA payroll tax that was passed when Republicans were in the minority. We're also starting to eliminate the gap elimination adjustment, which was imposed upon our school districts when, again, we were in the minority and you were in the majority. We passed the toughest property tax cap in the nation and extended real relief to the middle class. We have restored balance and fairness to school aid formula, and we've passed 4 consecutive on-time budgets and made government function once again. Bipartisan accomplishments have included establishing a universal pre-K program in the state without raising taxes and raising the minimum wage while helping businesses create new jobs. And this House came together, led by Senator Boyle and members of the Joint Task Force on Heroin and Opiate Addiction, to take swift action to address the growing heroin epidemic. As we move forward, let's keep reducing taxes, regulations, and lay out the welcome mat for new and expanding businesses. Let's help students afford college and be able to stay in New York State with our seniors and by making it more affordable. Let's provide bright new opportunities for individuals looking for a job and those inspired to find a better one. We're fighting to make sure our children have a future in New York, and it's a fight we must wage every single day. Some want us to return to the way things were before, when they won and New Yorkers lost. We're not going to go back to the days of chaos and dysfunction. There's simply too much at stake. A couple of issues that Senator Stewart-Cousins touched on, and I'd like to just mention one, the Women's Equality Bill. For 2 years, our women's equality agenda has been held hostage because of your insistence on a provision that would allow non-doctors to perform an abortion right up until the moment of a baby's birth. This extreme measure would put the health and safety of women in jeopardy, and that's not something that members on both sides of the aisle are willing to do. We've acted in this House to approve a comprehensive women's agenda. It would ensure equal pay for equal work, help the victims of domestic violence, and stamp out human trafficking to protect innocent women, along with other equally important measures. Why didn't the members of the Senate Democrat Conference stand up like Assemblywoman Paulin and call upon the Assembly to take up these bills separately? It's very easy to vote on the bills as they were presented individually in this chamber and claim credit. But what would have been more productive if you stood with Assemblywoman Paulin and others and insisting on the Speaker pass these bills individually rather than looking for a political opportunity. The women of this state waited long enough for these important bills to become law, and the Senate Democrats haven't lifted a finger to make it happen. So as we move through the summer and we enact the Compassionate Campaign Act, because I know we will all be very kind to each other, there will be many issues that will be discussed. And certainly I hope that we enjoy the beginning of summer and that we have the opportunity to discuss all of these issues with our constituents. To all of our members, I say thank you. To the staff on both sides of the aisle, I say thank you. You all are the best. To Kelly Cummings, my communications director, wherever you are, thank you for making me look good. Thanks, Kelly. To Beth, your first full year as counsel. You've done an outstanding job, and certainly treated each member and each staff person with the respect they deserve. I know our bill drafting commission, I don't know if there are any here, they're probably still preparing bills, but they work throughout the night. We thank them very much. And to Robert Mojica, I would be lost as co-leader in the Senate. Every single one of us, whether Republican, Democrat, Independent Democrat conference members, would be, the governor would also be lost without Robert Mojica, because so many times Robert has to show him the way. And Governor, if you're listening, don't take it personally. But Robert is just a great person, and Robert, we thank you for all that you've done. Thank you, Robert. So let's all enjoy the summer. Let's take a few days rest and then go out and chat with our constituents, as we are supposed to do every 2 years. Thank you for allowing me to lead you with Jeff. This has been a wonderful, wonderful experience for me, I believe for all of us, and New York State Senate has made history in this state by showing Republicans in this nation, by showing that Republicans and Democrats can work together to get positive results. Thank you and God bless.
Mr. President,
Senator Libous.
is there any further business at the desk?
There is no further business before
Mr.
the
President,
desk.
my colleagues, there being no further business, I move that the Senate adjourn to the call of the temporary president's intervening day being legislative days.
On motion, the Senate stands adjourned sine die at the call of the temporary president. Intervening days being legislative days, the Senate is adjourned.